Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 8 Knots Chapter 244 Tsunade. Is this really the Team 7 mentioned in the documentation? However, it is not surprising that this kind of thing happened to teacher Su Chen. He had seen the way the female ninjas in Konoha village looked at teacher Su Chen before. I am no longer a child, so I naturally understand what those looks mean. It doesn't matter. What I want is always to become stronger. Other things have nothing to do with me. Glancing coldly at the situation at the scene, the cold-faced kid thought so indifferently. Is this some kind of training method? They seem to be stronger than they were during the Chunin exam. Yuhi Kurenai, who is also the class teacher, feels the sharp temperament of the 3 children in Class 7 and is surprised. During the Chunin exam, Class 7 fought against all other teams with one team, and finally won the victory, and was promoted to Jonin as an exception. It has already shaken the entire Konoha village. How long has it been since this happened? After just a few days of absence, Konoha's Team 7 seemed to have become stronger. Is that an illusion? Wrong, although it is impossible to detect the flow of chakra in their bodies. It can be seen from their momentum, eyes, and the confidence that belongs to the strong. Yuhi Kurenai had a strong feeling that perhaps in just the past few days, Su Chen had greatly improved the strength of Konoha Team 7 again. That is to say, Team 7, which previously had Jonin strength, is now likely to have surpassed Jonin level. Is that guy Su Chen a monster? How, exactly, did they do that? The little eyes looked at Su Chen silently with surprise and shock, and an uncontrollable emotion suddenly turned into a bond value. Ding! Detected that the bond target, Konoha Village Yuhi Kurenai, admires the host, reward bond value 956. Ding! The bond object, Yuhi Kurenai of Konoha Village, has been detected to have an admiring attitude towards the host, and a bond value of 521 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. A look of surprise flashed across Su Chen's face, and he couldn't help but look at Yuhi Kurenai deeply. Did he discover the change in the strength of the 3 kids in Class 7, so he was shocked and admired himself as their teacher? As expected of a mature and experienced Jonin, even the 3 little ghosts who are not chakra practitioners cannot be judged by their ability to sense chakra. Yuhi Kurenai, who can make accurate judgments based on subtle details, is indeed qualified to be a class teacher. Advertisement that old man from the 3rd generation is pretty good at judging people. The 3 of them. BDBF, Terumi Mei's expression was also slightly shocked. As the Mizukage of Kirigakure, her observation and judgment abilities are no less than those of Yuhi Kurenai, and she immediately discovered the unusualness of all the members of Team 7. Ding! The shock of the bond object Terumi Mei from the Hidden Mist Village towards the host is detected, and the bond value 941 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object Terumi Mei from the Hidden Mist Village has been detected to have a crush on the host, and a bond value of 102 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Hear the system feedback from Terumi Mei. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. It was really unexpected that in addition to the emotion of shock, the system also detected the emotion of admiration from Terumi Mei. Although judging from the bond value, the admiration is not much, but a bond value of over 100 represents the beginning of love. Terumi Mei, have you finally lost your emotional defenses? It's a good, in-depth study of the ultimate ninja method. It can be used as a target for quick attack. This is Konoha's Team 7. They really just went through the Chunin exam? Why does it feel like the next person to be shocked by the momentum of Team 7 was Tsunade, the giant female ninja from Konoha? Her increasingly sharp gaze first fell on Naruto. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, different from the childish kid in the photo. The Naruto in front of him had a fanatical look in his eyes, with deep excitement and pride, and a sharp aura radiating from his body. It was hard to believe that the photo taken just a few months ago was of the same person as this little ninja who was mature enough to stand on his own. There are also orphans of the Uchiha family. The little kid who had witnessed the most terrifying dark side of the ninja world since childhood. According to the information, in the photo taken a few months ago when Team 7 was just formed, his eyes were dark and he was indifferent to everything, as if he had already regarded himself as an emotionless revenge machine. He was definitely the most troublesome kid who was pursuing power and could turn evil at any time. And now, as cold as shown in the photo, there is a bright light in his eyes. Likewise, he doesn't look like the same person as the shadowy little ghost in the photo. Was it that guy Su Chen who changed both of them? Did you take over Team 7 just to enjoy the pleasure of changing them? Then, what about the other ordinary little girl in Class 7, A? With deep curiosity and many unsolved mysteries in her heart, the huge female ninja finally set her eyes on Haruno Sakura. Advertisement then, he said he was careless. That kind of huge look and feel, ordinary, is absolutely not applicable. Snort. Although it is not clear what the damn guy Su Chen's mentality was in accepting Naruto and Sasuke as his students. There are very good reasons to recruit this female ninja named Haruno Sakura. After all, everyone knows that in Konoha village, Su Chen's favorite type of female ninja is the Juru type. Both Terumi Mei and Yuhi Kurenai belong to this type. Tablets and such, that damned irritating guy wouldn't even look at them. Damn Su Chen, does he use the same standards even when accepting female students? Thinking of this, the equally huge female ninja Tsunade glared at Chen fiercely. Ding! The shock of the bond object, Konoha Village Tsunade, towards the host is detected, and the bond value is awarded 931. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object, Konoha Village Tsunade's love for the host is detected, and the bond value 28 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Chen. So, admiration is there, but is it diluted by other negative emotions? But it doesn't matter. Even if it's just a little bit of bond value from admiration, it proves that the road to strategy can be opened. Which one should I start with? Chen gently stroked his chin with his fingers, his eyes darting between the two female ninjas. Well, it's hard to choose. However, the most suitable first target should be Tsunade, right? After all, she is in Konoha Village, and according to the development of the original plot, he may soon become the 5th Hokage of Konoha and spend a lot of time in Konoha Village. As for Terumi Mei, she should leave Konoha Village and return to Kirigakure soon. A typical long-distance relationship, although teleportation can solve the distance problem. But in comparison, Tsunade, who became jealous as soon as she returned to Konoha Village, was obviously the best first choice. It's decided, then, let's start with her. Tsunade, soon you will be able to save the ninja world. Chen, what kind of training method is this? At this time, Yuhi Kurenai, who was completely unaware that he did not have the qualifications to save the ninja world at this stage, asked curiously again. As a teacher, I was very unhappy to see that Class 7 had left Class 8 far behind. We must find out what kind of training method Chen used on Class 7 that could make Class 7 grow so fast. Chapter 245. Cannot be copied, hired by Gao Xin. Nothing special, just using genjutsu to give them a training environment that this world can't give them. It's that simple. Chen replied calmly. There's nothing to hide, this training method can't be replicated. Even if a powerful genjutsu master copies this method, the effect that can be achieved is far inferior to the effect brought by the Spirit Time Room. Genjutsu? It's genjutsu? Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath quietly, looking confused. If this training method is really useful, many people would use it without waiting for Chen to discover it, right? In fact, the operability is extremely poor, not to mention that the genjutsu space created by the caster needs to be extremely stable. Just creating that kind of space that consumes chakra is difficult even for a Jonin-level warrior. No, even a Kage-level warrior doesn't possess that kind of massive chakra. Moreover, the act of creating a genjutsu space for students to practice has an effect that is not much different from reality. But looking at Chen, it seems that he can create a genjutsu space far beyond expectations. How powerful is his genjutsu? He is such a powerful and evil man that one can't help but look up to him. Yuhi Kurenai commented in his mind in confusion. Genjutsu? Isn't that your weakness? Tsunade looked at Chen with a suspicious look. I always feel that this guy is lying. Others don't know, but don't you know it yourself? This guy is indeed terrifyingly strong in taijutsu and ninjutsu. The only thing is genjutsu, I've never seen him use it. He also revealed to Jiraiya that genjutsu was a type of ninjutsu that gave him a slight headache. This guy must be trying to fool Yuhi Kurenai. Chen met Tsunade's suspicious gaze and gave her a wicked smile. As a man with a lot of strengths in important places, I have nothing to do with weaknesses. So, please don't use the word, short, to describe me in the future. You will be spanked. Very long, this guy. The huge female ninja was slightly stunned, and immediately understood what Chen was talking about, and her face turned red. In her bright eyes, there was a kind of anger that wanted to explode on the spot, but could not be expressed because of the presence of others, with a hint of shyness. Advertisement. Use genjutsu to increase the speed of practice. Humph, Chen, you proposed a completely unfeasible way of practice. Are you going to hide this from the people of Konoha Village as well? Terumi Mei thought for a moment and quickly concluded that this method was indeed not feasible. At least, in the ninja world, this kind of practice has never been heard of. Of course, if it's the mysterious Chen, maybe he can really do it. But the probability is so low that one can almost conclude that he was just saying it on purpose. Well, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Yuhi Kurenai bit her lip, becoming more certain that Chen was deliberately trying to fool her. What Mr. Yuhi Kurenai and Mr. Chen said is true. Just now, we were indeed practicing in the genjutsu space. At this time, Haruno Sakura, who had been trying to figure out the situation, spoke hurriedly and weakly. Yes, Teacher Chen didn't lie. That kind of powerful space only requires a few minutes of practice to make your strength improve by leaps and bounds. I am now much stronger, the optimistic kid chuckled and said with pride. I originally thought that the genjutsu training method used by Teacher Chen was a common training method in the ninja world. After hearing the discussion among these beautiful older sisters, I realized that it was actually Teacher Chen who created the idea. Moreover, even if others want to copy and learn, it is difficult to do so. Teacher Chen has brought out a treasure-level training course that is exclusive to Class 7. As expected, the one who loves Class 7 the most is Teacher Chen. Of course we can't allow Teacher Chen to be questioned. Hearing this, the three stunning female ninjas present were all stunned. Surprisingly, it really works like this. Use genjutsu to help your students practice. Moreover, the effect seems to be several times greater than that of actual practice. Besides, Being able to ignore the shortcomings of genjutsu practice and even reach a level far beyond the normal level. How strong is Su Chen's genjutsu? This question appeared in the minds of the three female ninjas at the same time, making them all feel incredible. Su Chen, I came to see you this time because I want to invite you to visit Kirigakure before leaving Konoha. Well, thank you for saving my life last time. After a brief shock, Terumi Mei took a deep breath and finally invited him. This can be seen from the Chunin exams and the Konoha invasion. This hateful man Su Chen is so powerful that it is terrifying. It might be difficult to win him over, but for the future of Kirigakure, we must boldly try. *****. Advertisement. After all, the 5 hidden villages appear harmonious on the surface, but the relationships between them cannot always be stable. It's not a pity that Su Chen cannot be won over, but it is scary. If one day Konoha and Kirigakure become enemies, there will be a strong man like Su Chen standing against Kirigakure. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Therefore, even if we cannot win him over, we must have a good relationship with him. Visiting Kirigakure? It is indeed a very tempting suggestion. I kind of want to go. Su Chen stroked his chin and responded with a chuckle. You agree? Then, I'll be waiting for your arrival. A faint smile appeared on Terumi Mei's face, and she glanced at Tsunade beside her. Although this isn't a fight or anything, but why do I feel like I have won? Su Chen, you are free to visit Kirigakure, but is it really okay during this special period in Konoha village? At this moment, Tsunade reminded coldly. The special thing you were talking about, are you talking about the potential crisis in Konoha now? Unfortunately, the future of Konoha has nothing to do with me. I'm not even a ninja of Konoha. So even in this so-called special period, I can still travel freely, right? Su Chen reminded with a calm attitude and a chuckle. Although he is in Konoha and is the teacher of Konoha Class 7. It doesn't mean that you are from Konoha. There is no need to care about anything in Konoha. If you don't stay in Konoha, you can see many interesting scenes, and you can quickly collect bond points through the 3 little protagonists, and Konoha has many powerful female ninjas. There is no reason for me to stay in Konoha, so Konoha's affairs have nothing to do with me. You. If so, as the future Hokage, I am prepared to hire you as my assistant with a high salary? Tsunade's face darkened and she subconsciously clenched her fists, but then quickly calmed herself down. Su Chen must not be allowed to go to Wuyan. A strong guy who has the power to even determine the fate of a hidden village will definitely make Terumi Mei stay at all costs. Especially Terumi Mei is the type of person that Su Chen likes. High salary. How high? Hearing this, Su Chen pretended that his eyes lit up and asked with a smile. Every month, at least $2 level tasks are paid fairly. Is this all right? Tsunade snorted coldly and said with gritted teeth. Chapter 246 Terumi Mei's Conditions, Su Chen's Choice. Indeed, very sincere. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. The so-called Hokage assistant is just a means for him to stay in Konoha village. With this invasion, he accidentally revealed his true strength. The third-generation old man clearly realized that his power had reached a point where he could influence the future of Konoha village. This time he let Tsunade come back and promised her to be the future Hokage. His purpose was to take advantage of the ambiguous relationship between him and Tsunade and make him willing to work for Konoha. Even if he still maintained his previous attitude and was indifferent to everything in Konoha, at least he could ensure that he would not become Konoha's opponent. Very cunning, third-generation old man. But I have to say that this old man is quite smart and this operation is very effective. Sentence like. High salary. This is a desperate poke at one's own soft spot. As a beneficiary, why not do it? So, what are your conditions? 050. The next second, Su Chen looked at Terumi Mei with a smile, ready to listen to her conditions. Although it has been confirmed that Tsunade is the best choice to solve the crisis of the destruction of the ninja world, Terumi Mei's conditions are also acceptable. What if there's a surprise? Me? Can I make some conditions? Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, and then a faint black line appeared on her forehead. Snort. Almost forgot. This man who makes people's teeth itch, although he is in Konoha village and is even the teacher of Konoha Class 7, he is an absolutely free being. Even the third Hokage was somewhat afraid of him. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to do whatever he wanted during the Chunin exam, and even turned a blind eye to his changing the exam rules. So, if his conditions are high enough, he might be used by Kirigakure, right? If he came to Kirigakure, wouldn't he be able to see this picture of him every day? I can offer double the price. We can continue to discuss the remaining conditions. Terumi Mei, pretending to be calm, said coldly, as if she was discussing a simple business. The small heart behind the huge one couldn't help but beat wildly. This is a major decision that affects Yuanian's future. Even though she is the calmest person in Kirigakure, she can't help but get excited. If Su Chen really went to Wuyan, it meant that at least another Team 7 would appear in Wuyan. Perhaps, as long as the conditions were high enough, it would not be a problem to create 10 or 8 Team 7s. This abominable man definitely has such ability. Advertisement. Therefore, we must not be stingy when it comes to conditions and bring him to Kirigakure first. ****. Chojuro, who had just arrived, couldn't help but widen his eyes, then looked at Terumi Mei with an expression that said, I understand. Double the pay. This should be the purpose of Kirigakure, to absorb strong people, right? But why? It feels like 2 people are fighting for a boyfriend. And, fierce? Huh? So much? Will the greedy teacher Chen agree to this? Naruto looked at Chen nervously and swallowed. The other two kids in Class 7 also instantly became tense. As students of teacher Chen, no one knows their teacher's weaknesses better than them. Money is definitely the biggest one. Also, Mr. Chen, who has publicly expressed his love for hugeness countless times, is facing an inviter whose size is second only to that of Sakura. Teacher, will he agree? Bang bang bang, out of worry, all the members of Class 7 held their breath and could even clearly hear their own heartbeats gradually getting stronger. A pair of small eyes looked eagerly at the tall figure, waiting for his answer. Also extremely nervous were Tsunade, Shizune, and Yuhi Kurenai. A guy who is greedy for money and likes Juru should not be able to resist this temptation, right? As a free man, no one can stop him even if he makes such a decision. Will he soon face the situation where he no longer exists in Konoha village? Why do I feel a strong sense of loss, as if I have lost something important, just by worrying about this happening? In an instant, everyone from Konoha village looked at Chen with complicated eyes. It's an offer that can't be refused, but, sorry, I still choose to stay in Konoha village. Tsunade, I agree to your terms. At this moment, Chen smiled wickedly and cast a gentle look at Tsunade. Boom. Hearing this answer and feeling the handsome gaze, the unexpectedly huge female ninja of Konoha seemed to be struck by thunder and was stunned. Especially that slightly scorching gaze, coupled with the extremely handsome temperament, it seemed to penetrate into the heart in an instant, making the giant female ninja dizzy. Answer. Did the circle agree? But, the conditions proposed by the Mizukage of Kirigakure are obviously higher, right? What's going on with this guy who doesn't play by the rules? Advertisement, it seems that the conditions I proposed are higher than hers, right? Why did you choose her? Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. She felt like she was being played by this hateful man. This guy definitely did this on purpose. In fact, he had no intention of leaving Konoha village from the beginning, right? But he still shamelessly asked me to take the initiative to propose conditions. Snort. I really want to fight him fiercely. The huge female ninja from the hidden mist gnashed her teeth and thought angrily in her heart. DB. The other people who heard this were also stunned, with question marks on their faces. Then, black lines that were almost visible to the naked eye appeared on his forehead. Did he do this on purpose? No reason, just for fun. Humph, you deliberately watch others worrying and taking pleasure in it, what a shameless fellow. Even the three little devils from Team 7, who had just succeeded in their training and provided a lot of bond value, couldn't help but complain at the same time. Listening to your conditions doesn't mean that I will approve of your high conditions. Note that there is a big difference between the two. Chen answered with a smile, then turned to look at Tsunade. Also, the word assistant is too unpleasant. I don't want to be anyone's assistant. Your conditions can only allow me to help you when necessary. As for the reward, assistant, with my own strength, if I wanted to, I could conquer the 5 major ninja villages in minutes. The word, assistant, does not fit my identity and strength. 4.8 As for choosing Tsunade, it was naturally to train her to be the first target of saving the ninja world. She, with whom he had already had an ambiguous relationship, was obviously easier to win over than Terumi Mei, who he had only met a few times. Although it can be seen that Terumi Mei is not a difficult target for him. But Tsunade possesses heaven-defying taijutsu under the power of 100 airs, and can better withstand the sinking attack of her own super sport physique. Tsunade is the only choice at the moment. Hey, Naruto-chan, you can accept this condition, right? Turning to look at Naruto, Chen asked seriously with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned again. This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with this little devil, right? Teacher Chen, me? I'm a little confused. The most optimistic kid never thought that he would be involved. He scratched his head and asked in confusion. Chapter 247. Overconfidence? No, it's absolute certainty. The others present were also surprised. What does the condition proposed by Tsunade have to do with this brat? Only the cold-faced kid Sasuke smiled coldly and immediately understood something. It's about that dream, right? It can be seen that teacher Chen, who is even more arrogant than himself, is very confident. That's because, within a year, you will successfully replace her and become the new Hokage. I don't want to take a high salary for less than a year. With a playful smile, Chen spoke again in a serious tone. Naruto's eyes lit up, and a sense of heroism rose from the bottom of his heart. He nodded heavily. Yes, I am going to become the Hokage within a year. As the future Hokage, I agree to the teacher's conditions. Moreover, with Mr. Chen's strength and qualifications, the conditions just now can only be regarded as a friendly price. After becoming Hokage, you should give double to teacher Chen. After saying that, the optimistic kid smiled, put his hands on his hips, and looked very confident. This is highly recognized from the teacher. Teacher Chen has already determined that with his own growth rate, he can indeed become the 13th Hokage within a year, right? As the Hokage, I certainly cannot treat teacher Chen, who helped me become a strong man, unfairly. Twice is the right condition. Well, it's a deal, you can't go back on your word. Chen smiled with satisfaction and touched the top of Naruto's head. This kid is just a kid after all, and he has no idea what the double condition means. That is a huge expense for Yi Village. By then, this young Hokage will have a headache. Just think of it as a new pleasure to watch him suffer in the future, right? Hokage? This brat? Tsunade, with a confused look on her face, looked at Naruto deeply and was speechless. Although, compared to the immature kid in the profile photo, the Naruto in front of him has undergone earth-shaking changes in maturity and sharp temperament. But, becoming Hokage within a year is definitely a joke. Snort, as expected, Chen is still very unreliable in some matters. But it doesn't matter such little things, as long as he is happy. Advertisement, Hokage? Aren't both the teacher and the student a little too optimistic? You mean, within a year, at least one Konoha ninja named Naruto should have the strength of a cage? Even for Master Chen, it would be difficult to do this, right? Shojiro also secretly looked at Team 7. After just a few days of not seeing the three little ninjas, they did give him the impression that they had grown a lot. But we were talking about the position of Hokage. In addition to having shadow-level strength, the most important thing is to have a mature mindset. Not to mention the first point, it is not something that can be achieved in 1 year. Even if it can be done, the second point is the chasm that cannot be crossed. After all, at this kid's age, even if he experienced things that would make him mature and grow every minute of the year, he would not be qualified to become a Hokage in the end. Teachers and students who showed such overconfidence in advance were obviously careless. If you want to become a shadow, how can you? Terumi Mei sneered. She was about to complain, but she stopped abruptly. After all, this is an internal matter of Konoha village, and there is no need for me to make rash comments. In his heart, he also believed that this was an impossible goal that Chen set for his students in his arrogance. It seems there is nothing worth learning here for Class 8. There's no need to waste time listening to other people bragging. Yuhi Kurenai regained his cold expression, glared at Chen fiercely with eyes that could not hide his resentment, then turned and left. Choosing to help Tsunade is actually equivalent to making a certain choice, right? Also, because of the appearance of the two women, I couldn't control my emotions and followed them. If you think about it again, it is a shameful and impulsive behavior. Why did the sour taste in my heart intensify the moment I turned around, and the feeling of loss suddenly became unbearable? I can't have this kind of feeling because of a scumbag like that. Yuhi Kurenai, where is your usual pride? Now, it's time to fight back against this emotion. The stunning female ninja silently cheered herself up in her heart, biting her lips hard while performing her body skills, trying hard to suppress the uncontrollable emotional outburst. I really want to have a drink with you, that feeling. Looking at the slender figure running out of the Class 7 training ground at high speed, Chen realized something and the faint smile on his face paused for a moment. Then, he resumed his heartless smile. Shojiro, we should go back to Kirigakure. Advertisement. Another beautiful figure, with a face as cold as water, also looked at Chen fiercely, and walked slowly towards Yi Village with a shy ninja. Snort. Damn man. He clearly chose to stand on Tsunade's side, but he still shamelessly asked me to make conditions. Are you trying to tell Tsunade that no matter how high the conditions others put forward, Tsunade herself is the best condition? The hateful man who appears to not care about Konoha village and deliberately shows this fact all the time actually has someone he cares about, right? Is it the three brats from Konoha Team 7, or Tsunade? Or, in fact, he cares about the entire Konoha. No matter which possibility it is, it means that it is impossible for him to leave Konoha and follow him to Kirigakure. The plan to help Wu Yin absorb a strong man like Chen can only be discussed later. Are you leaving now? Then I wish you a safe journey. Chen raised his hand and waved goodbye with a smile. 633. What a pity. Terumi Mei is also very suitable for Save the Ninja World, and is a subject for in-depth discussion of the ultimate ninjutsu. But with Tsunade's arrival, she could only become the second choice. Snort. A cold snort containing reluctance, shame and anger was heard. Laugh. The beautiful Mizukage waved her hand without even turning her head. A ray of cold light broke through the wind, but was flicked lightly by the index finger of the tall and powerful man with a lazy posture and fell into the woods not far away. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yi Class 7 without any concern. It's time to immediately start the strategy to save the ninja world, target Tsunade. Even letting Terumi Mei propose conditions just now, and then immediately rejecting them and accepting Tsunade's lower conditions instead, was also a means of capture. After taking over Team 7, he figured out a method of emotional manipulation that could maximize bond value, and it was also effective in capturing female ninjas. Only by making the other person feel the special attention they receive from you can you quickly improve their emotional level. Team 7, since your sister Tsunade has been confirmed to become Hokage in the near future, we have selflessly decided to help her. At least, let her know your strength, right? Then, let's show you a little bit of the results of our practice. Next, Team 7 will have a sparring match with Sister Tsunade, so that she can feel your growth more directly. With his hands behind his head, the handsome and powerful man, who looked like he was enjoying the show, gave the order leisurely. Chapter 248. Underestimated. Tsunade. Strength beyond Jonin. What? Let Lady Tsunade spar with this brat? Shizune blinked and blurted out in disbelief. Lady Tsunade is a powerful cage-level warrior, although he previously served as a medical ninja in the team. But it would be the biggest mistake to think that she is not strong enough. In fact, her ninjutsu and taijutsu have already reached their peak state. Especially the use of the power of the 100 heroes. Once activated, this enhanced ninjutsu can be used to increase the destructive power of physical skills to a terrifying level. Especially in order to return to Konoha village one day and settle accounts with the powerful Lord Chen, he overcame the many shortcomings of the power of the 100 heroes through continuous efforts. The problem of fainting at the sight of blood has also been solved. You can say that Lady Tsunade is stronger now than when she left the Leaf Village. Even someone as powerful as Lord Chen would find it difficult to suppress Lady Tsunade in a short period of time. Let these three brats who just passed the Chunin exam compete with Lady Tsunade, and the result will not be any suspense. Is Master Chen just like the overconfident person who believed that the kid named Naruto would become Hokage within a year? Is he overestimating his student? The female ninja holding the pink pet piglet made a surprised judgment. Even the little pig in his arms seemed to understand what he said and looked at Chen with its cute little eyes. Do you want me to verify the training progress of the future Konoha strongman? I don't think it's necessary. The gap in strength is too big. The result can be seen at a glance. Why bother trying? Tsunade glanced at the three brats from Team 7 and spoke very bluntly. Konoha's Team 7, which was able to successfully pass the Chunin exam and obtain the Jonin qualification due to Suchin's persistence, did indeed perform outstandingly compared to ninjas of the same level. But the gap between him and the cage level masters is not small. There is no comparison between the two. Really? Class 7, you seem to be underestimated. Tsunade, if you underestimate Team 7, you'll be surprised soon. The handsome ninja smiled playfully, leaning against the trunk of a big tree, waiting for the show to begin. Of course, facing Tsunade's Team 7, who is a cage-level powerhouse, they really have no chance of winning. However, that doesn't mean that Tsunade, who is a cage-level warrior, won't be shocked. This is also a preparation for conquering Tsunade. Let her know that as the teacher of Class 7, I can train a strong ninja in a short period of time just by making a few moves. Advertisement, huh? It seems like I was really underestimated. I can't help but want to prove it right away. Naruto's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready to fight a big battle. Humph. It's not pleasant to be looked down upon. Well, let's prove that we are not ordinary Jonin. Sasuke frowned, put his hands in his pockets and turned to face Tsunade, his eyes flickering with cold light, eager to try. That's right. After the second stage of training in the spiritual time room, he already had a strong feeling that surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. Through perception, it can be known that the woman named Tsunade should be a very powerful being, perhaps having reached the level of Kage. But there is a feeling that I can fight. This aura seems to be that of a Kage-level expert? Really? Can I? The giant female ninja from Team 7 said weakly with a worried look on her face. Damn it, Such and Tonggong, although they had clearly become much stronger after the second phase of strength improvement, they had no time to be happy because they immediately found a Kage-level strongman as an opponent for Team 7. This female ninja who claimed to be the soon-to-be-appointed Hokage was detected by her perception ability, and the result was. The breath in my body is surging. Absolutely, a shadow-level powerhouse. Is Mr. Chen looking for fun again by watching Class 7 suffer? Really, when he's unreliable, he's the kind of guy that makes people's teeth itch. The giant female ninja from Team 7 silently complained in her heart while subconsciously assuming a fighting stance. Her clear eyes also showed a cold fighting spirit at this moment. Complaints aside, the female ninja who has trained twice in the spiritual time house has invisibly gotten rid of her lack of confidence. In an instant, Team 7 entered combat mode, emitting a powerful aura. Even the temperament has become sharper. Humph, it seems that I am the one being looked down upon. Then, play with them. Tsunade frowned slightly, looking unhappy. Humph, as expected, where there are arrogant teachers, there will be arrogant students. Tang Ran really wants to challenge himself with these three little brats. Well then, let them feel a little bit what the strength of a Kage-level warrior is like. The next moment, the giant female ninja slowly walked towards Team 7 with a calm posture, and her clothes fluttered due to the mobilized chakra. Advertisement: the surrounding air seemed to become much more violent, and a strong wind gradually arose. Tsunade-sama, with this amount of chakra, do you want to end the battle with just one strike? Those three little devils will be beaten badly. Shizune secretly swallowed her saliva, subconsciously took a few steps back while holding the pink pig, and only then did she feel a little relieved. During the time she was away from Konoha, she had always been by Tsunade's side, and no one knew her taijutsu better than Shizune. The chakra fluctuations just now were definitely a sign of using 60% of his physical skills. Sir Su Chen's Class 7 will definitely be wiped out in seconds. The female ninja Shizune thought so firmly. Hiding the chakra, as expected of that guy's student. But it doesn't matter, a few punches will end it. Tsunade coldly glanced at the excited Team 7 members, and as soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly turned into a phantom. The fist was first directed at Sasuke, who seemed to be the strongest in Team 7. Boom! Almost at the same time, a huge aura burst out from Sasuke's body, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. This speed? Tsunade's attack failed, and a look of deep surprise appeared on her face. Li Mahao. He turned his fist into a palm and chopped diagonally at Naruto, who was standing next to him. There was another rapid explosion of air. When the palm was about to touch Naruto, the latter also exploded with energy, easily avoiding the fierce attack. Sure enough, did you underestimate them? The expression of the beautiful Konoha giant female ninja changed from surprise to gloomy, and her eyes instantly became more serious. I was shocked inside, but I couldn't calm down. Just now, she gained speed that was definitely not something an ordinary Jonin could dodge. Even in her mind, Team 7, which captured the severely injured Orochimaru and earned the title of Jonin, was just a trick to become Jonin. It is simply impossible to have Jonin strength. But the speed just now, it seems that he has surpassed ordinary Jonin. What kind of monster is this guy Chen? How could he train them to this level in such a short time? What a mysterious, scary, damn man. Chapter 249 Miscalculated. There are no weaklings in Class 7. Return. Shizune, the female ninja who originally had no hope for Konoha Team 7, also opened her eyes wide and her mouth turned into an O shape. Is this the strength of Team 7? Even though it was just a simple dodge. But Tsunade-sama's attack just now, even if she didn't use her full strength, was as fast as lightning. If you don't have the strength of a mature Jonin, you can't dodge it so easily. In other words, the three brats from Team 7 already possess power that surpasses Jonin? This is incredible. Their age, the length of time they have practiced, whatever the factors, determine that it is impossible for them to do it. But it was done. Is it because of Chen Tianran? As the teacher of Class 7, he is the ultimate secret to make up for all the shortcomings in practice, right? The quiet female ninja couldn't help but look in surprise at Chen, who was watching the battle not far away. As a result, I immediately met the other person's gentle gaze. DB. The quiet female ninja suddenly panicked and her body trembled slightly, her cheeks turned red in an instant. She pretended to be calm and continued to watch the battle, but her whole body was hot. Although I know that Lord Chen is a bad man who should not be provoked, I can't control my emotional reaction at all. Just now it was speed. Now, are you ready to show the power that shouldn't be mastered by this level? Whoosh whoosh. The four figures intertwined several times, and the physical duel was so short that it only lasted 4 moves. Tsunade, who was already very surprised, showed a little more shock in her expression. The physical attacks launched against Team 7 just now were all easily dodged by the three little ghosts. The Uchiha family, which has always produced many geniuses, and the fact that Sasuke, the remaining bloodline, could do this under the guidance of a guy with explosive strength like Chen is surprising, but not many. Naruto, who is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, looks ordinary on the surface, but he is actually the descendant of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. The latter became the Hokage of Konoha at a young age. He has amazing strength and can be called a genius. As the son of a genius, with the guidance of a monster like Chen, it is barely acceptable for Naruto to reach Jonin level strength. But what's up with this female ninja named Haruno Sakura, who is even bigger than herself and was admitted to the genius class of Team 7 just because of her huge size? Whether in terms of speed or the power of counterattack, it seems that he is not weaker than the other two little ghosts. Is it another genius whom I misjudged? Advertisement. Or, is that damned guy Chen really that powerful enough to teach an ordinary ninja to become a genius? How terrifying is that? Good. As expected, the three little devils in Class 7, who were only able to dodge and defend under his attack, have now begun to counterattack. The super speed, coupled with powerful strength, made Tsunade's face look a little more surprised with every collision of fists and feet. Humph. My sister named Tsunade, Teacher Chen said that you seem to be looking down on Team 7. Also, as a man who will become Hokage in a year, I am a rival to you who will also become Hokage. So, I won't show mercy. Boom. The aura exploded on his body, and Naruto's small body, pushed by the aura, turned into a flash of light and attacked Tsunade fiercely. Tisk. You conceited little brat, Hokage, it's not as simple as you think. 1 year? That's just a joke from Chen, right? With a cold snort, the huge female ninja who had never believed that Naruto could do it from the beginning to the end responded coldly. He swung his arms quickly in front of his body, blocking all of Naruto's rain of fist attacks. Under the impact of the fist, his body slid back several meters, and his feet left 2 deep grooves on the ground. The aura from her fist caused a strong wind to blow behind her. It's very rude to casually belittle other people's dreams. The moment a cold voice came from behind, Tsunade was so surprised that she couldn't help but fall asleep. Is that the kid from the Uchiha family? How could he appear behind me so quickly without me noticing? Boom. In a state of surprise, Tsunade didn't even turn her head, and instantly increased the force of her punch towards Naruto, forcing him to retreat, and then, BDDC, an elbow strike behind him. Although he did not notice the cold-faced kid behind him at the first sight, he still sensed the small figure that appeared in the range of chakra spreading outside his body. There is no need to lock the opponent's position with your eyes, just attack decisively, which is the most accurate and effective attack. Bang. The cold-faced kid crossed his arms in time to withstand the powerful elbow attack, and rolled to the side. The moment he supported himself on the ground with his hands, he swept his legs across Tsunade. With a loud bang, the huge female ninja who also used her arms to defend against the kick immediately felt a force that was once again far beyond her expectations. While his arm was aching slightly, his whole body flew into the air without bending. Sorry, Lady Tsunade. Advertisement. At this moment, Haruno Sakura, who had been on the defensive in the previous battle, showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. Although the other two kids in Team 7 didn't know Tsunade's origins, Haruno Sakura, who had been studying ninja at the ninja school, had heard of her. Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, in addition to the special bloodline. As a student of the third Hokage, he made countless contributions to Konoha during the Ninja World War. Ranked among the Sannin of Konoha, he is an admirable, famous ninja of Konoha. It seems a bit bad to attack such a senior, but if it is an order from teacher Chen, we have to obey it. Moreover, this is the process by which the future Hokage will test the strength of Team 7. So, I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. The giant female ninja from Team 7 gnashed her teeth, quickly approached Tsunade in midair and focused her aura on her right fist, smashing it down hard. This sense of power. Tsunade blocked the punch with her powerful physical defense, and the look of surprise on her face became wildly intensified. She was directly knocked away and crashed into the woods in the distance. Snap. Along with it, there was the sound of a big tree breaking. Sorry. Haruno Sakura, who succeeded in her attack, apologized loudly in panic, folded her hands under her abdomen, and bowed her head madly. Sasuke's strategy is indeed effective. Although it was only formulated briefly before the battle, the effect was amazing. HMPH, you are such an overly arrogant woman. From the beginning, you only thought that I and the last one were threats, right? Well done, Sakura. Sasuke glanced coldly in the direction of the woods, then nodded slightly at Haruno Sakura. The woman named Tsunade showed her disregard for Sakura from the moment the battle was about to begin. It seems that he thinks she is the weakest one in Team 7 and that he doesn't need to be too concerned about her attacks. Since she and the last place guy didn't use their full strength in the battle, the arrogant woman thought that Sakura's strength would only get weaker. What she didn't know was that there were no weaklings in Class 7. When Sakura gathered her true strength and punched out, the arrogant woman who was caught off guard would be knocked away immediately. Chapter 250 The Power of 100 Heroes, activated. You idiot, your strategy is still so effective, but an attack of that magnitude. Naruto said to Sasuke with an unhappy look on his face. This cocky guy is pretending to be something in front of Sakura again. But we have to admit that when it comes to formulating strategies, Stinky is indeed the strongest one in Class 7. But if you rashly think that this level of attack can defeat a cage-level strongman, even Naruto, who is always optimistic, doesn't believe it. Tisk tisk, this is the inevitable result of underestimating any member of Team 7. Tsunade is still so confident, little sister Shizune, am I right? The handsome and strong man with his hands in his pockets slowly approached the quiet female ninja and asked with a smile. Yes. Yes, Master Chen. Feeling the somewhat burning gaze and the masculine scent coming towards her, the quiet female ninja subconsciously tensed up her body. The pink piglet in his arms felt his originally gentle arms suddenly tightened and squeaked in protest. How cute. Sure, it's delicious, right? As if he just noticed the existence of the pink pig at this moment, Chen lowered his eyes and said thoughtfully. By the way, I haven't eaten roast suckling pig for a long time. In this world, this kind of thing is scarce. This pink piglet is very appetizing at first sight. Master Chen, it doesn't taste good at all. It's a pet. Don't ever think that way. Shizune took 2 steps back in panic and spoke hastily with sweat on her forehead. Yeah, are you kidding? This is Lady Tsunade's pet. If it were really taken away and eaten by Lady Chen, Lady Tsunade would immediately go berserk, right? Even the pink piglet seemed to understand the threat from Chen, and was sweating profusely while struggling in the arms of the quiet female ninja. This human man has a terrible feeling of doing what he says. And give the pig a terrifying premonition that if he really wants to do this, even the powerful Master Tsunade cannot stop him. Fortunately, the handsome and strong man, who was not ready to implement his plan immediately after speaking out his thoughts, turned his gaze towards the woods. BB. At this moment, the quiet female ninja who was in a panic showed a look of shock and also looked towards the direction of the woods. The 3 kids from Class 7, who sensed the unusual aura at the same time, also became solemn in an instant, with their sharp eyes fixed on the depths of the woods. Advertisement. I sensed a powerful aura that was completely different from the previous one. Well, I finally realized at this time that if I don't use the power of the 100 heroes, I will be beaten. Tsunade, as the future Hokage, you should be very satisfied with the performance of Team 7, right? With a faint smile, Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to look ahead. It is the power of the 100 heroes, that's right. Before, it was the power of the Lord. 30%. Shizune became nervous again and swallowed subconsciously. Tsunade-sama's taijutsu, without using the power of the 100 healings, can already be considered at the top of the taijutsu spectrum. After a brief fight with Team 7, he actually decisively activated the power of 100 heroes. Did he judge that with his original physical skills, he was no match for the little ghost? This is very shocking. After all, the 3 members of Class 7 who just passed the Chunin exam were able to possess such strength, which would definitely surprise everyone. Boom boom boom. Amidst the expectant gazes, the figure that was driven into the woods reappeared. There were spell-like marks all over his body. The chakra covering the body is burning like a raging fire, constantly reacting with the air and emitting bursts of subtle explosions. This kind of aura seems to have increased its power several times. As expected, you are a strong senior who is one of the Sannin of Konoha. Haruno Sakura was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt an invisible pressure coming towards her. Just now, Lord Bian-Shou was knocked flying by himself. Wait, she's not going to target me in battle, is she? I'm worried. I knew it. She looks so strong, how could she lose to us so easily? The battle has become more difficult, so now you can unleash your full strength, right? Naruto, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face. He colliding his fists together fiercely, causing a burst of breath explosion. That's right. The sister named Tsunade just now is not worthy of Team 7 showing their full strength. With a little strategy from the stinky ghost, she flew into the woods. This kind of power and oppression makes him an opponent worth fighting. And, after 2 sessions of training in the spiritual timehouse, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Advertisement: if the opponent is not strong enough, it will be impossible to determine the extent of the practice results through the opponent. HMPH, you're the last one. You have to be more alert from now on. Your opponent is using enhanced physical skills. If you're not careful, you'll embarrass teacher Chen. Sasuke also had excitement in his eyes, staring at Tsunade, who was approaching slowly. Class 7, very good. I admit that I underestimated you just now. Especially you, Haruno Sakura, your performance just now was very satisfying. Tsunade stopped and commented coldly. Yes, Lady Tsunade, just now. The flattered giant female ninja from Team 7 nodded politely in haste. The second personality inside was clenching his fist and roaring. Yay! This is approval from one of the Sannin, Lady Tsunade. This feeling of being recognized by a strong person is so wonderful. But, I just noticed that you didn't use your full strength at all, right? This will not achieve the purpose of the assessment. Next, use your physical skills to the fullest. I will also improve your physical skills appropriately based on your performance. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and expressed her anticipation. That damn man is very annoying in many ways, but when it comes to teaching students, he really gives people unexpected surprises one after another. The performance of Konoha Team 7 just now far exceeded his expectations. What was even more surprising was that they clearly did not use their full strength and physical skills and had always been holding back. These are the younger generation talents of Konoha trained by Chen. No wonder the teacher kept hinting that the key to Konoha's future might lie in Chen and Team 7. Since that's what you asked, we won't be polite. The cold-faced kid who always does things decisively does not drag his feet at all. Go all out. Just what I wanted, boom boom boom. The moment he clenched his fists, the energy in his body surged like a river, violently overflowing from his body, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a strong wind. It's coming, it's going to surprise you. The optimistic kid with a confident smile also immediately burst into energy. Next up is the giant female ninja from Team 7, in an instant. Team 7 of Konoha stood side by side, all wrapped in a strong aura. Their momentum and appearance were not inferior to that of Tsunade, who had activated the power of 100 healers. Chapter 251. Just kidding. Defeating the future Hokage's confidence. Boom. A new round of battle begins again between Team 7 and Tsunade. This time, both sides held almost no reservations. Of course, Tsunade's power of the 100 healings was not activated to its full potential, only 30%. However, the power of 30% of the power of 100 heroes is already quite terrifying. Both speed and strength have been improved several times based on basic strength. The 3 little ghosts from Class 7, who had already gone through the second stage of spiritual time chamber training, also felt a lot of pressure in an instant. In an instant, the beautiful body wrapped in chakra aura kept moving between the 3 little ghosts, and each attack was like a hurricane. The ground cracked, sand and gravel rolled up, and the crowns of the towering trees in the distant woods seemed to be bent by an invisible force, and they were in danger of breaking at any time. Is this the manifestation of Baihao's 6 Kingdoms of Benevolence calendar? That's all. Chen took out a magic bean from his pocket and put it into his mouth, commenting lightly. Chen, who has read the original plot, knows that the power of the 100 heroes at full power is indeed amazing, and can even fight against Uchiha Madara. However, the power of the 100 heroes displayed by Tsunade at this time was obviously only a small percentage, and it was estimated to be no more than 50%. There was one thing that still surprised Chen a little. Unlike the original plot, the side effects and backlash of the power of 100 heroes seemed to have been resolved by Tsunade. Otherwise, Tsunade, who had used the power of 100 heroes, would soon look old. In front of someone she cares about, Tsunade shouldn't let herself show that look. So, before leaving Konoha, he realized that the gap between his strength and his own was too big, and he has been looking for ways to solve the drawbacks of the 100 heroes' power over the years, right? The handsome and powerful man couldn't help showing a satisfied look on his face when he thought of this. Interesting. This kind of unexpected surprise is exactly what I need. As a woman who will soon be the target of saving the ninja world, she must possess strong physical skills. In this way, you can withstand the strong winds and rainstorms that come with your gradually stronger body. I was right, Tsunade is indeed the best candidate at the moment. He really is a cage-level warrior. Advertisement. If we're sparring in taijutsu, we can't use the ninjutsu that we learned in the genjutsu space, right? What a pity. After a battle, Naruto, who was forced back several times by Tsunade's powerful physical skills, had more fighting spirit in his eyes and spoke excitedly. Humph, What teacher Chen asked us to do is to show enough strength. No need to really go all out. Besides, it's not that easy to defeat such a cage-level warrior. The cold-faced kid who was also beaten back reminded in a tone that seemed to see through everything. That arrogant woman was the one who was about to take over as Hokage, and she then lowered her posture to seek help from teacher Chen. Teacher Chen asked Class 7 to compete with her. The main purpose was to let her understand the true strength of Class 7. There is no need for Team 7 to show their full strength. Moreover, during the 4 days that Team 7 was in the genjutsu space, they not only overcame the doubling of gravity, but also mastered many changes in the properties of chi. And some strategies formulated in advance for various situations. These things must be kept in reserve even when facing Tsunade, who is about to become the Hokage of Konoha. I understand, you idiot. Then, keep some ninjutsu. It's a pity. If those ninjutsu were displayed, they would definitely be praised by teacher Chen. Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief with a lack of interest. Really, I can't wait to show off those ninjutsu and get praise from teacher Chen. Unfortunately, even when facing a sister named Tsunade, who obviously has a special relationship with teacher Chen, he has to be reserved. This was also the strategy that Team 7 had already discussed in the spirit time room. That is, not to use those ninjutsu unless it was necessary, so as to avoid the leakage of ninjutsu information and the inability to achieve a surprise victory. Are you confident in your ninjutsu other than taijutsu? I allow you to use it. Anyway, my physical skills can easily resist your level. Tsunade stated confidently. She admitted that the performance of Class 7 so far really surprised her. At the beginning, the physical skill bonus of the 3-point Baihao force caused a lot of pressure on the 3 little devils in Team 7. Maybe in a few minutes, Class 7 will fail. Despite the current situation, they still didn't seem to use their full strength, especially when it came to ninjutsu other than taijutsu, as if they were confident that they could defeat him with ninjutsu. Snort. Chen is that arrogant guy, and the students he taught are equally arrogant. Advertisement. Even though he knew he was facing a cage-level warrior, he actually felt that he had a chance of winning. The 3 little ghosts do have strength that they shouldn't have at this stage, but their overconfidence is so infuriating that it makes people very uncomfortable. Is it okay? Can I really use those ninjutsu? A little bit, I can't help but show it off. Hearing this, Naruto, who was a little disappointed because he couldn't use the ninjutsu he just learned, suddenly brightened up and was eager to try. Last place winner. Have you forgotten the agreement we made in the genjutsu space? HMPH, don't lose your temper. Sasuke frowned fiercely, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Would you, the last one who loves to show off, forget the promise to hide your strength information in the blink of an eye? You know, as a ninja, ensuring that your strength and information are not overly exposed is also a very important part. Even, the important truth is about life and death. No matter how strong a ninja is, once his strength and information are exposed to a certain extent, his opponents will formulate special strategies to target him. Especially when an opponent is fully prepared, when he launches another attack, he is often determined to win. Therefore, in ninja schools, trying to ensure that strength information is not leaked, is also an extremely important course. Naruto, wouldn't he really ignore the previous instructions? The grim kid stared coldly at the optimistic kid, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. 0.4. It seems that the 3 of them seem to have real strength that even Lady Tsunade finds difficult to deal with. Is it because you want to preserve your strength that you don't plan to use it? Shizune, who was holding the pink pig, widened her eyes again. I simply can't believe my own guess. Through the confrontation just now, the 3 members of Team 7 should have realized the gap between them and Lady Tsunade. However, until this moment, they all looked fearless. There is even a strong sense of confidence that, if ninjutsu other than taijutsu is used, there is even a chance to defeat the opponent. No way? Are the 3 of them really confident that they can defeat Lady Tsunade together? Are you kidding me? A drop of sweat slowly slid down Jingyun's forehead, and her heart was pounding wildly because of this thought that no one could believe. Chapter 252. Continue to improve. What kind of monsters are they? How could that little brat keep his composure? It seems that after practicing in the spirit time room, he has made some progress and can't help but show it to the public immediately. Chen smiled faintly and didn't think there was anything strange about it. The 3 kids in Class 7 are no longer newcomers among the chi practitioners like before. Now they have gone through many courses in the baptism of the ultimate course. I have already gained considerable understanding in the practice of chi. It's not surprising that he would realize things that he had never been taught in the spiritual time room. As for defeating Tsunade, Class 7 does not seem to have this ability at the moment. Especially Tsunade, who has made up for the shortcomings of the power of the 100 heroes, has already made great progress in strength to the level of a cage-level strongman. But giving her a good shock would not be a problem at all. Things are becoming more and more interesting. This can be considered a special gain besides the bond value. Chen sighed silently and continued to watch the changes in the battle situation with interest. Do you have the confidence to defeat me? Your abilities other than physical skills. Why not show them all? 13. Tsunade's cold eyes lit up slightly, and her expression suddenly showed a hint of anticipation. In the fight just now, Team 7's performance and physical skills has already given her, the future Hokage who is about to take over the position of Hokage, a lot of surprises. The 3 little devils in Team 7 are definitely Jonin level sellers. This is enough to shock any ninja. I never expected that the surprises would continue. In terms of ninjutsu other than taijutsu, these three little ghosts are obviously more confident. Then, let the surprise come more violently. Tisk. I don't want to reveal any information about ninjutsu in advance, but that cocky look. The last one, then, use those moves as you wish. Sasuke snorted, making up his mind somewhat irritably. It is indeed not a wise move to reveal strength information to outsiders. But who made this woman named Tsunade so arrogant? The practitioners who gave her some energy were shocked and felt very happy. What's more, this so-called competition is more like a serious assessment. It concerns teacher Su Chen's image and face. That's right, it would be more interesting to shock the guys who underestimated Team 7. Advertisement, Sakura, get ready, Naruto said excitedly, with a smile on his face. In an instant, the aura surrounding the two little ghosts became more and more violent, as if a strong wind was constantly surging around them. Amid the violent aura, there was a faint flash of light, like tiny lightning bolts, moving continuously in the aura. This kind of breath? Tsunade's expression changed slightly. She could not detect any change in the amount of chakra in it. It can only be said that the damn man who was good at hiding chakra taught the three little ghosts the ninjutsu of hiding chakra as soon as he took over Team 7. If you cannot sense the chakra condition of your opponent, you will naturally lack a reference value for judging your opponent's strength. Even so, it is still possible to tell from the naked eye that the combat power of the three little ghosts has increased by more than double compared to the simple physical duel just now. This also means that 30% of the power of the 100 heroes is no longer enough to fight against the two little ghosts. Under normal circumstances, a 30% 100 Hao power could even fight against an elite Jonin who was close to the cage level. Thinking of this, the giant female ninja couldn't help but take a deep glance with a strange look at the handsome figure in the distance who was watching the battlefield with a leisurely attitude. It's time to go. Naruto gave an excited reminder, then rushed towards Tsunade. With the restrictions on strength other than physical skills removed, the speed was significantly improved as the aura was no longer suppressed, at least twice as much as before. Snort. The cold-faced kid seemed to still find this kind of competition boring, and a trace of annoyance flashed across his face. As a member of Class 7, he also disappeared from the spot unwillingly. Bang! The next second, Naruto's figure approached, and at almost the same time, the sound of breath fluctuations was heard behind him. The huge female ninja was shocked. What a fast speed. From the corner of his eye, he immediately caught a glimpse of the figure of the female ninja from Team 7 approaching from the side like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the three members of Class 7 beautifully and swiftly encircled their opponents. Even Tsunade, a cage-level warrior, was totally surprised. Fortunately, during the time she had been away from Konoha, she had honed her abilities in the use of the power of the 100 healings to perfection, and she was able to release surging chakra immediately. I saw a plump and graceful figure rising from the encirclement and flying into the air. 50%? Surprisingly, it instantly increased to 50% of the power of the 100 heroes? It's been a long time since I saw Lady Tsunade use more than 30% of the power of the 100 healings. Gulp. Advertisement. The cute and quiet female ninja Shizune swallowed her saliva again, and was completely shocked. The 7th team taught by Master Su Chen actually forced Master Tsunade to immediately activate the 50% 100 Hao West. What on earth is this? A monster? Nice, monster. These two words suddenly appeared in Jingyun's mind. Of course, it includes not only the three little devils in Class 7, but also the bigger monster who taught them to become monsters. Adult Su Chen. Boom boom boom. Tsunade, who successfully escaped the encirclement, was instantly inspired to fight beyond the test. Her eyes, which were emitting a faint light, became more and more excited as she fought with the three little ghosts. A taijutsu technique that condenses a large amount of chakra, and a three-member Team 7 brat who also uses taijutsu but displays extraordinary power with ki, produce a fierce collision 750. With comparable speed, almost equal strength, and physical skills, the four figures kept crossing each other on the ground and in the air. Every time chakra and chi collide violently, the surrounding air makes an explosion-like sound. The breath that burst out from it was like gusts of strong wind, blowing up the dust on the ground. The crowns and even the trunks of the big trees were shaking and tilting. Suddenly, among the four figures entangled in midair, a strange and dazzling flash flashed across and poured straight down to the ground. In the bright light, the figure that was dodging quickly was approached by another figure the moment he successfully avoided the light. Boom! Two loud noises shook the ground, and the strong light and beautiful figure that fell to the ground caused the ground to crack wildly in two places. Snort! Tsunade landed on the ground with her feet, and her eyes flashed with an even stronger coldness. The whole person couldn't help but emanate a stronger fighting spirit. Almost at the moment of landing, his body rose into the air again, and his figure turned into a fragrant flash of light, heading straight for the first class in the air. 60%? Sure enough, it has increased to 60% of the power of the 100 heroes? This? Shizune sensed something was wrong and opened her mouth again. Can't close for a long time. Just now, Tsunade-sama's strength and speed were definitely more than 50% of the power of 100 Hao in an instant. 50% is not enough to deal with Team 7, how is this possible? Chapter 253, Sun Fist. The Fallen Mighty One, that's right. At this moment, Tsunade's 100 Heroes power has been activated to 60% in an instant. Even she herself was secretly surprised. In the original expectation, Konoha Team 7 did have the strength to surpass Jonin. But that's all. After all, considering their age and experience, this is the maximum size they can get. To be able to achieve this, one can be called a rare genius in the Jonin world. As a result, the three little devils in Class 7 repeatedly gave surprises beyond imagination. This also aroused Tsunade's curiosity and the competitive spirit that was in her blood. She wanted to see how much of the power of the 100 heroes could be unlocked by Konoha's Team 7, whose strength exceeded expectations. 70%? 80%? 80% is already the limit state. There is no need to consider the situation of full firepower. With full power of the 100 heroes, he could even compete with any cage-level strongman in the ninja world. Absolutely not, Konoha Team 7 can contend with it. It was with this thought in mind that Tsunade released the power of the 100 healings to 60% and was completely immersed in this battle full of surprises. And her mood became more curious and excited as Konoha Team 7 continued to display the strange ninjutsu. A strong light-type ninjutsu radiating from the hands. It breaks out from the fingertips with extremely amazing speed and penetrating power, similar to the ninjutsu unique to the Otogakure ninja, but obviously a stronger move. A strange body movement method that uses the explosion of breath as the driving force and moves quickly. With the blessing of the strange aura, it becomes stronger and stronger with each battle. Whether it is attacking or defending, it can be said to be the ultimate bed. What is even more surprising is that the three little ghosts did not seem tired at all after fighting at a high speed for more than 10 minutes. It was a strange state. All this made Tsunade more and more surprised. At the same time, it is more exciting. After all, this means that the mysterious and unpredictable damn man has really changed his previous lazy state and is teaching the next generation of Konoha with all his heart. Sure enough, that damn guy's indifferent attitude towards everything has been broken by the three little devils from Team 7 in some way. What is the reason? Humph, if there is a chance, I must find this crucial key reason. On the other side, Chen, who saw the performance of Class 7, also had a barely perceptible surprise flashed across his face. Then he smiled gently. The progress of these three little devils is more rapid than expected. Advertisement after all, I still underestimated the impact of the spiritual timehouse on spiritual practice. At this rate, it won't take more than half a year for Team 7 to have the power to shock the ninja world. Wow, they are worthy of being the protagonists. Everyone can be called a genius. As for the giant imp, his eyes were fixed on the figure that was moving up and down quickly, concentrating on the battle, and its pulse was constantly beating due to the high frequency of the battle, making people unable to hold their breath. The giant imp is by no means a genius compared to Naruto and Sasuke. The Jinchuriki imp's body can seal the tailed beasts, and the 9 tails are relatively ferocious among the tailed beasts, so he is extremely talented. Not to mention the cold-faced kid from the Uchiha family, all the characters with the prefix, Uchiha, that appear in the Hokage world are incredibly talented. He is a genius. On the other hand, Sakura comes from an ordinary family, but she is proud of her top bloodline. There is no representative of genius bloodline limit. It is truly commendable that one cannot fall behind the other two companions in the practice of chi. Moreover, since the training in the spiritual timehouse ended, she has changed her previous lack of confidence. Interesting transformation. Just as the handsome and powerful man's eyes kept moving between Tsunade and Sakura's huge parts, exclaiming, the battle between the two is really pleasing to the eye. A flash of light appeared in the air, and it jumped to a position much higher than everyone else, and directly threw a roaring solar fist. The Taiyang fist, which was specially taught to Team 7 to counter genjutsu, should it be used directly? Is this, to treat this battle as the ultimate course? It's just hard for Tsunade. She had never encountered this kind of strange ninjutsu before, and was completely unprepared and was hit on the spot. Could it be that she, who has activated 60% of her 100 heroes power, will lose to her own student this time? In that case, the scene will be more interesting, right? As expected, the huge female ninja, who had no idea how terrible this move was, felt a stinging pain in her eyes and her vision went blank the moment the strong light burst out. Whoosh! The two afterimages did not give her time to be surprised. The moment the sun fist exploded, Sakura's Kameha had already pressed down from above. Along with the pouring light column, a nimble figure flew around the column and rushed over. Boom! The huge female ninja, who seemed to be struck by lightning, was pushed to the ground by the beam of light. Advertisement, am I going to lose to this little brat? That damn man will make fun of me unscrupulously. Chen's face with a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared in my mind. The giant female ninja couldn't help but grit her teeth. Chakra explodes again, improves, ta. Adult Tsunade. In a flash, Jingyun's heart, which was in her throat, skipped a beat. Mouth opened wide again. It's fake, right? Team 7 actually forced Lady Tsunade to activate 70% of the power of the 100 healings. You know, even for an elite Jonin, it is not easy to achieve this level. Once Lady Tsunade activates more than 50% of the power of the 100 healings, it means that she takes this battle very seriously. Now, it has reached 70% directly. In her eyes, one must be prepared for a battle of life and death, in order to have a chance of winning? The word, monster, is indeed very suitable for Class 7. Of course, Yi is more suitable for the tall figure whose aura is so great that people can't help but feel confused at a glance. Jingyan looked at Su Chen, who got money, deeply again. In addition to surprise and the heat that most female ninjas reveal when looking at Su Chen, there was also an irresistible awe in her eyes. Boom boom boom. Under the strong pressure of the light column, the plump figure fell rapidly, quickly opening up the power of the 100 heroes to 70%. He actually used his chakra to withstand the surging strong light energy. A look of stubbornness appeared on her pretty face. However, at this moment, the cold-faced Lil Ghost, who seemed to have already realized that his opponent had not used his full strength and was holding back on chakra, followed the beam of light and fell straight down. Like a falling meteor, his punch was like a gust of wind and lightning. Tsunade lost her sight and used her hearing to detect the incoming fists. She crossed her arms, blocking the beam of light while facing Sasuke's fists. With a loud bang, Tsunade was hit by the strong light ninjutsu and enhanced taijutsu at the same time, and her body was smashed into the ground. Boom! The cracks suddenly spread out over 20 meters. Adult Tsunade. Chapter 254. Shadow level strongman is just like this? 100%? Adult Tsunade. What surprised Shizune the most was not that Lady Tsunade was forced to activate the power of the 100 healings to 70% in the face of 3 little devils. But even with 70% of the power of the 100 heroes, he still couldn't escape the fate of being shot down by the combined force of Team 7. The most shocking thing is that, judging from the situation, the 3 little devils in Team 7 don't seem to have used their full strength yet. At full strength, how strong are these little ghosts, who can be called monsters based on their current strength? Just thinking about it, the quiet female ninja felt her scalp tingling, and her mouth remained wide open, unable to close for a long time. Because she knew that in the history of the ninja world, no one of Team 7's age had ever been able to master such terrible power. The 3 kids from Class 7 were able to do it easily after only a few months of training. So, it's because of the handsome Master Su Chen, right? After all, even the top geniuses cannot improve their strength to this level in such a short time. The only explanation is that the supernatural power of Team 7 comes from the teachings of Master Chen. Thinking of this, Shizu took another deep breath, trying to calm her shocked mood. 637 was then surprised to find that it was impossible to keep calm under such a shock. Is this it? Sister Tsunade is such a loser. I thought I could really have the ultimate course. Looking at the deep pit covered by smoke and dust in front of him, Naruto used his breath to slowly land on the ground, expressing some disappointment. A powerful shadow player? It should be very strong. But the performance of the elder sister named Tsunade just now, although it brought a lot of pressure to Team 7. But it is far from reaching the aura of a shadow-level strongman. So, Mr. Su Chen must be lying. Sister Tsunade is not a cage or a bee at all, right? The thick-skinned kid judged this in his mind. The cold-faced kid who landed in the same way looked at Naruto with strange eyes, and sneered as if he saw through everything. Do you think that the opponent is not as strong as you imagined? You are totally wrong. To put it simply, it's not that the opponent misjudged their strength, but that we have become stronger. After he finished speaking, the other 2 kids in Class 7 fell into deep thought, and then almost at the same time, they showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Along with this, there is surprise and excitement on Bidet's slightly immature face. I see, indeed, everyone has greatly increased their strength after hard training in the genjutsu realm created by the teacher. In comparison, the cage-level strongman who used to be able to scare people with just one look, now no longer seems so oppressive due to the reduction in strength. Advertisement. What surprised Class 7 the most was, the second time I entered the spiritual timehouse, the time in the illusion was only 4 days. Compared to the first time I entered, it only took 2 days longer. The improvement in strength is far from being measurable by doubling. Teacher Su Chen once again brought out earth-shattering, top-level teaching that no other teacher in the entire ninja world could ever imitate. In an instant, the 6 paths all focused their attention on the handsome figure outlined in the smoke. The 2 boys subconsciously took a deep breath, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. The giant female ninja from Team 7 expressed the same emotion, and her cheeks blushed uncontrollably. Open black lens bracket OJ. The bond value quickly increased in Shaji Chen's mind due to the emotional fluctuations of the 3 kids in Team 7. So, if I continue to practice in this illusion, maybe I will soon have the strength to defeat a cage-level warrior? Haruno Sakura suddenly thought of this, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and her heart was beating wildly. Shadow-level strongman. This was a height she had never dared to imagine and thought she would never be able to reach in her lifetime. But now, because of the appearance of Teacher Su Chen, the goal that was out of reach and even dared not to be regarded as a dream is now within reach in the blink of an eye. She was so shocked that she was in a trance and couldn't even believe it was true. Indeed, it wasn't just her, the other 2 members of Class 7 also had the same trance feeling. A cage-level expert? It seems that it is not that simple. Also, use your perception a little. The power of a cage-level warrior is more than just this. A sneer appeared on Sasuke's face again, and the aura in his body seemed to sense some danger and surged up instantly. The aura was more intense than before. His face also revealed a sense of excitement mixed with nervousness. Perception. Naruto and Haruno Sakura's heart moved, and they immediately developed their perception abilities. Almost at the same time, both of them showed surprise, free light once again locked onto the smoke in front of them. Sensed it. That was a more powerful aura, it can even be described as horrifying. Is this the true aura of a shadow-level strongman? Advertisement. Realizing that the assessment was not over yet, Class 7 entered combat mode again. At the same time, at the point where Tsunade fell, the originally calm smoke and dust suddenly seemed to be blown away by a hurricane. Buzz buzz. The first thing that appeared was the sound of chakra exploding, and light blue chakra covered a figure that slowly stood up. Tsunade walked out of the deep pit step by step. With every step she took, the ground seemed to be under heavy pressure, leaving deep footprints and cracks spreading. In her originally clear eyes, chakra of the same color was burning madly. Covering on the skin, the texture represents the activation of the power of 100 heroes, and it emits a bright chakra luster as it moves forward step by step. A feeling of power rising to the extreme, shone through every part of her body. The sense of oppression that Class 7 originally thought was not too strong suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. The members of Class 7, who had already prepared themselves mentally, even paused for a moment. Plus, adult Tsunade. Boom. Jinyan's brain felt as if it was struck by thunder, and the incredible emotion reached its peak at this second. Lady Tsunade actually released the power of the 100 heroes to Dian Cheng? This is something I have never seen before. The weird thing is, the opponents are just 3 little ghosts. Oh, full fire? I originally thought that only men valued face more than anything else. Women, it's the same. Su Chen sighed and smiled calmly. I felt that it was very humiliating to be shot down from midair by a student who hated me. So, are emotions out of control? And there is the power of the 100 heroes. The result of perception was that this emotionally unstable woman not only eliminated all the side effects of the 100 heroes calendar. It also greatly increases its power. The full power of the 100 heroes is already a power that surpasses that of a cage-level warrior, right? He was actually planning to use it in the competition with Class 7. Wow, Class 7, well done. Chapter 255. Terror in a wave of the hand, the recognized Team 7. On the battlefield, the chakra stimulated by the power of 100 heroes surged like a tsunami as the plump figure slowly moved forward, and its deterrent power continued to increase. At this moment, Team 7 finally felt the powerful pressure from the existence of a powerful being beyond the cage level. HMPH, finally, has the new round of Ultimate Course officially begun? Finally, I've waited for it. Sasuke said calmly, quietly clenching his fists. The energy in his body surged and raged again. The opponent is very strong, to the point of being terrifying. But there's no need to worry. After all, this battle was nothing more than a test from the future Hokage. Even if this woman has really lost her mind, there is no way she would kill Team 7. Under the premise of being certain that no one will die, the opponent's all-out effort is actually the best time to conduct the ultimate course. Well, I feel a lot of pressure, so we shouldn't have underestimated her from the beginning, right? Naruto blinked, and his understanding of Tsunade's strength was immediately refreshed. I thought that a powerful cage-level warrior was just like this. It turns out that my judgment was a bit hasty. This woman's aura is terrifying, but this is an assessment after all, so there shouldn't be any fatal danger. Haruno Sakura looked at Su Chen nervously, but after one look, her nervous expression immediately dissipated a lot. With the teacher around, it seems that there is nothing to be afraid of, no matter how strong the opponent is. Then, proceed with the ultimate course, with peace of mind. All the members of Class 7 calmed down instantly, and almost instantly, they were in their best condition to face the battle. Noticing this change, Tsunade's originally cold face couldn't help but sank slightly. Is their attitude that they continue to look down on themselves? Humph, they were accidentally hit by this little devil, which made the damn man who was their teacher look gloating. No, forgive me. One of the important reasons why I returned to Konoha was to settle accounts with this damn guy. How could he be knocked to the ground by his students? This means that if you are not careful, you will lose to Su Chen again. Tsunade, who refused to admit defeat, decided to teach Team 7 a lesson, so that they would never be able to show that kind of smile that would make people's teeth itch. Although, he felt a little reluctant to let the 3 little devils become the sacrifices for him to teach Su Chen a lesson. But, who made them Su Chen's students? Advertisement. And he is a very competitive student, so, I have to inconvenience you. It's coming. Suddenly, the cold-faced imp noticed signs of chakra agitation in his opponent's body, and immediately nervously reminded his 2 companions. The other 2 little ghosts couldn't help but shrink their eyes, and stood ready to face Tsunade's fierce attack. In the battle just now, the opponent's physical skills showed terrible power. What's more, the power detected by the perception ability at this time is several times more than before. Very good performance, show all your strength, the assessment continues. Tsunade said coldly. Boom, with the burst of chakra, a figure as fast as lightning passed by and rushed straight to Team 7. The overwhelming pressure also suppressed the 2 little kids in Class 10 in an instant. The 3 people's faces changed color at the same time. Will be killed instantly. This was a strong premonition that emerged in the minds of the 3 people at the same time. Well, this kind of power doesn't seem to be for the purpose of assessment. What a troublesome woman. A slight sigh with a hint of helplessness, containing the meaning of, I really can't do anything about you. The tall figure who had been enjoying the battle as a spectator suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, a figure appeared between the two sides, and at the moment when the terrifying pressure was about to reach all members of Team 7, he waved his hand. Boom! The invisible breath exploded in the air, and the rapid impact force directly met the tsunami like chakra breath brought by Tsunade. Amid the loud noise of the collision between the two, 10 deep pits with a diameter of more than 20 meters collapsed at the collision point. The plump figure, wrapped in the breath, flew backwards more than 20 meters involuntarily before finally landing and barely stabilizing her body. The moment she landed, her pretty face was filled with an expression of disbelief. Team 7 and Shizune were completely stunned. Even the pink pig in the quiet female ninja's arms seemed to sense the strange atmosphere and widened its eyes. Good, so strong. Everyone, including Tsunade, had the same thought. It is not surprising that Chen can defeat a shadow-level strongman. However, the one who just fought off Tsunade, who had used up all her might, was just a casual wave of the hand. With a wave of his hand, the shadow-level strongman was helpless. Is this the terrifying power? Ding! Detected that the bond object, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha Village, worships the host, and rewards a bond value of 5,123. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Ding! The bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, has been detected to be worshipping the host, and a bond value of 5,023 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, admires the host, and rewards bond value 5210. Close black lens bracket. Konoha Team 7, unsurprisingly, contributed their bond value to Kuei at this moment. Ding! The shock of the bond object, Konoha Village Senju Tsunade, towards the host is detected, and the bond value 3,123 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object, Shizune from Konoha Village, is detected to be shocked by the host, and the bond value of 4,567 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object, Shizune from Konoha Village, is detected to have worshipped the host, and a bond value of 3,215 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding ding ding! The notification sound of the bond value being continuously added. Zero Chen smiled lightly, as if he had expected everyone's reaction. Tsunade, it's just a test, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? Do you want to destroy the delicate flowers of the next generation of Konoha with your own hands? You can do such a thing. You know, they're not just children. After saying that, he looked at Class 7 with a kind face and a serious look. Tsunade. At such a young age, he has strength that surpasses Jonin and can even fight against ordinary cage-level strongmen. You call this, still a child, T. The three little ghosts came back to their senses and were speechless. That kind look just now. If I hadn't gotten to know teacher Chen well through the time we've been together, I would have been deeply moved by his gaze just now. But it's a pity that no matter how I look at it, this kind of intimate gaze seems very deliberate. So, why did teacher Chen show such a sharp gaze? It seems that it is not necessary at all. The three little ghosts didn't dare to move at all. Instead, they looked confused and thoughtful. Tisk tisk, you've grown up. You're no longer like before, where you can gain bond points with just a little acting skill. The tall figure pondered secretly, but didn't care. He had just acted in a timely manner in a showy way, and the gains were already considerable. Chen, I have to admit that you taught them very well. I am satisfied. The previous agreement can be implemented from this moment on. As for the position of Hokage, I will get it very quickly. Chapter 256 revealed. Is he, Akatsuki? Tsunade suppressed her complicated emotions and spoke calmly, then looked deeply at Team 7 again. After the assessment, the overall feeling of Class 7 gave her was incredibly strong. Of course, this is relative to their age and experience. Among the three brats, Sasuke and Naruto are both very talented, which can be easily felt during the assessment process. What was even more surprising was the little ghost girl named Chen. There is no bloodline limit, no famous bloodline. At this stage, she should just be an ordinary female ninja. In fact, he should be like other ninjas of the same age, wandering between the Genin and Chunin stages. But she has a combat experience comparable to the other two members of Team 7. An obvious conclusion can be drawn. The main reason for Team 7's sudden surge in strength is not the three little devils themselves. It was their teacher, the damned man, 920, Chen is related to the future of Konoha. We must do everything we can to keep him in Konoha Village. The key point revealed in the words of her teacher, the third Hokage, was finally fully realized at this moment. We must, at all costs, keep Chen in Konoha Village. Even if the price is. The giant female ninja secretly strengthened her faith, and her cheeks turned slightly red because of the strange price that suddenly appeared. Is that so? Then, it's a happy deal. You are still so cautious. You are not willing to offer a generous reward until you see the true strength of Team 7. Chen smiled with narrowed eyes, satisfaction in his eyes. I certainly wouldn't choose a stupid woman as my target for long-term salvation of the ninja world. He was very satisfied with Tsunade. Humph, of course I have to be cautious when facing you. HMPH, I'm going to start taking over the duties of the Hokage. Chen, I'll come find you again. Also, Class 7, keep working hard. After giving Su Chen a fierce look, the giant female ninja nodded with satisfaction at Team 7, then turned and left with Shizune, who was still immersed in shock. She decided to find the third-generation old man again and determine the date for taking over as Hokage as soon as possible. Terumi Mei, humph, how could she be simply being hospitable when she invited Su Chen to visit Wuyan? The purpose is to win over Su Chen, right? Advertisement. Although I'm not sure why the teacher is sure that I'm the one who can keep Su Chen in Konoha. Perhaps it was because that damned man claimed to like Juru. Tsunade. Her cheeks flushed again, and her mood became complicated again because of this thought. In short, after seeing the strength of Class 7 and Su Chen's teaching ability, he must tie Su Chen firmly to his side as soon as possible. Not for myself, but for the future of the entire Yi village. Yes, that's it. I would not take this opportunity to get close to someone like Su Chen. Q equals. While her mind was wandering, Tsunade and Shizune appeared again in the Konoha office building. At this time, Konoha office building, Hokage's office. An old figure sat at the desk, reviewing the important information from the Anbu prison in Konoha with a serious expression. The interrogator, Morino Ibiki, and Yamato stood side by side opposite each other, both with unhappy expressions on their faces. The interrogation of Orochimaru was fraught with difficulties. After all, he was a cage-level warrior and had a strong resistance to torture genjutsu. You can say that. This is the most difficult prisoner ever to deal with in Konoha Anbu prison. Fortunately, after several days of interrogation, there were some gains. Morino Ibiki and Yamato, who were exhausted and even felt more tired than the tortured, still managed to obtain some important information. Sarutobi Hiruzen's cautious and solemn attitude came from this information. Sure enough, the Tsunagakure Kage died at the hands of Orochimaru. The entire plan to invade Konoha was initiated by Orochimaru pretending to be Kage and deceiving the Tsunagakure ninjas. He is the culprit of all the conspiracies. What a smart and brave student, the third-generation old man muttered. A bitter and helpless smile appeared on his wrinkled face. When students make mistakes, teachers cannot say they have no responsibility. The third-generation old man understood this point without Shimura Danzo and other opponents pointing it out. Furthermore, such an important occasion as the Chunin examination actually had an invasion incident. As the Hokage, he cannot be said to have failed in his duties. In fact, with the opposition from Konoha's high-level leadership, led by Shimura Danzo, constantly spreading rumors in Konoha, many people have already believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer suitable for the position of Hokage. I don't believe that he can handle the conflict with Tsunagakure and the series of potential crises caused by it. As expected, it's time to give up my position. How's the mission to escort the Sand Ninja back? Putting down the information in his hand, he raised his finger to the bamboo hat with the word, Ying, on it, and the old man from the third generation asked calmly. Those little brats from Sand Village have been sent back, and the escort team will be back soon. Advertisement Yamato reported immediately. Then, he looked at Morino Ibiki with a strange look. The interrogator noticed the meaning in his companion's eyes, took a deep breath, but hesitated to speak at the critical moment. It seems that there is special information. You might as well just say it, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he fumbled with the tobacco leaves to stuff into his pipe. The torturer's reaction did not escape his attention. Is there any special information that is not suitable to be put into writing? It must be something very important. It's about Su Chen. However, Orochimaru is a sinister and cunning person, and the information he provides may not be reliable. Morino Ibiki hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke hesitantly. The information was so incredible and shocking, although it has a lot of rationality. After all, it came from Orochimaru's mouth. This is also one of the reasons why this information was not officially written on the intelligence page. Then you have to listen to it even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit up his pipe and spoke with interest. Hearing this, the two ninjas from Konoha Anbu looked at each other again. The one who spoke this time was Yamato. Orochimaru's confession shows that Chen was once a member of. Moreover, Orochimaru once joined this organization and spent a lot of time with Su Chen. Hokage-sama, is there a possibility that Su Chen? Before he finished speaking, even the third-generation old man, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. The action of smoking a pipe also paused. Su Chen? Open black lens bracket Don close black lens bracket. There is a connection between the two? His brows furrowed instantly, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Ahem, Hokage-sama, although Su Chen had an attitude that he would never do anything for Konoha, he never hurt Konoha. And this invasion crisis, if it weren't for him. So, this must be Orochimaru's slander. Morino Ibiki coughed twice and expressed his opinion somewhat awkwardly. No, I know this student, and he doesn't seem to have any reason to slander him. Chapter 257 Class 7. I seriously suspect I've been tricked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly. I felt a headache coming again. Shao, was he once one of them? Or, he still belongs to this organization now? Appearing in Konoha village just to complete a mission? The next second, the third-generation old man shook his head slowly and imperceptibly. It shouldn't be the latter. Through these years of getting along, we can learn that Su Chen is not what he seems to be. He does not care about anything and has no intention of harming Konoha village. Just as the two people in front of him said, if Su Chen had not taken action when Orochimaru invaded Konoha village this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unless I am mistaken, I will personally interrogate Orochimaru to confirm the authenticity of the information. Also, don't reveal this secret to anyone other than me. Anbu, step up your investigation into this organization. I always feel that Akatsuki is not just an organization that hires ninjas. Putting down his pipe, the third-generation old man gave the order carefully. Yes. The two ninjas from Anbu nodded slightly and turned to leave. In Office 13, the old figure fell into deep thought again. Akatsuki is a mysterious organization that does not belong to any hidden village. It is said that most of the members are talented rebels. In recent years, he has been active in the ninja world as a mercenary ninja organization. It didn't cause much trouble, or rather, they acted very secretly and cautiously, so that the outside world couldn't even get to know too much information about them. When Jiraiya came back this time, he brought important information about Akatsuki. Akatsuki, the current target is most likely the tailed beast. This information shows that Akatsuki running is as simple as it seems on the surface. This is all the information we have about Akatsuki at this moment. Now, there seems to be one more piece of intelligence. Su Chen is most likely a member of Akatsuki, a mysterious organization, connected to Konoha's most mysterious existence. It is inevitable that people will doubt again. In the silent office, the old man folded his hands under his chin, thinking hard. Just then, the office door was pushed open and Tsunade walked in slowly. Sensei, I have decided. I will take over the position of Hokage as soon as possible. Teacher, please give up your seat as soon as possible. *18*. He couldn't help but look at Tsunade with a look of surprise. Is this decided? Advertisement. Although Tsunade was determined to take over the position of Konoha Hokage, she loved freedom and her appearance at that time seemed a bit reluctant. Is it because of Suchen? The violent fluctuation of aura at the training ground of Class 7 had already attracted Anbu's attention, and he came to ask if he could go and check it out. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered not to get close, and he also guessed that currently in Konoha village, only Tsunade, who had just returned, dared to step into the forbidden area set up by Su Chen and fight with someone in it. So, Tsunade, who was eager to take over the position of Hokage, was influenced by that troublesome guy, right? What on earth did he do to make Tsunade make up her mind so quickly? But anyway, the result is good. In addition, Su Chen's identity was revealed. Okay. Within 3 days, I will handle the matters at hand as quickly as possible and then formally notify the Konoha high-level officials. I believe they will have no objection, except... The third-generation old man nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from Shimura Danzo and the forces he represents, no one should object. However, not even Shimura Danzo could stop this. After all, Tsunade has blood that makes it impossible for anyone to stop her from becoming Hokage. Teacher, 3 days is too long, 2 days will do. Tsunade said calmly. 2 days? The third-generation old man was stunned again, looking at the anxious student in surprise. Although full of doubts, he nodded slightly and agreed to the request. Then thank you, teacher. I will get into the role of Hokage as soon as possible and will not let the teacher down. Tsunade said sincerely, leaving the Hokage building with Shizune and returning to her apartment. It seems that it is indeed Su Chen's fault. It has been verified that Konoha cannot live without Su Chen, right? Then we must find out the relationship between Su Chen and Akatsuki as soon as possible. Looking at Tsunade's departing back, the third-generation old man finally made up his mind and set off for Konoha prison. He wanted to confirm personally that Su Chen's appearance in Konoha village was not to carry out a mission for Akatsuki. It's simply because most of Konoha's female ninjas are like this. 014002213 Falco 220482340. At this time, Konoha's Team 7 was in the training ground. Huh? Teacher, you mean to interrupt your practice? We are fine, we can start practicing right away. Naruto Brat said with a troubled look on his face. What? It is obvious that in reality, practice can lead to significant improvement in just 5 minutes. The teacher actually said that we had to take a temporary break. Absolutely, it's intentional to keep people in suspense. This immediately aroused strong opposition from the 3 kids in Class 7. Advertisement. Even Haruno Sakura, after discovering that her strength had improved far beyond her expectations during the battle with Tsunade, immediately wanted to enter the spiritual time chamber to practice again. Su Chen glanced at the 3 of them calmly, smiled gently, then stretched out a finger and explained seriously. The spirit time room is indeed a good thing, but it should not be used so frequently. Although senzu beans can restore your physical and mental strength, taking in too much of them will be harmful. In short, in the next period of time, just carry out the entrusted tasks seriously. Don't forget your share of the teacher's remuneration. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly and a playful smile appeared on his face. The teacher is making up this excuse on purpose so that we can make money for you. Haruno Sakura curled her lips and pointed out bluntly. Spiritual time house cannot be entered frequently, which seems like an unfounded excuse no matter how you look at it. The real purpose is to use Konoha Team 7 to fill up your own pockets, right? Humph, the greedy teacher Su Chen, whatever you think. It's okay if you don't want to carry out the mission, but let's take a look at your bills first. After saying that, the handsome figure unceremoniously took out a small account book from his pocket, and with a wave of his hand, the account book fell lightly into Haruno Yingchung's hands. K-Star of David. The teacher is really serious about greed for money. The huge female ninja with a black face complained silently in her heart. The moment she opened the bill, her eyes widened. Actually, is it that much? Hundreds of thousands, taels? Are there so many? Then, he looked at Chen with suspicion. As Haruno Sakura exclaimed, Naruto also quickly leaned over to take a look. His whole face was filled with confusion. I accidentally owed teacher Chen so much money? In my impression, there don't seem to be so many talents. Teacher Chen, did you find out that we didn't remember the exact number, so you wrote more on purpose? Naruto, who had reacted, accused loudly, hundreds of thousands of taels. Can I buy lots of ramen? The kind that you can't finish eating for decades? There's no need to worry about numbers or anything like that. Now that it's time to carry out the mission, let's do it seriously. The cold-faced kid had an indifferent attitude. He is not interested in money. Becoming stronger is the only thing he pursues. What's more, a teacher's teachings can never be measured by money. There's no need to worry. Chapter 258. Arriving at Yuyan, the fateful battle begins. After saying that, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked out of the Team 7 training ground. It's time to carry out an S-rank mission that only a Jonin can accomplish. This is also essential. Practical training can better implement the ultimate course. After all, there is no opponent in Konoha village who can give it a try. Even in the battle with the woman named Tsunade just now, he had to suppress his true murderous intent because the other party was a fellow Konoha. In other words, until this moment, he had no chance to show his true strength. The dangerous S-level missions are different, as there is a high probability of encountering powerful enemies. Compared to the spiritual timehouse, although the cultivation speed is humble, it has benefits that the illusion cultivation cannot bring. Are we going to start the mission? Phew, we're about to start an S-level mission. A hint of worry flashed across Haruno Sakura's pretty face, and she looked a little dazed. I have just graduated from ninja school, and it has only been a few months. This transformation is just like a dream, and even now I still feel a sense of unreality and surprise. In comparison, paying teacher Chen hundreds of thousands of taels does not seem to be much. After all, everyone in Team 7 is now a Jonin, and they can take on well-paid level 5 missions at will. It's time to officially embark on the mission. Then, under Chen's gentle gaze, the three little ghosts walked out of the training ground to prepare for the mission. That's right. It's time to generate income from the trumpet that I worked so hard to train. Should we be able to earn a lot before the official conflict with Akatsuki? The handsome and powerful man was secretly calculating, and his expression became increasingly gentle. The previous teachings, in addition to the purpose of collecting bond points, are also an investment in terms of money. Today's Team 7 has completed a gorgeous transformation from rookies to independent ninjas. As a tool for making money, they finally began to play this important role. As for obtaining the bond value, those three lil guys, now they firmly believe that I am the person who cares about them the most, right? They miss me from time to time, maybe they will contribute more bond value. At the same time, since he no longer had to personally guide the three little ghosts, he could carry out the plan to save the ninja world, to conquer Tsunade as soon as possible. Jiraiya, I'm sorry, Tsunade is mine, too. Advertisement. Saving the ninja world is also your strong wish as a ninja, right? As compensation, I'll help you a little. The handsome and strong man let out a long breath and smiled lightly. According to the original plot, Jiraiya who goes to the Hidden Rain village will get his wish and find out the truth about Akatsuki. Finally, he found the student he had been looking for. The price is to sacrifice one's life for it, and Jiraiya naturally knew about his feelings for Tsunade. The strategy that is about to be launched against Tsunade is undoubtedly aimed at Jiraiya's ear-cutting. Just making a small effort to help Jiraiya solve a huge problem can be considered as a kind of equivalent compensation. The next second, as the figures of the little ghosts from Class 7 disappeared, Chen directly activated instant movement and returned to the apartment. Lying on the comfortable bed, he quietly developed his terrifying breath-sensing ability. Several figures were locked at the same time, including Team 7, and a figure with fluttering white hair who was approaching the Hidden Rain village based on the clues they have found. Hidden Rain village. The rain was heavy, and it seemed like the endless raindrops as big as beans were falling from the gray sky. Amid the rain and fog, a huge gray building rose from the turbulent river that spread throughout the village. You can see that vine-like water pipes are densely clinging to every building. It's like these buildings have blood flowing through them all the time, crisscrossing each other. The whole village was filled with a sad atmosphere. The rain seems to be getting heavier. I have a bad feeling about patrolling in this kind of weather. On the river, two ninjas from the Hidden Rain village walked side by side, chatting casually. The two people, with chakra concentrated at the soles of their feet, walked on the river as if it were flat ground. The two looked relaxed, as if they were on a picnic. Little did they know that on the side of the pipe high up, a figure was slowly emerging, observing everything from above. Indeed, it is quite desolate. Are they really here? Anyway, let's investigate first. A figure with long hair like a horse's tail and emitting silver luster muttered to himself. Advertisement. After leaving Konoha, he immediately began investigating Akatsuki. Although Akatsuki is mysterious, it is an organization active in the ninja world after all, and has participated in many events as a mercenary ninja organization. It is not difficult to find out any clues about them. After a long period of investigation and intelligence analysis, the clues finally pointed to the Hidden Rain village. What concerned Jiraiya was that the 3 close-ups of figures that appeared in the events in which Akatsuki was involved were highly similar to the 3 old friends he could not let go of. After searching for them for many years, are they finally going to meet me? But this way of meeting. The white-haired ninja sighed silently, and his figure slowly disappeared into the shadow of the pipe and then merged into one. What kind of existence have you become? Woo! The next second, one of the 2 patrolling ninjas from the Hidden Rain village suddenly stopped on the water. A look of surprise flashed across his face, as if he had noticed something, and he subconsciously turned his head back. But it seemed as if it was controlled by an invisible force, and the movement of turning its head stopped abruptly. The look of surprise turned into fear in an instant, and then it flashed away, and his expression returned to being relaxed again. As his expression changed in that instant, a strange shadow swam across the shimmering water, as if a ghost possessed the other person's shadow. What's wrong? The companion was slightly surprised and turned around to ask. Nothing. The former rain-hidden ninja grinned. Hello, King Qian. With a smile that showed the smile of a man who had succeeded in playing a prank. With a smile on his face, he raised his hand and a kunai flashed in his palm, piercing towards the opponent's throat. Intruders. The rain ninja was no mediocre fighter. He had just noticed that something was wrong with his companion, and he immediately leapt back. The moment he fled into the rain like a flying bird, streaks of cold light burst out from his palms and shot towards his former companions. Then he was surprised to find that his companion had disappeared from the spot, and the nearly 10 kunai he shot out only caused ripples on the water surface. It's too slow. Just as the pupils of the rain ninja shrank rapidly and he looked around for his opponent, a leisurely voice sounded behind him. Bang! He felt a sinking sensation at the back of his head, and his pajamas became heavy. The rain ninja groaned, and just as he was about to fall into the water, his arm was grabbed and lifted up. A few seconds later, the companion who had hidden the unconscious rain ninja quickly entered one of the pipes. Chapter 259 Teacher and Student Meet, Confirmed Information. Finally, have you found this place? As expected of a teacher? As the figure of the rain ninja who was controlled by the shadow manipulation technique disappeared deep into the pipe. In the drizzling rain, several inconspicuous pieces of white paper that had just floated in the air quickly gathered together and condensed into a graceful shadow. Amid the faint noise, the thoughtful figure hesitated for a moment, and then turned into paper again, facing the bean-sized raindrops falling from the sky, and flew towards the tallest building in the Hidden Rain village in the distance. In the building, a tall figure with an expressionless face was flipping through documents. He seemed to notice something and turned around slowly. Teacher, here he comes. Wow, countless pieces of paper were stacked together crazily, and Conan's true form finally emerged completely. A strange look appeared on her beautiful and calm face. Really, as expected of a teacher, Akatsuki only showed a little interest in the tailed beasts, and he immediately sensed the danger. They got here so quickly. The tall figure remained expressionless and simply commented. So, how to deal with it? Conan asked. He is Su Chen's friend and also represents Shu Za. Su Chen has officially challenged Akatsuki through Uchiha Itachi 593. Besides, a teacher who doesn't have key information won't come here. Any obstacles that stand in the way of achieving your ideals should be eliminated. The tall figure's tone remained calm, and he showed almost no hesitation. Stumbling block. Obliterate. Hearing these 2 key terms, Conan showed a look of surprise on his face, which then disappeared. Any stumbling block that prevents the realization of ideals should indeed be eliminated. Even a teacher. After all, it was he who first gave everyone false ideals. I understand. I'll do it. Conan nodded, without hesitation, and turned to leave. Although Yuyin is the headquarters of Akatsuki, members other than them have already started investigating the Dragon Balls and the tailed beasts. However, just 2 people are enough. Conan, you are very confident in your abilities. Advertisement, but he's the teacher, so I'll do it myself. The tall figure hesitated slightly, closed the document in his hand, and seemed to have made up his mind. The moment he raised his face, a strange light emanated from his cold eyes. The rippling circles of eye patterns radiate a strong pressure. At the same time, Hidden Rain Village, in the crisscrossing water pipelines. A figure dressed as a rain ninja was moving rapidly in it, while looking for the right direction. Lost. This kind of place is even more troublesome than a maze? The rain ninja stopped and complained quietly, his sharp eyes fixed on the several forks in front of him. After a few seconds, he finally sighed helplessly and scratched his head lightly. I'm really lost. Yuyin is soaked in rainwater all year round and requires a large number of pipes for drainage. The number of pipes is even more complicated than the blood vessels in the human body. It is indeed troublesome to find the right path in the messy and crisscrossing pipes. As for breaking through from the periphery, the whereabouts of Akatsuki and whether those 3 students really exist in Yugakure are still information that has not been fully confirmed. If they conduct a high-profile investigation in the periphery and are discovered by the Hidden Rain Village and their identity as a Konoha ninja is confirmed, it will likely cause a dispute between the 2 hidden villages. So, do we need to be patient? The rain-hidden ninja let out a light breath, calmed himself, and looked around carefully. After 3 seconds, his expression changed slightly and locked onto a direction. There's a more obvious sound of flowing water in that direction than in other directions. It should be the reservoir, right? Yes, I found it. After confirming this, he smiled, started to move forward again, and headed towards the pipe in the locked direction. His figure quickly disappeared. Before entering the hidden rain village for investigation, a lot of preparations were made, one of which was a rough, BDAF, map of the hidden rain village. After all, the hidden rain village has been very secretive in recent years, with few outsiders entering, and little is known about its internal structure. Even this rough map was bought by Jiraiya at a high price. The map shows that there is a huge reservoir in the core area of Yuyin. Thump thump thump. The anxious footsteps stopped at the end of the pipe, and seeing the situation in front of him, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile slightly. I saw that this was the endpoint of countless pipes. The rainwater diverted by the pipes was continuously injected into the reservoir, but it did not seem so turbulent. Advertisement above the reservoir is a gray sky. In addition to the water flowing in the pipes, rainwater falling from the sky also continuously falls onto the water surface. The entire reservoir looks like an abyss formed by rainwater, huge and dark. That's where the answers to all the questions are. I hope it's not you. The white-haired ninja who used the shadow imitation technique to control the rain ninja looked at him with complicated eyes. A tall building next to the reservoir, we will sneak in to investigate. And at this moment, countless white papers suddenly poured down from the sky above the reservoir. Under the stunned eyes of the rain-hidden ninja, the rapidly rushing white paper had already wrapped him tightly. At the same time, Conan's figure fell from the sky and slowly landed on the pipe next to the reservoir, watching everything coldly. Boom! The next second, the figure wrapped in the quilt seal burst into a flash of flame, burning all the paper. One of the figures rolled in the air and landed on the pipe opposite. Yes, Conan? It's been a long time. He slowly raised his head, and when he saw the true face of his opponent, the rain ninja's face suddenly darkened. The scene that he least wanted to see still appeared before him unexpectedly. The appearance of Conan is enough to confirm the unconfirmed intelligence. The student that he cared about the most did have a close relationship with, Akatsuki. Teacher, you shouldn't be here. Looking down at Jiraiya, Conan said coldly, and with a wave of his hand, countless papers appeared out of thin air from his palm and folded quickly at an extremely fast speed. It immediately turned into paper kunai emitting a faint chakra light. Then, brush, brush, brush. It was as sharp as real bitter paper, leaving countless marks in the air and punching towards Jiraiya. Fire-style great fireball technique. The rain ninja quickly formed hand seals, cupped his right palm over his mouth, and the fire-style flames violently hit the paper kunai, burning the latter to ashes. Then, using this as a breakthrough point, he quickly jumped up and pounced on Conan. Wow! At the moment of approaching, the graceful figure disintegrated into pieces of flying white paper, dodged the attack, and then regrouped into a solid entity in another place. Well, you have learned some very good ninjutsu. It is worth your hard work. What about the other two? Jiraiya asked softly with an expression of approval on his face. Chapter 260 The evil flower must be eradicated. Jiraiya looked at this former student with approval, and his expression gradually became complicated. Seeing the growth of my students, I feel an uncontrollable sense of pride in my heart. Pity. Judging from Akatsuki's various actions, although his students have grown, they have ultimately gone astray. And this was exactly why Jiraiya felt so complicated. It just leaves false hope and then abandons your students to face all the evil and suffering. A teacher like this is still here pretending to care about his students? You are not qualified to ask them. Mention 2 more. Conan's expression changed slightly, as if recalling unpleasant memories. His expression became gloomy as a result. So you are blaming the teacher for abandoning you. I admit that. I apologize to you, but can't we just sit down and talk it out? Jiraiya sighed and said sincerely. What he didn't reveal was that after teaching his 3 students and leaving the hidden rain village, he soon faced an important mission, which delayed him for a long time. After completing the task, he immediately came to look for the 3 students, but unfortunately, they had disappeared. Over the years, he has felt guilty countless times for his dereliction of duty as a teacher. This was also the reason why he left Konoha village and kept looking for the 3 of them. They're just like me. They don't want to see you, let alone talk to you. It's not too late to leave now, otherwise. Conan's expression was cold. On his outstretched soft palm, a kunai made of paper was spinning rapidly, as if it was filled with endless murderous intent and could attack at any time. Leave? No way. Jiraiya shook his head and said seriously. Whether you admit that you are my students or not, the crisis caused by Akatsuki is all caused by you. As a teacher, I certainly cannot sit idly by. So, have you decided to die here? Conan glanced at Jiraiya coldly, and his chakra burst out instantly. A big war seemed to be about to begin. Call, at this critical moment, a figure slowly floated down, accompanied by a cold voice. Conan, you are no match for him. It seems that the teacher will not leave here until he finds the answer. Then I'll come myself. The words fell. Advertisement. The figure slowly landed on top of a drainage pipe on one side. Nagato. Seeing this figure, the expressions of the Rain Village ninjas controlled by Jiraiya became solemn again. The student whom I had tried every means to see was right in front of me. However, both their image and personality have undergone tremendous changes. The little devils who once looked upon me as their mentor, elder, and who had relied on me infinitely, now looked at me with hostility and hatred. What happened to them that made them become like this? And Nagato, his appearance has changed so much that he is like two completely different people. Although he looked gloomy back then, the hope in his eyes had never been extinguished. Look at the present. That amazing samsara eye still exists. But there is no passion and hope in his eyes, seems to be completely possessed by coldness. Samsara eye. According to legend, this item is only owned by the Sage of Six Paths, who founded the ninja world. But it appeared on Nagato. I once thought that he was the son of prophecy who would save the ninja world. But now it seems that he is already deeply involved in Akatsuki and can no longer bear this identity. Nagato, my understanding of farewell should be the same as yours, right? What did Akatsuki do to you? Why did it let you? Jiraiya frowned fiercely, and his whole body felt slightly cold. That figure with infinite hostility was no longer the Conan of the past. Same. Nagato, who possesses the same Rinnegan, is no longer the Nagato of the past. Akatsuki. I am Akatsuki, so the teacher shouldn't ask what Akatsuki did to us. It's about what the world has done to us. Everything Akatsuki does is to repay the entire ninja world. Nagato said coldly, slowly opening his arms with endless murderous intent, as if he wanted to completely wipe out the world in his arms. Has some kind of hatred spread to the entire ninja world? In that case, I will have to wipe you out myself. Jiraiya's pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but think of the tall and handsome figure in Konoha village. The teacher once said, advertisement before taking over class 7, that cocky guy once said something very cocky. If students grow into flowers of darkness, I will wipe them out of the factory with my own hands. This situation did not happen to Konoha Team 7, ironically. I am facing the same situation. The question is, are you capable of doing this? It seems that his students have really grown into evil flower workers. Erasing them becomes my responsibility. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Feel the strong murderous intent from the two students, as well as the surging chakra. The white-haired ninja sighed silently, his eyes firm again. Then, try to remove it yourself. 0. After all, the student who spread his hatred to the outside world and even wanted to fill it with the entire ninja world has confirmed that he has become an evil flower. If it was that guy, it should be easy to do, right? For some reason, the white-haired ninja's mind flashed with the figure with a gentle smile on his face. Then he took a deep breath, and his true body slowly emerged from the shadow of the rain ninja. It is indeed the shadow lurking technique. Conan watched all this coldly, and winked at the confused rain ninja who was trying to free himself from his restraints. The rain-hidden ninja finally reacted and quickly used his skills to leave. Although I was being controlled by the enemy, my mind was still in control. This abominable, rude guy who controlled someone else's body to sneak into the hidden rain village turned out to be the teacher of the two adults. However, it seems that a life-and-death battle is about to begin between the teacher and the student. Although the rain ninja was very curious about what was going on, he was also clearly aware that this was not a secret he was qualified to be curious about. In Yuyan, some secrets could be fatal. Whoosh, the hidden rain ninja shuddered and quickly disappeared in the reservoir. 3 top ninjas were left behind, confronting each other in the rain and the sound of rushing water. Teacher, the send-off to the teacher operation begins now. Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly, leaned forward and placed his palms under his feet. Bang! The next moment, the thick white smoke dissipated, and an extremely huge figure slowly emerged from it. Chapter 261. A low-key debut. Is the summoned beast enough? At this time, Konoha village, in Su Chen's apartment. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened. The tall and handsome figure lying on the bed in a comfortable posture picked up the cherries from the fruit bowl beside the bed and put them into his mouth. With his perception ability, everything that happened in Yuyan, thousands of miles away, was under his control. The famous scene of teacher-student encounter, did it happen so soon? It's much faster than expected. Well, with my involvement in this world, many things seem to have been accelerated. Su Chen thought calmly as he tasted the chilled cherries, the sweet and sour taste bursting on his tongue. The conflict between Yuyan's teacher and students was already anticipated. The white-haired ninja, whom he regarded as a like-minded friend, usually had a free and easy personality and a carefree appearance. It gives the 663 people a heartless impression. But after reading the script, I know that there has always been a hurdle in his heart that he cannot overcome. No, there should be 3. The original plot shows that during the Second Ninja World War, on the way back to Konoha after completing the mission, Jiraiya personally saved 3 little ghosts. He also delayed his return to Konoha, accepted the 3 little kids as his students, and taught them carefully. At that time, he didn't know that these 3 little kids would completely change the fate of the entire ninja world. At the same time, it will also change his own destiny. At this moment, he has reached the end of his destiny. With Jiraiya's strength, facing Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan and has developed it to a terrifying level, the result can be imagined. It's time to save someone a little in order to ruthlessly snatch your crush. I really don't want to leave my big, comfy bed. The handsome and strong man yawned, stood up, stretched his body, and did a short warm-up. Unlike previous opponents, this time we have to face a being that possesses the Rinnegan, just like the Sage of Six Paths. Be a little more serious. Master Su Chen, didn't you say that your 3 students went on a mission? Don't you need to get up so early? Humph, damn Master Su Chen, when did you become so diligent? A soft and pleasant voice, with a sweet taste, sounded on the side of the big bed. Advertisement. The courtesan's voice was full of coquettishness, and there was a hint of resentment in it, revealing an emotion of wanting more. It's hard to get used to seeing Lord Su Chen working so hard. The main thing is that I can't stop wanting him. If I don't look at him for 1 second, I feel like there is a major missing piece in my life. The whole person exudes an irrepressible feeling of reluctance. Well, my whole body, even every cell in my body, was reluctant to let him go soon. I can't help it. There are many people who deserve my attention recently. Sometimes it's fun to just move around a little bit. Next, there will be some great fun waiting for me, and I don't want to miss it. Turning back and smiling, Su Chen spoke truthfully in a serious manner. The battle between teacher and student is one of the most anticipated pleasures in the ninja world. No matter what, you have to go and see it with your own eyes. Also, Konan will appear on the battlefield. No matter what, she is the companion that I care about most after joining Akatsuki. Just think of it as going to see her and watching the famous scene. Humph, Lord Su Chen is really going to find some fun. Hearing this, Oiran Mikami rolled her eyes at Su Chen. The originally white cheeks were slightly lost, she felt it. Lord Su Chen has been getting busier and busier recently. The time I have for myself is getting less and less. But facing him, I am like a food lover facing the most irresistible delicacy. Even though I know that one day he will leave me, I still can't control myself. Only Lord Su Chen can give people such an irresistible strong attraction. Thinking of this, the delicate and flower-like Oiran Mikami looked at Su Chen with a look of uncontrollable resentment. Just treat this time as a half-time break, be back soon. After a simple warm-up, Su Chen smiled lightly and pressed his fingers on his forehead as usual. FK. Amid the slight roar of the air, Mikami was the only one left in the apartment, biting his lips secretly. It seemed that he immediately felt infinite reluctance to see Su Chen leave. Advertisement. The other side. In less than a second, the dark rain curtain above the hidden rain village was forcefully torn apart by a figure. If there was a flash of lightning at this moment, those who looked up at the sky would surely be horrified to find a figure like a god sitting cross-legged in the sky, overlooking the entire hidden rain village. At this time, hidden rain village, in the reservoir. Boom. The sounds of fierce fighting continued. The chameleon summoned by Nagato with summoning magic was as terrifying as the tailed beast, and it chased the white-haired ninja from Konoha with its agility. And just above the head of the summoning beast that looked like a chameleon, Nagato, wearing a red cloud and a black robe, seemed to have merged with the summoning beast, and his clothes rustled as he moved at high speed. You only use summoned beasts to fight? That's really infuriating. You probably think you can kill me with just this move. Totally underestimated. Jiraiya frowned unhappily. In the battle just now, I thought that Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, would be afraid of his identity as a Sannin, and would go all out from the beginning. As a result, he just summoned a spirit beast and used it to chase and kill. And he himself had no intention of taking action himself. Is this really the smartest student in my impression? I actually made the mistake of underestimating my opponent. Moreover, the opponent is a teacher whom I know well. Or is he confident that he can easily kill a cage-level warrior just by using psychic skills? After secretly evaluating it, the figure dragging the white 3.6 round gun suddenly turned into a flash of light, avoiding the large amount of mucus spit out by the chameleon-summoned beast. A kick from top to bottom, smashing down hard. The target was Nagato standing on the head of the chameleon. The sudden acceleration startled the chameleon, as if it realized that it would be difficult for its owner to avoid this sudden attack. Humph, teacher, you are still so cunning. All the naughty behaviors of the teacher during training involuntarily emerged in my mind. Nagato, who had no expression at all, actually had a slight fluctuation on his face, which he then concealed perfectly. Psychic. Hellhound. Boom. Nagato calmly put down his hands and murmured softly. In the thick smoke of spiritualism, a three-headed hellhound attacked the white-haired ninja in a flash. Chapter 262 False Hope. The worst teacher. The appearance of the second summoned beast immediately blocked the attack of the white-haired ninja. The white-haired ninja in midair couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face when he saw this scene. I never thought that Nagato could summon 2 summoned beasts at once. Especially the second one. The 3 heads had ferocious faces, gleaming fangs, and constant roars from their mouths. Amidst the piercing roar, a huge body as strong as a chameleon came down like a mountain, pressing down fiercely. It still won't work. Fighting a big guy like this alone will only lead to big losses. By the way, you are worthy of being my Jiraiya's student. You have mastered the ability to summon 2 summoned beasts in such a short time. Is it because of the Samsara Eye? A fellow who shares the same characteristics as the legendary sage of 6 paths should not be underestimated. He sighed with a wry smile. I don't know whether I am feeling more troubled by the current situation or more proud of my student's growth. The body was twisted 13 times in the air with the help of chakra fluctuations, avoiding the Cerberus's claws that were sharp enough to tear apart a mountain. The white-haired ninja stood on the smooth stone wall of the reservoir as if he were walking on flat ground. During this process, his hands had already quickly formed seals. Yes, it is also a spiritual technique. Boom. There was also a loud bang accompanied by a thick white smoke, and a strange human figure suddenly appeared in the smoke. 1 second after the smoke dissipated, the true face of the spiritual object finally revealed itself. The huge figure is covered with smooth brown skin, and its outward-facing legs are strong and powerful. In both hands, there was a rice bowl-shaped shield across his arms, and in the other hand, there was a dark double-pronged fork covered with bumps. As the smoke continued to dissipate, the face of the summoned person was finally exposed to everyone. It turned out to be a dull-eyed, honest and loyal toad. Hey, are you going to play a summoning battle? Don't forget, the teacher once told you that I am the toad monster of Mount Myoboku, and I can summon beasts. Brush. The white-haired ninja standing on top of the toad's head raised the corners of his mouth slightly, posing in what he thought was a very handsome manner while proudly introducing himself. At this moment, the summoned creature slowly stood up, and the white-haired ninja was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Hey, Boss Toad, don't you see that they are making their opening remarks? Standing up suddenly at this time is too uncooperative, isn't it? Advertisement. The white-haired ninja, who failed in his attempt to look cool, blushed and rubbed his head while complaining. The woman. Staring blankly at this scene, the firm belief in my mind seemed to be struck by some warm light from the past. The expressionless female ninja suddenly showed a sad look on her face. This look flashed across her face. It seems like it never appeared. However, all the past events seemed to burst out quietly at this moment, just like the endless rain in the hidden rain village for years. Even though he's quite old, he's still as clumsy as a child. Teacher, even if he dies, he can't change his naughty character. Nagato, who also had a blank expression on his face but was slightly touched in his heart, could not help but mutter to himself. Same as Conan. He also recalled the happy time when he was trained by Sensei Jiraiya. It even made him have a faint desire to go back to the past. But the next second, his eyes became firm and cold again. That is a meaningless, false happiness that will eventually be shattered by reality. Only when Akatsuki's ideals are fully realized can the suffering of this world be truly ended. This is the only meaning of my life right now. Even if it means sealing that time, forgetting the past, or even erasing the teacher, it is worth it. Well, I'm sorry, I'm born stupid and have caused you trouble. Boss Toad Jien said apologetically in a simple and honest voice. Then his eyes locked on the hellhound standing on the opposite stone wall, and his expression became solemn. Nagato, there's still time to stop now. The teacher will treat your misbehavior just now as an ignorant prank. Do we have to fight to the death? The white-haired ninja slowly stood up, and the moment he looked at Nagato again, his expression became complicated again, and he asked earnestly. Very sad. Obviously, I am their teacher. Moreover, in order to find them, I have been traveling all these years. Advertisement. I never expected it. When they met again, it was not the 3 students rushing towards him joyfully, but they were murderous instead. Looking back, we are not who we were back then. Those 3 ignorant brats should be considered dead. Nagato shook his head slowly, showing no intention of reconciliation. Just like the childish Yahiko, they have all turned into dry bones buried in this cruel world. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the quiet rain curtain was suddenly stirred. In the cold rain blowing in his face, the white-haired ninja widened his eyes slightly. Yahiko, is he dead? The kid who had just learned the basic ninjutsu and said with a firm face that his ninjutsu was to protect the other 2 companions, with gentle eyes, is no longer in this world. The white-haired ninja couldn't help but slowly clench his fists as the rain washed over him. The lazy attitude of a naughty boy just now disappeared in an instant. Even if, as expected, Yahiko, like the other 2 students, was stained with darkness, he would jump out from the dark corner in the next second and launch a fatal attack on his former teacher. I don't want to hear this bad news, 3 students. For some unknown reason, the 2 of them harbored hatred for this ninja world and were even willing to attack their once most respected teacher. The other one has long left this world. Teacher, please don't say that you are the most unqualified teacher in the world anymore. Close black lens bracket. Among your students, there is only 1 traitor, and the other 2 are not very well behaved. As for me, I was pretending to care about my students, thinking that if I led them on the path of ninja, they would grow up correctly. This kind of negligence. I am the worst teacher in the ninja world. Close black lens bracket. Speaking of which, Chen, the guy who was not favored by anyone, managed class 7 very well. It was really shocking. In comparison, that guy actually did a pretty good job. Close black lens bracket. The gloomy white-haired ninja smiled bitterly and said, how did Yahiko die? The answer to this kind of question is not important at all, right? If you must find a reason. He had the greatest childish delusion about this world, and died tragically at the hands of this world. Teacher, you shouldn't give us false hope. Nagato's voice sounded coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes surged, as cold as frost and snow. False hope? As if being hit by a sharp blade in the heart, the 100-shoot ninja's cheek twitched slightly. This is indeed what I have done before. Chapter 263. Troublesome Opponents. Endless. I am such an unqualified teacher. Compared to the guy who was least favored, he is not even as good as him. Jiraiya looked up at the falling raindrops, his smile full of bitterness. Self-reflection can't change anything. The entire ninja world is destined to change in the hands of Akatsuki. I really hope that you can see the new world created by our power. Nagato seemed to be somewhat moved as well, and spoke slowly. New world? What kind of world is that? Looking down, Jiraiya asked curiously. In the conversation just now, Nagato mentioned changing the world more than once. This is indeed a terrible world. This is true for everyone. Use the power of God to bring the greatest terror to the ninja world. Make everyone realize their own insignificance and suppress all delusions and greed. In the ruins of destruction, create true peace. And Akatsuki is that god. As for the tool, the terrifying power contained in the nine-tailed beasts is the most suitable material for creating this terrifying tool. Nagato explained coldly, there is no need to continue hiding Akatsuki's purpose. After all, whether old or not, this is the way to change the world. This secret will never be revealed to Yuyin. Even if the information leaks out, it doesn't matter. No one can stop Akatsuki from achieving this ideal. God? A terrifying tool made of tailed beasts? Do you want to bring terror to the entire world with Akatsuki alone and achieve so-called peace? The white-haired ninja's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at his once proudest student with disbelief, and he simply couldn't believe his ears. Teacher, since we have some of the same views on this terrible world, can I take it that you will support us? Nagato looked down at Jiraiya, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. After all, there was no reason for him and his teacher to fight to the death. Yes, but the ideals are different. If possible, he didn't want to fight Jiraiya. As a teacher, I am really proud that my students have the dream of changing the world. When Jiraiya said this, Konan's face also glowed slightly. Like Nagato, she didn't want to watch her teacher and the leader fight to the death. If the teacher is willing to accept Akatsuki's dream, it would of course be the best outcome. Even, maybe after hearing about Akatsuki's great ideals, the teacher would be willing to lend a helping hand. But the next second, however, changing the world by bringing fear to the world is something that I cannot agree with. Advertisement, I'm sorry, teacher, I can't accept your dreams. On the contrary, as a teacher, it is my responsibility to stop you. Jiraiya said loudly with a determined look. Yes, as Nagato and the others' teacher, he did feel that he owed them something, but that didn't mean that he would accept Akatsuki's dream. Is that so? That's a shame. Teacher, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry for about to kill you. The only glimmer of light left in Nagato's eyes quickly faded away. Instead, there was a hint of disappointment. Roar. At this moment, the spirit beast Hellhound, which had been waiting for a long time, seemed to have completely lost its patience like its master. After a roar loud enough to pierce the eardrums, the brown-red body suddenly turned into a shadow and pounced straight towards Jiraiya and Gameken in front of it. Whether its fangs or claws, they all emit a sharp cold light in the dark light of the rain curtain. Is it necessary to pull out the dark flowers that I planted with my own hands? There was a cold light flashing in the white-haired ninja's eyes, and an unprecedented seriousness appeared on his face. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Since everything is irreversible, I will make up for my mistakes with my own hands. In the blink of an eye, the Hellhound is already in sight. Try not to disappoint you. After all, I am so stupid. The cute and silly Toad Boss GN said in a buzzing voice. While speaking, he used his amazing jumping ability to avoid the claws and fangs of the Hellhound. He spun in midair and with the double-forked fork in his hand, he firmly locked the opponent's head and pressed it violently against the stone wall. Boom! After a loud bang, the Hellhound's body came into close contact with the stone wall, and stone shoulders flew everywhere. This fight, whether it's the Hellhound or the Toad Boss, they both move very fast. Even the originally dense rain curtain produced huge fluctuations. Well done, Boss Toadian. Jiraiya's mouth curled up slightly, and he stood motionless on top of the Toad Boss's head, his eyes indeed locked directly on Nagato, who was not far away. The murderous intent in his eyes surged. The weakness of spiritualism lies in the user himself. Defeating yourself can solve all problems. Call. Suddenly, the oil style combined with the fire style ninjutsu, the Toad Oil Flame Bomb, erupted with scorching flames and swallowed Nagato. Advertisement. There was still no expression on Nagato's face, and he didn't even move. Just when the attack was about to touch his body, the chameleon beast under him flew into the air to avoid the swift attack. Immediately following, the chameleon opened its mouth wide, and its tongue swept towards Nagato, swallowing him into its mouth. Then, the body quickly turned transparent and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. As expected, he attempted to defeat his former teacher using only summoning techniques. I was underestimated from the very beginning. After confirming this, Jiraiya once again gave a bitter smile. Boom! At this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the stone wall on one side, and with the cracks as dividing points, huge rocks were shattered from the inside. 3 huge figures rushed out from it, roaring. The Hellhound, which originally had 3 heads, actually split into 3 and instantly surrounded Gameken and Jiraiya. What a weird and troublesome psychic beast. Jiraiya frowned slightly, his heart sinking slightly. He didn't have much information about this spiritual beast. However, after defeating the opponent, it immediately split into 3, and its fighting power did not weaken. Even more violent. From this we can see that this is definitely a very headache-inducing existence. There are 3 of them? Is this their limit, or can they split infinitely? This is such a headache, it's hard to figure out, isn't it? After all, I'm so stupid. Boss Toad GN was also slightly stunned and muttered to himself. Although he claimed to be stupid, his movements were not slow at all. He used his shield to block the attacks of 2 of the Hellhounds. The two forks hit the third hellhound hard again. The attack was fatal enough to cause the third hellhound to slam heavily into the stone wall. The moment he tumbled down, he seemed to regain consciousness and stood steadily on the stone wall. Next second, the fatally wounded hellhound squirmed wildly, splitting into another hellhound at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hellhound turned into 3, and after a brief fight, it became 4. Can we continue to split? This kind of thing seems to be endless. Even Jiraiya, who had been through hundreds of battles, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling slightly at this moment. Chapter 264 Inescapable Responsibility in an instant. The hellhound split into 4 and attacked Yamato Jiraiya again. As the number increased, the situation suddenly reversed. Jiraiya, who was originally thinking about attacking Nagato's real body, had no time to care about anything else and had to cooperate with Gameiken to resist the 4 hellhounds. 1 hour. In the reservoir, waves surged and the rain twisted. The chakra fluctuations and collisions made the entire Hidden Rain village seem to tremble slightly. The commotion here also alerted other ninjas in the Hidden Rain village. Figures came one after another to the reservoir. When they saw the battle in the reservoir, many ninjas were surprised. Is this an enemy invasion? Looking at the mark on his forehead, he should be a ninja from Konoha village. Humph. Daring to invade Yuyin is a sheer act of not caring about one's own life or death. It seems that there is no need for us to take action. The ninjas who had been ready to join the battle soon discovered that the fighting power displayed by the invaders was no longer at a level they could intervene in. Absolutely, a shadow-level powerhouse, stay where you are. Conan, who noticed the changes on the scene, slowly floated into the air and cast 2 stern glances at those rain and fog ninjas. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain village secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If you participate in a battle of this level, you will only become cannon fodder. Fortunately, it seems that they don't need to take any action. After all, 103 they're not native ninjas of Yugyakushi. Many of them joined Yugyakushi as hired ninjas. There are many, even rebels. Originally, they were just working for money, so generally speaking, they didn't want to risk their lives for it. At this time, in midair, a tall and handsome figure witnessed all this and couldn't help but smile. He had found it strange before. Why is it that there are so many ninjas in Yuyin, but they are rarely seen in the upcoming Ninja World War? Now, the answer is very obvious. These ninjas were originally abandoned by their respective hidden villages. They were accepted by Akatsuki, and the relationship between them was just that of mutual benefit. In comparison, the will of fire preached by the 3rd-generation old man and each generation of Hokage in Konoha village, as well as the bond between companions, are more cohesive. Chen didn't care about these. What matters is when Nagato will show his true strength. Good. Advertisement. The mere appearance of a hellhound was enough to shock Jiraiya's heart. Chen, who had read the script, knew that it was just a small move by Nagato. The true strength has not been fully demonstrated. Boom boom boom. The battle continues. With Boss Gameiken cooperating with Jiraiya in the continuous attacks, if they were facing ordinary summoned beasts, even if the number was the same as it is now, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage. However, the terrifying splitting and regeneration ability of the hellhound put great pressure on Jiraiya. Once a fatal attack is launched against them, they will immediately split into more hellhounds. The battle lasted only a few minutes. The original hellhound had now split into dozens. What's even more frustrating is, after the split, the combat effectiveness of these hellhounds showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, the constant fatal attacks have aroused their bloodthirsty nature. During the battle, the roars of the hellhounds continued, and even many of the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village had turned pale. At this moment, as the number of hellhounds increased, Boss Tojien, who had amazing strength and speed, had reached his limit of resistance. His body is already covered with scars. Although not fatal, the wounds caused by the hellhound's claws and fangs were shocking to see. Blood mixed with rainwater was continuously poured into the reservoir, and the surface of the reservoir even turned a faint red. Huff, huff, huff. As expected, I am born stupid and cannot handle this kind of situation. But Master Jiraiya, even if I try my best, I will. Boss Tojien kept gasping for breath, using his shield and 2 forks to block the attacks of the hellhound, and spoke firmly. Boss Tojien, I'm sorry to trouble you. If this continues, we will soon become dog food for these stinky dogs. Into the pipe. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly and gave the first order. As the words fell, Gameiken's figure jumped out of the battle circle and rushed towards a pipe that Jiraiya pointed to, and his figure quickly disappeared into it. Thump thump thump. Immediately, the sound of footsteps could be heard from inside the pipe. Ha ha ha, I said he is no match at all. Are you trying to escape? It's not that easy. If you dare to invade Yuyin, you will die without a burial place. Run. Just consider this your last hope, but unfortunately, your fate was sealed the moment Yuyin appeared. The rain ninjas cheered immediately, and laughed wildly at the figure that quickly disappeared in the pipe. Sniff sniff. The hellhounds who saw this scene were not ready to end the battle. They followed Yamato Jiraiya and went into the pipe. Advertisement soon, messy footsteps were heard in the pipe. Run away. Don't underestimate my teacher, his strength is more than that. In the invisible chameleon's mouth, Nagato watched all this calmly and muttered to himself. It seems that he has seen through everything, soon. As the fighting parties moved the battlefield deeper into the pipeline, the noise in the reservoir calmed down a lot. In the pipeline, dozens of terrifying figures were tracking at high speed with their amazing sense of smell and fast movement ability. Suddenly, the hellhounds stopped at the same time, as if they sensed some danger. Right at this moment, the originally hard Madara pipe began to twist rapidly, and the pipe wall quickly turned into flesh and blood and became very elastic. Then, he suppressed it fiercely, bang bang bang. Amid the hellhounds' terrified howls, each one seemed to be swallowed by the pipe and turned into thick smoke. Next second, everything is back to normal, ahead. Boss Toad Jien was lying in the pipe, gasping for breath. It was obvious that his physical strength had reached its limit. Boss Gamajian, I'm so sorry to have you participate in this kind of battle. You can rest now. On the side, Jiraiya said apologetically. I should be the one to apologize. After all, I have always been the dumbest person in Mount Myoboku. As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud bang, Toad Jien turned into a ball of thick white smoke. My student has mastered such a powerful spiritual power, but as a teacher, I can't be happy at all. Let's send this information to Konoha first, make up your mind. Jiraiya immediately summoned a toad, sealed the information in a scroll, and had the toad swallow it. As the toad hopped and disappeared into the depths of the pipe, Jiraiya turned his deep gaze towards the exit. Intelligence can go. He couldn't leave. After all, the evil flower planted by one's own hands. You have to remove it yourself. Call. A gust of wind carrying a strong smell of rain penetrated into the pipe. Jiraiya's clothes and long hair fluttered as he walked towards the exit without hesitation. Chapter 265. Shock, the name of Konoha Sanin outside the pipeline. In the reservoir, all eyes were focused on the pipe outlet. As the figure that was mistakenly thought to be escaping reappeared, many people's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Just now, you should have noticed the difference in strength, right? Although the summoned beast was killed, you should be able to feel the terrifying pressure from the Samsara Eye. Even so, have you decided to stay? Mid-air, the graceful figure fluttering like a piece of paper muttered to herself with some regret. Just now, Nagato didn't use his true strength. His purpose was to make the teacher give up, right? When the battle began, Nagato must have been hoping that his teacher would quickly notice the difference in strength and run away. After all, even if he was ready to make any sacrifice for Akatsuki's lofty ideals, he still couldn't really kill his teacher, even. After the teacher disappeared into the pipe, a hint of relief appeared on his face, whose expression was never clearly discernible. But now, everything is different. Teacher Jiraiya clearly had the chance to escape, but after killing the hellhound, he returned to Nagato. The opportunity is gone. The next battle will inevitably be a fight to the death. As for the result, there will be no suspense. The part of his heart that had become as hard as iron after witnessing the cruelty and brutality of the ninja world felt like it was pierced fiercely by a tiny silver needle. See that white figure? The rain ninjas were also surprised, and some could not believe their eyes. In their opinion, in the battle just now, the invaders were completely at a disadvantage. Anyone with a bit of common sense would immediately realize that there is absolutely no chance of winning if they continue to fight their opponent. The result is probably that he will fall here. However, this white-haired ninja actually missed the chance to escape and return to his opponent again. How is this different from committing suicide? He doesn't look like a stupid ninja. After all, if his brain wasn't working well, this ninja from Konoha would never be able to display the strength of a cage. Advertisement, what on earth is going on? If it were me, I would have run away without hesitation, even though the chances of escape are slim. He actually came back. Isn't he here to die? This kind of behavior is really incomprehensible. Doesn't he really think that if he fights hard, he will have a chance of winning? Or does he not know what kind of opponent he is facing? Are you underestimating your opponent? What on earth is wrong with Konoha village? Their ninjas are so powerful, but their brains are not clear at all. That should be the reason why we have to return, right? Humph, no matter what the situation is, life is more important, right? The ninjas discussed it one after another, their heads full of water. But all of them have changed their previous mocking attitude. Although it is not known why the white-haired ninja from Konoha village returned after entering the pipe. But invisibly, the views in my heart have changed slightly. I see. This is the teacher's determination, right? In that case, let's end this battle as soon as possible. In the rain, Nagato, whose figure could not be seen thanks to the chameleon's invisibility ability, uttered a cold voice. The voice was filled with undisguised murderous intent. Nagato, you are the one who knows the teacher best. Are you only now seeing my realization? Jiraiya smiled lightly and responded calmly, call. The white-haired ninja locked onto Nagato's position through the sound, and without any hesitation, he suddenly spit out a stream of flames from his mouth, fiercely piercing through the stone wall. Bang! The chameleon had never expected that the opponent's seal-forming speed was so fast that it could launch an attack at this moment, and immediately exploded into a ball of smoke. In the smoke, Nagato released his invisibility, dodged the attack at the critical moment, and landed on the stone wall. The moment his feet landed on the stone wall, they bent slightly, and his body turned into a trail of afterimages. The part of the stone wall where his feet were standing had cracks all over it, like an intricate spider web. Just treat it as a test of your physical skills. The white-haired ninja also flew into the air, and under the push of the afterimages, the two figures collided in midair. There were bursts of fierce fighting sounds. The physical duel enhanced by chakra was like two fierce dragons turning the tide. The strong winds generated by the chakra machine keep blowing in all directions and hitting the city. During the battle, the entire reservoir was affected. The water surface was surging like a raging storm. Request flowers. 0. The stone wall broke inch by inch. It seemed that even the ground was slightly changing due to this. Is this a duel between powerful cage-level warriors? It's so rare to see. Advertisement. It feels so oppressive. No wonder the white-haired ninja from Konoha village is so confident. His strength is indeed that of a cage-level warrior. Now I finally understand the source of his confidence. The rain ninjas used ninjutsu to block the flying stones, and they all looked shocked. A duel between powerful shadow-level masters is very rare. It can usually only be seen during major events in the ninja world. Many of these rain ninjas have never even been seen in person. Seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, all they were left with was a deep shock. The boom. As the airflow surged, Nagato kicked Jiraiya hard. With a bang, the body, which was originally twisted rapidly, turned into a wooden stake. Behind him, the white-haired ninja rushed towards him. Nagato's chakra burst out, and he turned quickly and grabbed Jiraiya by the neck. With a click, what he broke without hesitation was another wooden stake. The lion's hair technique. Suddenly, Jiraiya, who was half squatting on a pipe high up, spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he also finished the seal. In an instant, his long white hair quickly grew and flowed down like a waterfall. The white hair that condensed the wall chakra pierced through Nagato's body like a sharp blade. Slammed the opponent hard against the stone wall. There was a violent tremor, and the stone wall, which had already turned into ruins during the battle, began to drop huge rocks again. And Nagato, being tightly bound by long hair, seemed unable to move at all. Just now, he tried the substitution technique twice. I can't even see with my naked eyes how he did it. Have the ninjas of Konoha village become so terrifying? This person's strength is definitely at the level of a shadow. I think I have guessed who he is. One of the Sannin of Konoha village, the white-haired ninja, Jiraiya. The famous Jiraiya? Boom. It has to be said that Jiraiya's name is extremely famous in the ninja world. Many hidden rain ninjas who discovered his identity were deeply moved. Chapter 266. The Second Nagato, the Unseen Student. The Konoha Sannin were famous during the Second Ninja World War, and the legends about them have been circulating among ninjas ever since. Especially recently, the Konoha Sannin seem to have made an agreement and did a lot of big things that shocked the ninja world at the same time. First, Orochimaru, one of the Sannin who had become a rebellious ninja, was revealed to be the founder of Otogakure. And during the recent Chunin exams, he controlled the Sand Village in some unknown way and joined forces with the Sound Village to attack Konoha, almost putting Konoha in danger of destruction. It is hard to imagine what would have happened to Konoha if it had not been for a ninja named Chen. As for this Su, he is not very famous and should be a newly rising ninja in Konoha village. Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sannin, has recently returned to Konoha village. It is said that she will accept the position of Hokage and become the 5th Hokage in the near future. In addition to the two of them, Jiraiya, a white-haired ninja from the wood, 160, Leaf, one of the Sannin, unexpectedly appeared in Yubikure as an intruder. And he showed amazing shadow-level strength as soon as he made a move. Could it be that the Sannin had made an agreement? They actually did something big enough to shock the ninja world at almost the same time. As expected of the Sannin, they have kept a low profile for many years, making many people forget how terrifying they are. In fact, all three of them are cage-level powerful, right? To dare to invade Yubikure alone, only a Sannin with cage-level strength can do such a thing. But even if you have cage-level strength, you can't win. Don't forget, that's the Rinnegan. Reincarnation I. As soon as these three words were spoken by the hidden rain ninja, many of them immediately relaxed their brows. They admitted that they were indeed frightened by Jiraiya's powerful strength just now. But what he has to face is the Samsara Eye. This kind of special existence cannot be found in the entire ninja world. Those are the same eyes as the legendary Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths has always been said to be the source of all ninjutsu and even the ninja world. Is that the extent? It's about time to end this battle? The figure pierced by the sharp white hair remained expressionless and spoke coldly. Next second. Brush. As the cold voice spoke, a figure suddenly cut through the sky, and the falcon's first move came towards the back of the 100-shoot ninja. Bright chakra threads burst out from the palms, very similar to the white-haired ninja's chaotic lion hair technique. But it is obvious that this is the chakra line commonly used by puppeteers to control mechanical puppets. Advertisement, but when used by this figure, it exudes an unusual sharpness. Is this the art of clones? In order to avoid the attack, Jiraiya had to let go of Nagato, and his body flipped in the air to avoid the chakra threads that were constantly tilting down. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Doppelganger? When was it made? He saw clearly at a glance just now that the attacker who suddenly appeared was wearing the same red cloud and black robe as Nagato, and even his figure was very similar. The most striking thing is that he also has a pair of reincarnation eyes. This is why Jiraiya subconsciously thought that the other party was a clone. However, the next moment, the white-haired ninja's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face showed a look of deep disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This is not a clone, but another Nagato. A guy who also possesses the Rinnegan, but has distinctly different characteristics. Making a quick judgment, Jiraiya felt his throat go dry. What is going on? In the Hidden Rain Village, two people with the Rinnegan appeared at the same time. Moreover, whether it was the clothing style or the expressionless face, they were extremely similar, like two puppets made by the same person. Puppet. As these two words popped up in his mind, the white-haired ninja's heart moved, his eyes moved between the two opponents, and he spoke subconsciously. So, my judgment was wrong from the beginning, right? Neither of them is Nagato, and they are some kind of mechanical puppets. It should be Nagato who is secretly controlling them, right? Jiraiya glanced at the beautiful figure that had been floating in the air as a spectator. Everything finally made sense. According to current intelligence, there is no second person with the Rinnegan in this world, and it is even more impossible for them to appear in Yuyan at the same time. The answer is simple, the real Nagato has not appeared until now. The opponent that I have been fighting so hard against is just a puppet. Although it is a puppet, it cannot be underestimated. After all, the puppet controlled by the terrifying talent of the Samsara Eye can actually communicate with various strange and bizarre spiritual beasts at will, which is the best evidence. He never admitted he was Nagato. Advertisement and teacher, you have lost your last chance to leave here. In midair, he looked down at his teacher's graceful figure, and a trace of pity flashed in his bright eyes. After entering the pipeline, the teacher once had a chance to escape. But he did not seize it, or rather, he did not give it up on his own initiative. Before the second Pain appeared, he could have escaped unscathed, but he chose to stay. Now, Pain's 6 paths, in which the animal path and the Asura path were used at the same time, the teacher's chances of escaping alive were extremely slim. Moreover, since Nagato, who controls Pain's 6 paths, sent out Shirado at this time, he has already proved his determination to kill his teacher. Teacher, what is the reason that makes you unwilling to leave until now? Conan looked down at the tall figure whose white hair was still fluttering in the rain. Even though he was not young, he still gave people a sense of elegance. There was a hint of inquiry in his reluctant eyes. The second Lord Pain has appeared. This time, even if he is one of the Sannin, he has no chance of survival, right? It's over. One Lord Pain is enough to deal with a cage-level warrior, not to mention that 2 lords are attacking at the same time. There is nothing more to say. The invaders from Konoha are about to fall. Why do you feel so sorry? The rain ninjas began to whisper again, looking at Jiraiya as if they were looking at a dead man. A cold wind blew. The rain is falling. The white-haired ninja just smiled faintly in the wind and rain, raised his head and looked into the eyes of the 2 Pains. He is called Lord Pain. Well, it is indeed a name that existed in the intelligence. Nagato, even at this point, you are unwilling to face me, your teacher, in person? It seems that you are very disappointed with me as a teacher. Forget it, the guy who tried to kill the teacher the moment they met again, it's better if he doesn't show up. Amidst the gentle reproach, the 2 Pains simply stared at the white-haired ninja cold as a sharp blade. At the same time, on the top floor of the tallest building in Yuyan village, a seemingly thin figure slowly raised his head. A hint of complexity appeared on the originally extremely cold face. The rippled Samsara Eye also trembled slightly due to emotional fluctuations. Chapter 267. There are still 4 such formidable opponents? The real show is about to begin. In addition to the animal realm, there is now an Asura realm. That boy Nagato was very decisive in dealing with his teacher. In midair, a tall and handsome figure bathed in the rain had a faint smile on his face. Having read the original plot, he certainly knew what was going on with the 2 Pains that appeared. The first person who was mistakenly identified as Nagato by Jiraiya was the animal path, one of Pain's 6 paths. Its characteristic is that it can summon all kinds of strange and bizarre spirit beasts. This is why, from the very beginning, he kept summoning spirit beasts to attack the opponent. And the second one to appear was Pain. It is the Shura path in Pain's 6 paths. Its main feature is that it can manipulate various mechanical puppets, which makes it a very tricky existence. The animal path alone was enough to make Jiraiya stretch thin and barely able to hold on. Now there is another Shirado, and the 2 Pains have similar characteristics, both of them are summoned. In the following battle, even if Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, it would be difficult to sustain. And unlike the original plot, in this world, Jiraiya's strength has become much stronger than in the original plot. However, Pain has also been strengthened, and the degree of strengthening is not weaker than Jiraiya. There was almost no suspense in this battle, but Chen had no intention of wiping his hands immediately. As a rescuer, of course you have to take action at the critical moment so that the rescued person can be truly grateful. And saving lives at the most critical moment is more dramatic. Maybe you can also gain a lot of bond value from this. Definitely worth the wait, at this time, under the rain. Around the reservoir, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the 3 people on the battlefield. Even if you were just a spectator, you can lower your breathing. The tension in my heart could not be suppressed at all. After all, this is a rare showdown between truly powerful men. With the appearance of the second Lord Pain, the white-haired ninja, one of the Sannin of Konoha, was clearly at a disadvantage. However, in this situation, he remained calm and not panicked at all. It's inevitable that people think that his strength was not fully demonstrated even in the battle just now. Advertisement: how strong is the white-haired ninja? How terrifying are the two Lords Pain's strengths? In this battle, what kind of wonderful scenes will the predicament contribute? Countless questions circulated in everyone's mind, arousing their infinite curiosity. Right now, under the gaze of pairs of expectant eyes, the two Pains suddenly jumped into the air. The animal path formed seals quickly with both hands and actually summoned giant snakes in midair, which smashed down towards the white-haired ninja below like meteorites. Shirato's 10 fingers flicked rapidly, and strands of chakra threads that glowed with azure blue light mixed in the rain, launching continuous attacks. On the other hand, the white ninja's expression became more solemn. He used physical techniques and kept moving around during the attack. When there is no escape, use escape-style ninjutsu such as substitution technique and clone technique. The situation of fighting back and forth with the animals just now suddenly underwent a drastic change at this moment. Jiraiya, who was known as one of the Sannin, was obviously completely suppressed. They could only passively escape and defend, with no chance to fight back. This is the strength of Master Pain. I can say that again. Konoha Sannin is nothing more than that. The opponent is clearly a cage-level warrior, but in front of Lord Pain, he is completely unable to display his strength. These are just the two Lords Pain, and they have already turned the situation around in an instant. If all 6 of them came, wouldn't they be able to kill the Konoha ninjas instantly? The Rain ninjas were all amazed, and at this moment, the words, 6 Pains, were like sharp blades, piercing into the white-haired ninja's mind. The white-haired ninja who was dodging the attack couldn't help but frown. The purpose of coming to Yuyin this time was to gather intelligence. However, as soon as he entered, he was discovered by his good student Conan. I had no choice but to collect as much intelligence as possible through fighting. And when he found out that his student was actually realizing his dream by bringing terror to the ninja world in order to seek peace, the thought that the evil flower that I planted with my own hands must be pulled out also arises spontaneously. But once they fought, I immediately realized that achieving this goal was extremely difficult. I have to consider the serious consequences of being killed by my own students. Therefore, even during the battle, the white-haired ninja was constantly allocating some chakra to improve his observation and hearing abilities. The purpose is that even if we fail in the battle and die in this operation, at least we can obtain some useful intelligence. Advertisement let Konoha be on guard against the so-called Pain. No one would have expected that the hidden Rain ninja would reveal some extremely terrifying information amidst the deliberately suppressed discussion. There are not just 2 so-called Pains, there are 6. The appearance of 2 Pains was enough to make his scalp tingle and make him feel irresistible. If 6 appear at the same time, totally unimaginable. The battle must be ended as soon as possible, perhaps. There is a reason why the 6 Pains did not appear at the same time. But if the battle continues to drag on and the so-called reason disappears, what he will face may very likely be a death situation. Fight, fight. As the white-haired ninja's thoughts raced, the seemingly empty chakra threads dived directly beneath the surface of the reservoir. The moment the chakra thread was lifted, gray-black 727 figures rushed out from under the reservoir. There were more than a dozen of them. Mechanical puppet. The white-haired ninja dodged quickly, his heart sinking slightly again. These dozen or so mechanical puppets, in various shapes, connected by chakra threads, exude a strong murderous aura. Definitely comparable to more than a dozen Jonin. In addition, there is one of the summoned beasts that Pain constantly summons. The situation the white-haired ninja is facing right now is that he is outnumbered by 100. And, it's not hard to imagine, if this situation continues to develop, we will most likely face a terrifying army. An army composed of spirit beasts and mechanical puppets. Even a cage-level warrior would be shocked when faced with such a situation. It seems that I must use that trick as soon as possible. We have collected enough intelligence, but we have already lost the opportunity to retreat. Anyway, let's send out the current information first. Jiraiya smiled bitterly, and a frog on his body slipped quietly and fell into the water. The information written in ninjutsu has been automatically assembled into a scroll, which this frog brings. Then, next, I will trouble those 2 adults. Jiraiya let out a light breath, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. Just as everyone was confused, the white-haired ninja flashed and disappeared into the pipe again. Chapter 268 A Terrifying Blow, the Terrible Sage Mode. Escaped. Escaped? Didn't you say you wouldn't run away just now? Isn't that a quick change? The cunning ninja from Konoha village. It's hard to imagine that this can be ranked 3rd. See this scene in front of you. The faces of all the Rain ninjas were immediately filled with black lines, and they complained endlessly. Previously, we saw the white-haired ninja clearly knew that he would most likely die here, but he still resolutely chose to fight and had no intention of running away. Everyone was in awe. Everyone praises in their heart. As expected of the famous Sannin. Result. Before this feeling of awe had completely faded, the other party performed an unexpected move. He actually went into the pipe without hesitation. This is clearly a rhythm of escape. Conan was in midair, his cold eyes slowly locked onto the entrance of the pipe. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Teacher, is he really going to run away? TXT. The teacher's personality is the most unreliable one he has ever seen in the ninja world. But deserting the battlefield would never happen to him. How could someone who could be named Sannin be that kind of person? Could it be that this is a repetition of the old trick? Use the same method to defeat the Hellhound to deal with these puppets and spirit beasts? If this is the case, there is no need to. After all, in the Hell in Pain's 6 paths, you can continuously summon beasts. Even if one batch is killed, a second batch can be summoned immediately. There is no point in simply killing the spirit beast. In addition, Shira Dao's specialty is manipulating various puppets. Various puppets and mechanisms are scattered throughout Yuyin and can be easily used. The same endless stream. The teacher is so smart, he should be able to find this out. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the summoned beasts and mechanical puppets followed the white-haired figure and rushed into the pipe like a tide. The entire pipe opening was almost squeezed to pieces. Advertisement with the pipe opening as the center, the surrounding stone walls are already covered with spiderweb like cracks. Stones and stone chips kept rolling down into the pool. The roar of the spirit beast. The sound of the mechanical puppet's body rubbing against the pipe wall was amplified by the pipe and gushed out. Even the rain ninja, who was on the same side, felt his scalp tingling. And they all agreed that the invaders from Konoha had already lost the chance to escape. Drilling into the pipeline at this time is no different from walking into a trap. The result will only be being overwhelmed by the spirit beasts and mechanical puppets. No place for burial after death. I'm sorry to bother you too. We have really encountered a very tough opponent this time. But no one knows. Deep in the pipeline, amid the roars of the summoned beasts and the strange noises made by the mechanical puppets as they moved, Jiraiya's slightly apologetic voice slowly sounded. The next second, a slightly strange voice replied calmly. Jiraiya-chan, since you can activate Sage Mode, your opponent must be a very troublesome person, right? Following closely was an equally strange voice, which was clearly a female voice. To be able to make such a big fuss, you have indeed provoked a very powerful opponent. The one who can force little Jiraiya, who hasn't used Sage Mode in so many years, to this point is indeed an opponent worth taking seriously. Then I'll leave it to you two adults. Let's go together. Then came Jiraiya's voice. The words fell. Boom. A loud and earth-shattering noise suddenly came out from the pipe. The entire pipeline, including the stone walls surrounding it, exploded instantly. The entire reservoir was shattered into pieces in an instant. Intense flames, accompanied by a wind-style attack, gushed out from the cracks in the stone wall. The psychic beast that just let out bursts of roars seemed determined to tear its prey into pieces. And a mechanical puppet that has no emotions and only knows how to kill crazily under the control of Shira Dao. There were screams and explosions at the same time. Almost all the spirit beasts and mechanical puppets that entered the pipeline, as well as those near the pipeline, were reduced to ashes in this powerful attack. This kind of attack power. The beautiful figure in the air finally showed a look of deep surprise on her face. He quickly used his skills to avoid the rocks scattered by the shockwave, as well as the broken arms and limbs of the summoned beasts and mechanical puppets. Fake. Fake, right? This has surpassed the strength of a shadow, right? Just now I thought that the invader from Konoha would be brutally torn to pieces. I didn't expect that he could kill the summoning beast and the laser puppet instantly. What kind of terrifying power is this? Never seen it before. Advertisement, is this the true shadow level? Amidst the chaotic discussion, the ground was affected and cracked wildly. Fortunately, although the rain ninjas did not have the confidence to participate in this level of battle, they were still able to avoid being affected by the battle. Brush, 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 one after another, figures quickly leapt into the air, jumped away from the cracked ground, and landed in the distance. Some of the ninjas who were slow to react and weaker in strength were swallowed up by the cracks in the ground amid a series of screams. Fight, fight. At this moment, the reservoir was completely shattered under this attack. The broken pipes fed the surrounding rivers, which poured water into them uncontrollably. It was visible to the naked eye that the entire reservoir was quickly filled with rainwater. Then it spread to the entire hidden rain village. What are you still standing there for? Go and deal with the flood. Looking down, the entire Yuyin drainage system was severely damaged by this attack. If no one intervenes, it won't be long before the entire Yuyin will be submerged in the vast ocean. The beautiful figure in the air gave the order coldly. Of Conan the adult. Only at this moment did the rain ninjas finally come to their senses. They moved as fast as lightning to the various sources of the flood, using water-style ninjutsu to repair them, and finally managed to control the water. The attack power suddenly increased greatly. The teacher gave me another big surprise. Seeing busy figures, I began to think about the water flow problem. Conan's eyes were fixed on the huge hole that had exploded. The two panes floating in the air also tilted their heads slightly and looked in the same direction curiously. The manipulators behind them were also wondering what caused their teacher's strength to suddenly explode. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. A leisurely sound of footsteps was heard in the broken pipe. Amidst the mist, a strange figure slowly emerged. Oh, the famous scene is finally here. Then comes the interesting, all-out battle. I've finally waited for this. The handsome figure sat cross-legged in the rain and smiled slightly. He took out a magic bean from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. It's like, when I'm watching a drama and I'm so interested in it, I can't help but open a bag of melon seeds. Chapter 269. Wrong, Son of Prophecy Hidden Rain Village. It was raining heavily. The rain on the ground quickly gathered, creating huge waves. Fortunately, the rain ninjas, who were originally just spectators, took action to deal with the flood, so as to prevent the flood from spreading. If this is the case, then from the sky, the entire Yuyan village seems to be in a vast ocean, and all the tall buildings may be swallowed by the tide at any time. And at this moment, Conan is dancing in the air. Two Pains also dancing in the wind. Even the rain ninja who were working hard to clean up the flood would look at the broken pipe entrance from time to time. And at this moment, thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The footsteps stopped. The figure that slowly emerged in the rain and fog finally revealed its true appearance. That's it. Is it some kind of strange ninjutsu? It seems like I have never seen it before. The whole person has undergone such a terrible change. Damn invaders, could it be that they have mastered some kind of ninjutsu that we have never heard of? Tube. In the pouring rain, the rain ninjas all widened their eyes when they saw the true face of that figure. His face was full of horror. 893 Conan's face was flashed with surprise, and then he suddenly realized. At this time, the top of the tallest building in Yuyan village. The weak long-haired ninja slowly raised his head. Through the perspectives of the two Pains, he also saw the changes in his opponent. The pupil of the samsara eye couldn't help but shrink slightly. A conversation from many years ago, like a dusty memory, has gradually become clearer after the dust is swept away. Nagato, summoning magic is not just as simple as summoning summoned beasts. Close black lens bracket. Treat the summoned beast as a friend. Close black lens bracket. We should even give them enough respect and treat them as our teachers. Sometimes, we will get unexpected rewards. Close black lens bracket. Teacher, I am going to Mount Myoboku to conduct some great training. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, I'll tell you a secret. After you have successfully practiced, you can activate the so-called Sage mode. Close black lens bracket. That's a very powerful mode that's different from ordinary ninjas. I really hope that one day I can show it to you. Close black lens bracket. The warm light blooming in the corner of memory made the long-haired ninja's eyes tremble slightly. Is this Sage mode? Finally, you kept your promise and let me see it. The mouth moved slightly. The same sound came out from the mouth of the beast in the distance. Under the gaze of astonishment, Jiraiya turned on Sage mode and sighed softly. Normally, he would not use Sage mode. The reason is simple. Just like now, although his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, it has damaged his handsome appearance. Especially in front of his most lovely female student, Conan, showing this look is really distressing. The white-haired ninja looked at his reflection in the water. The heads of the two adults, Fukasaku and Shima, were placed on his shoulders. My appearance has also changed a lot, and I am becoming more like a frog. Compared with his previous handsome appearance, it is indeed unsightly. But there's no way. My students are too hardworking. The two Pains are just puppets, but each of them has cage-level strength. What's even more troubling is that there are still 4 Pains who haven't appeared. Turning on Sage mode to meet the enemy is a choice that will come sooner or later. That's the Samsara Eye, right? I didn't expect that there would be such an opponent, and 2 of them at that. Fukasaku, whose hair and eyebrows were all white, couldn't help but widen his eyes when his eyes met the 2 Pains. Ah, yes, it is indeed the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. Little Jiraiya, it seems that every time you provoke an opponent, it seems that they are very troublesome. These two are extremely troublesome. Shima Sennin, who has purple hair and purple lips and is the spouse of Fukasaku Sennin, spoke in a nagging tone. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. To be honest, the one who possesses the Samsara Eye is my former student. These two should be the flesh puppets he made. I don't know how I can make them possess the Samsara Eye at the same time. Jima Sennin was slightly stunned. You mean the one you regarded as the child of prophecy? Now it seems that your view of him is completely wrong. Child of prophecy. Shenren Fukasaku frowned slightly, pondered over the 4 words carefully, and finally remembered them. As a frequent visitor to Mount Myoboku, little Jiraiya is no different from all the frogs in Mount Myoboku. Advertisement. It was precisely because of the recognition from Mount Myoboku that he, later known as Toad Sage, developed a subtle connection with Mount Myoboku. From this, a prophecy was given. According to the prophecy, the one who will save the ninja world is an extremely special existence. This is also the important reason why, when Jiraiya discovered that a child possessed the Rinnegan, he immediately regarded him as the child of prophecy. And in later teachings, children with the Rinnegan grew up very fast. Moreover, both the way of ninja and his own ideas are very positive. It makes people more firmly believe that he is the son of prophecy. But unfortunately, later, the child with the Rinnegan, along with 2 other students, disappeared from this world, and their whereabouts were unknown. Because so much time had passed, even the 2 immortals almost forgot about that special child. So much so that, the moment he saw the Rinnegan, he felt extremely surprised, and a memory in his heart was faintly reviving. What they didn't expect was that Jiraiya, who hadn't activated Sage mode for many years, activated it this time without caring about his image, to deal with the person he had identified. Child of prophecy. How ironic. It seems that your judgment was wrong. This is not the child of prophecy. Shenren Fukasaku sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. As far as the eye can see, the 2 flesh puppets exude an evil chakra aura. He has nothing to do with the sunny boy that Jiraiya mentioned back then. Old man, it's only natural that young Jiraiya would think such a person is the child of prophecy. After all, the Rinnegan is not something that is often seen. Since we have confirmed that this is not the child of prophecy, but a big trouble, we must be more alert from now on. Shima Sennin smiled bitterly and comforted the two of them. Her eyes had already been locked on the two figures wearing the same red cloud and black robes, and her gaze gradually became sharp. What the old woman said is right. There is no point in saying more. Only after we kill these two puppets, the last person will appear, right? Then let's do it in one go. Shen and Fukasaku nodded slowly to show his agreement and proposed a strategy. Just to remind you two immortals, according to the information I have collected, these puppets are named Pain, and there are 6 of them in total. So, we have to take care of these two as soon as possible before the other 4 arrive. Jiraiya lowered his voice and added information. Hear this information. The two-toed sages couldn't help but be slightly moved. Through their perception abilities, they have sensed that the strength of each of these two puppets is at the shadow level. There are 4 such strong ones. Then, hurry up and get rid of them. Fukasaku Sennin frowned and urged, it's time to go. Jiraiya nodded, kicked his feet hard, and his body seemed to disappear into nothingness, rushing towards his opponent at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Chapter 270. Instant kill. Lock on to Pain's body. Next second, the figure teleported into the air at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and approached the animal path at an incredible speed. Sage mode and the connection between two-toed sags does more than just make your strength soar. The induction between them is also very quick. At the moment of taking action, the 3 of them had already completed the exchange of information in their minds. Come to a conclusion instantly. Throughout the battle, try to avoid taijutsu and ninjutsu attacks, and constantly use summoned beasts to launch attacks. Pain lacks the advantage of close combat. In Sage mode, the skyrocketing chakra can allow the white-haired ninja's physical skills to reach the extreme in an instant. Using one's own advantages to attack the opponent's weaknesses is a battle strategy that a mature ninja quickly develops. It turns out that Jiraiya's strategy is very effective. Boom. The next second, when the two figures were approaching rapidly, Jiraiya threw out both fists, like a volleyball smash, and delivered a powerful blow. The animal path, one of Pain's 6 paths, was originally no weaker than a cage-level warrior in terms of physical skills. However, facing Jiraiya, who activated Sage mode, his original physical skills immediately became inferior. The whole person's body suddenly twisted unnaturally during this smashing action. The part where the two fists touched the body broke rapidly at an almost invisible speed. Bang bang bang. The summoned spirit beasts all turned into smoke almost at the same time. Along with it came the body of the animal realm, which fell to the ground like a meteor and was smashed into the bottom of the reservoir. With a loud bang, a huge hole burst out on the surface of the entire reservoir, with the animal's body as the center. You can even clearly see the bottom of the reservoir. The animal realm was instantly shattered at the bottom. This sudden scene stunned the beautiful figure in the air, as well as the rain ninjas who were busy trying to stop Shisui from getting into trouble. This kind of power is just pure physical skills. Lord Pain was killed instantly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can actually combine with the summoned beast to unleash a powerful battle experience. Definitely beyond the level of a shadow. No wonder he didn't think of running away. It turns out he has such a trump card. But he invaded Yugakure alone and faced 2 Lords Pain. This invader from Konoha is indeed extraordinary. The scene before their eyes deeply shocked everyone's heart. Even Shirato Pain, who was floating in the air, couldn't help but be slightly startled. Then he reacted quickly, flicked his 10 fingers quickly, and countless chakra threads wrapped around the opponent from all angles. Advertisement, ninjutsu, wind cutting technique. Jiraiya, who quickly killed the animal path, certainly would not forget another powerful enemy. After the precise smash, he immediately turned around and faced Shiradao. Shima Sennin on his shoulder instantly released a wind-style ninjutsu that condensed terrifying chakra. Swish. The blade-like wind escape actually cut through the rain curtain in an instant. The entangled chakra threads were also cut into pieces in an instant. This move of Shirato is not just to cut the enemy with the chakra thread as sharp as a knife. At the same time, it is also connecting to nearby mechanical puppets. However, those mechanical puppets activated by the chakra threads had just made some movements and their bodies had not yet fully bounced up when they were completely paralyzed. Swish. The extremely fast wind escape technique didn't give Shirato any chance to react, and cut him in half. With a loud bang, Shiradao's body was torn apart, and a tall building behind him was cut in half and fell down with a loud bang. Tisk. This is the attack power of Sage mode, there's something. Su Chen looked down at this attack that was enough to shock all the ninjas present, and he remained very calm. After all, compared to his skills, this kind of attack power can be achieved with just a wave of the hand. However, the hidden rain ninjas who had never seen such a big scene all opened their eyes and mouths wide. At this moment I even forgot to breathe. Strong. So powerful. From their perspective, the attack just now was absolutely unprecedented. If you say, the strength displayed by the previous invaders from Konoha was already at the level of Cage. Then the attack just now was definitely beyond this level. They were all shocked to think, what kind of place is Konoha village? How could such a terrifying existence exist? I won't talk about Orochimaru. That person is a Sannin, and dares to invade Konoha without a disagreement. At this time, the white-haired ninja, once again demonstrated a strength beyond the cage level. There is an even more bizarre rumor, it is said. During the Chunin exam in Konoha village, there was a teacher who changed the entire Chunin exam process by himself. Advertisement among the genin with great potential in the major hidden villages, there are those who surpass the jonin. But even so, in front of this teacher, all of Konoha's class 7 were defeated. This person is called Chen. What kind of feng shui is this in Konoha village that such evildoers appear from time to time? The white-haired ninja in front of him used strange enhanced ninjutsu that was consistent with Yama's identity. With just 2 moves, I killed 2 pains. Is this what the teacher said, sage mode? As the graceful figure danced, a look of deep surprise flashed across her face. Good job, little Jiraiya. Next, let's find out who is behind these puppets. You should have sensed it, too. The strange chakra that connects them comes from that place. Sennin Fukasaku gave a light reminder, then slowly glanced towards the top of the tallest building in the Hidden Rain village. Well, the person I mistook for the child of prophecy is indeed there. It's almost time to end this. The white-haired ninja nodded slightly, his sharp eyes seemed to penetrate the heavy rain curtain, through the hard and thick walls, and locked onto a thin figure emitting strange chakra. In Sage mode, not only does chakra surge, but the power of taijutsu and ninjutsu doubles. The perception ability in Sage mode is also far beyond the normal perception ninjutsu. One can even sense the most primitive chakra fluctuations coming from the Rinnegan. The real body that secretly controls pain is now exposed. Whoosh! The white-haired ninja's eyes instantly became determined, his figure flashed, broke through the rain curtain, and rushed directly to the top of the building. He wants to end it all with his own hands. Let the evil flower born from his own hands wither completely in front of him. Boom boom boom. At the moment when the white-haired ninja flew into the air. In the air across from them, 4 figures appeared out of thin air. The strong and fast movement created a shockwave visible to the naked eye in the rain. Red clouds and black robes are flying fiercely, 8 gazes as cold as blades were directly locked on Jiraiya. The other 4, just 1 step away, what a pity. With the appearance of 4 figures, Jiraiya's expression darkened. At the same time, the heart with high fighting spirit also sank. Righteousness. Chapter 271 Absorb and Explode, terrifying new abilities. Another 4 pains. Finally it showed up. According to Jiraiya's original plan, he would activate Sage mode as soon as possible and kill the other 2 pains as quickly as possible. Before the other 4 pains arrived, he used Sage mode's super perception ability to lock onto Nagato's location. As long as the main body is captured, this battle will be over. In the end, it was still a step too late. At the last moment, the other 4 pains finally arrived at the battlefield. The other 4 pains? Konoha's invaders actually attracted 6 pains to attack at the same time. It can be said that they have earned enough face. But unfortunately, Konoha's invaders don't have the power of revolving heaven this time. Being able to kill the other 2 Lord Pains in seconds just now is enough to make him famous in the ninja world, but he is destined to fall. Soon he will see what true strength is. The moment they saw the 980 figures appear, the eyes of the rain-hidden ninjas lit up. A strong sense of pride spread throughout my body. His eyes were filled with deep awe. Brush. Without hesitation, Shima Sennin, who was on the shoulder of the white-haired ninja in midair, suddenly opened his mouth. Another terrifying wind escape technique was instantly unleashed. At the same time, the 4 figures in the air quickly adjusted their bodies. One of them, Pain, stood in front of the other 3, with his hands raised, directly aiming at the opponent's moves. See this scene in front of you. The rain ninjas couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, one of Lord Pain was killed by this sharp move. Moreover, an entire tall building was cut into 2 parts by this move. But the next second, the expected tragic scene did not appear. The wind-style technique that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly became greatly distorted the moment it touched Pain's palm. It was as if it was forcibly sucked in by an irresistible strong attraction, and the entire blade-shaped move was completely distorted into the chakra body. Then, it is sucked directly into the palm of your hand. One of the 6 paths of Pain, Hungry Kido, has the ability to absorb chakra and various ninjutsu. I saw it with my own eyes. It is indeed an interesting move. In midair, a magic bean slowly fell into Chen's mouth. At this time, Chen had already adjusted his state. He no longer sat cross-legged in the air, but lay comfortably on his side, watching the show below. Advertisement. Kido, who had absorbed the wind escape technique, barely let the move stay in his hands for a second before waving his hand and unleashing it immediately. The wind escape technique that fell from the sky, after being absorbed by the evil Kido, was released again, and its power and speed doubled rapidly. What? Jiraiya, who was under the wind escape technique, and the 2 Toad Sagers widened their eyes at the same time. Fortunately, the body in Sage mode reacts extremely quickly. The figure with long white ponytail quickly dodged. Snap. As the move landed, a crack hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared at the bottom of the reservoir. As the ground shook, the turbulent surface of the reservoir was forcibly separated by chakra and lasted for more than a second. Little Jiraiya, this is another very strange move. It seems to absorb chakra and ninjutsu moves. Attack the main body directly, Shima Sennin's voice whispered in my ear. Charm. Jiraiya moved, gave up the strategy of attacking Nagato from the air, and quickly landed on the ground, bouncing on the ground and approaching the building. Are you trying to avoid us and use the clone technique to confuse us? What a pity, I was seen through. Another pain in midair said coldly. The two samsara eyes were always locked on the fast-moving white figure. Then his eyes turned to another angle and looked at the blank space not far away. The clone in sage mode can't escape that kind of eyes? Boom. The white-haired figure running at high speed suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. In the open space marked by the Rinnegan, Jiraiya slowly emerged with a wry smile on his face. This was the first time he was discovered so quickly when using the clone tactic. It is certain that this is the human way. It can read other people's thoughts and quickly share them with other Pains. Pain's 6 paths attacking at the same time is indeed invincible in this world. Su Chen clicked his tongue and commented leisurely. At this time, Jiraiya and the two Toad Sagers also quickly analyzed the information and came to almost the same conclusion. These puppets should be able to share perspectives and have their own unique abilities. The first one can communicate with various spirit beasts. The second one is the ability to manipulate various mechanical puppets. Grandmaster has many puppet masters ninjutsu. Advertisement, as for the third one, it's even more troublesome. It can absorb ninjutsu and chakra. The fourth one either possesses terrifying pupil power or can instantly see through the opponent's every thought through telepathy. Any one of these abilities is enough to give people a headache. From a shared perspective, it is equivalent to combining all the abilities into one. Nagato, you gave the teacher quite a surprise. Jiraiya sighed silently, the bitter smile on his face getting deeper and deeper. He quietly collected the information and released another frog. He had a premonition that no matter what the outcome of the battle in the Hidden Rain Village was, there would inevitably be a battle between Konoha Village and Akatsuki. The abilities of other members of Akatsuki are currently unknown. But the so-called ability of Pain alone, without accurate information, would inevitably bring great disaster to Konoha. No retreat. It is to collect more information to the best of one's ability. In case the Konoha village is caught off guard by these terrible abilities one day. 4 of Pain's abilities have almost been confirmed. What about the remaining 2? Aren't their abilities even more terrifying? Fortunately, 2 of the 6 Pains have been killed. The bad news is, the remaining 4 Pains seem to be more oppressive. Sniff sniff. Pain, whose characteristic is to absorb chakra and ninjutsu, rushed from midair at a high speed and suppressed it with a fast 1.2 physical attack. The white-haired ninja gritted his teeth and went straight forward. Sage Mode's enhancements to physical skills are also considerable. It can be said to be several times more. Both speed and strength have been greatly improved. In an instant, a white shadow was seen surrounding a figure that was obviously slower and continuously attacking. Bang bang bang. The collision between fists and feet caused waves in the air. The high-frequency sound vibrations made the rain ninjas present feel dizzy. At the same time, a look of deep disbelief appeared on their faces. They saw that Lord Kido Pain was far inferior to his opponent in terms of speed and strength. However, after the battle started, there was no sign of being at a disadvantage. Asterisk. It doesn't make sense. Chapter 272. No solution. Godlike power. After all, according to common sense, speed and strength are inferior. In a physical confrontation, there is almost no possibility of a comeback, and the only thing left is to be suppressed and beaten. However, this Lord Pain was able to accurately block the physical attacks of the Konoha invaders every time. Moreover, when launching an active attack, the opponent is often caught off guard and panicked. What is going on? In an instant, the rain ninjas looked at each other, confused. Not only them, but Jiraiya, who was in the middle of the battle, naturally noticed this strange sign immediately. The face that had become strange due to the activation of Sage Mode revealed a deep look of surprise. Is it because of him? Next second, the white-haired ninja in the battle suddenly widened his eyes, and a guess made his heart move. His eyes subconsciously turned to Pain, who had seen through his clone's tracks and its feint attack strategy. I see, it's not some kind of perception ability, but an accurate prediction ability. Is it done through telepathic ninjutsu? This kind of ninjutsu is rare in the ninja world. Is it another ability of the Rinnegan? The white-haired ninja frowned fiercely, and his scalp felt numb again. Obviously, the Pain who was fighting with him was 13 times weaker than him in terms of speed and strength. But he can always make accurate predictions in advance and resist his tricky attacks from various angles. This is enough to explain. The 6 Pains not only share a common perspective, but are also integrated into one mind. This is also incomprehensible. After all, if I'm not mistaken, there is only one person manipulating the 6 Pains. Nagato. Bang bang bang. The next moment, the white-haired ninja, realizing that all his intentions would be accurately captured by the opponent, immediately jumped out of the battle. The figure landed on a pipe again. 0*0*0. The high-speed battle, coupled with the constant suppression by the hungry Kido, made the white-haired ninja look tired and gasp for breath. His expression also became more solemn. My little Jiraiya, we seem to be in a desperate situation. One who can read his opponent's mind. No matter what moves he uses, he can see through them and share them with other companions. Another one can absorb chakra and ninjutsu. It's really a desperate situation. Advertisement Shima Sennin said in a distressed tone. Even though she had lived for nearly 1,000 years and had seen all kinds of ninjutsu, she still found it extremely difficult to deal with this kind of puppet cooperation. I think the ones we should be most concerned about are the other two who didn't make a move. I always have a feeling that they are stronger. Chen and Fukasaku glanced at the other two figures floating in the air with his bulging eyes. These two figures have been watching coldly, seemingly having no intention of intervening. However, they exude an unusual calmness. It seems that he doesn't take Sage Mode's enemies seriously at all. Desperate situation. These two words, like an uncontrollable raging fire, burned wildly in the hearts of the three people. And at this time, the Rain Ninjas seemed to finally react and looked at each other again. That's some kind of predictive ability, right? How is it possible? How is it possible that someone has this ability? If it was Master Pain who possessed the Rinnegan, it wouldn't be strange. Lord Pain should be the strongest person in this world. Konoha Ninja, just admit defeat, you have no chance of winning. Dare to invade the hidden rain village, and you will soon meet your end. Lord Pain is truly worthy of being called the god who towers over this world. God, as this word was spoken by one of the ninjas. All other rain ninjas had an urge to pay homage. The strength displayed by several Lord Pains is no longer something that the world's top combat power, a cage-level powerhouse, can achieve. Only God has such incredible power. God? This is unexpectedly foolish. Salamander Hanzo, has your rain village fallen to this level? The white-haired ninja sighed, feeling very sorry for his former opponent. Jiraiya-chan, now is not the time to be sentimental. My opponent can easily read my mind. It seems that I can't use any strategy. The only way left is to attack the main body desperately. Let's get started as soon as possible, Shima Sennin reminded calmly. According to the information currently confirmed, the several pains are all connected by mind, each possesses magical abilities, and have almost no weaknesses. If we confront them head-on, we will only end up dead. The weakness lies not in themselves, but in the entities that control them. Advertisement: only by defeating the main body can everything end. The problem is that in order to defeat the main body, it is necessary to break through the interception of several pains. In addition, any strategy will be seen through in an instant. The difficulty is extremely high, unprecedented, but there's no way. This is the only way to go. Do we have to fight to the death? It's such an inexplicable headache. The white-haired ninja took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The moment his eyes opened, a determined light flashed and shone in them. The teacher is trying to force his way in. He is indeed in a desperate situation. The body is surrounded by white paper, which has the ability to fly, relying on the graceful figure of the body, and a hint of sadness flashes in the clear eyes. It can be seen that the teacher collected a lot of information about pain during the battle. Unfortunately, even if we collected this information, it would still be like facing an eternally unsolvable problem, with no solution at all. The so-called forced entry is simply a desperate struggle when there is nothing else to do. The ending is self-evident. Sniff sniff. The white-haired ninja was unequivocal, and at the moment of firm belief, he moved in an S-shaped manner. Again, the 480 tall buildings approached. He has made up his mind to risk everything and reach the top no matter what. Almost at the same time, the human way that read the white-haired ninja's intention immediately shared it with the other pains. The hungry Kido rose from the ground, placed his feet on the wall of the building, and then rushed down from top to bottom at a rapid speed. The white-haired ninja kept changing his route to avoid his opponents. However, every time the thought of moving came up, Kido would quickly change the blocking route. There is no flaw at all. As far as the eye can see, two figures are constantly changing positions, running around the building at a very fast speed, playing a cat and mouse game. During this process, hungry Kido occasionally launches long-range ninjutsu attacks. With accurate prediction, the white-haired ninja was knocked flying several times. In just 2 minutes, he was already covered in wounds. However, the white-haired ninja with a determined look still gritted his teeth and persisted, continuing the same behavior. Are the Konoha ninjas stupid? If they keep going like this, even if they are not killed, they will die of exhaustion, right? It's impossible to get close to the target by forcing it like this. Is there any point in doing this kind of useless work? Or is he carrying out some kind of strategy? Strategy. No matter what strategy it is, Master Pain will see through it immediately, right? The rain-hidden ninjas were puzzled again and all agreed that the invaders from Konoha were performing a suicidal act. Chapter 273. Perfect Killing. The only loophole, Hidden Rain Village. The area where the reservoir was originally located. At this moment, the original appearance of the reservoir can no longer be seen. Countless raindrops fell madly from the sky, and water flowed all over the ground. Fortunately, the rain ninja used the water-style technique to control the water flows, concentrating the surging rainwater in the original area of the reservoir and preventing it from affecting other locations. That's right, with the original reservoir location as the center, everything around it seems to be immersed in the sea. As the invaders and Pain fought, huge waves would occasionally be stirred up on the water. At this point in the battle, the Konoha invaders, who had activated Sage Mode in an attempt to reverse the situation, were once again caught in a tough fight with the appearance of 4 more Pains. The scary thing is that it was just 2 Pains who put the Konoha invaders in an unsolvable situation. The other 2, up to this moment, had no intention of taking action. Interesting, it seems to be a deviation from the original plot. Is it because of my appearance? Maybe you'll see some unexpected surprises and fun. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to watch the battle with an attitude of enjoying a good show. The light in his eyes gradually brightened. Compared with the original plot, this battle between teachers and students has many different details. This feeling is like having been fed enough spoilers, but the moment you open the plot, you find that there are countless surprises beyond the spoilers. What made Chen curious was, with the mind-reading ability of the human path, any strategy adopted by his good friend Jiraiya is like an open book for the other party to read. Plus the connection between Pain's minds, they can make the most accurate predictions in advance. It seemed that Jiraiya had no chance of breaking the impasse at all. But seeing that he was still trying hard to break through the defense, it seemed that he was not completely passive. The so-called desperate and hard-fought breakthrough. Based on my understanding of Jiraiya, this would never be his choice. Could it be? This awful guy actually has a way to break through the defense? The problem is that once any strategy is created, it will be immediately seen through. How did the so-called method come into being? A thought came to my mind. The handsome tall figure in the air suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned his interested eyes to the two toad sagas on the shoulders of the white-haired ninja. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Combined with the human way's mind-reading ability, the hungry Kido, who was able to react quickly, began to significantly increase his attack power. The white-haired ninja who was accurately predicted every time was pressed hard. The body, which was already covered in scars, was now covered in blood after several effective attacks from the opponent. Advertisement: the whole person looked exhausted, however, he gritted his teeth and continued trying to approach the tall building. Time and again, his body was blown away by ninjutsu. He was severely knocked away by physical skills. The shockwaves from the ninjutsu that he barely dodged made him lose his balance time and time again. From anyone's point of view, for Jiraiya, this is a battle that cannot be reversed at all. Ha ha ha, this is a cage-level expert. In front of a godlike opponent, he is just like an ant. I really don't know what he is holding on to. Could it be that he feels that there is no hope for survival, so he chooses to struggle a little before dying? There is still a gap between humans and gods. Stupid Konoha ninja, you shouldn't have invaded a megacure. The Hidden Rain ninjas all had fanatical eyes and ferocious smiles. In their view, the actions of the Konoha invaders were completely stupid. He actually thought of using human strength to fight against the omnipotent god. The ending is already determined. No, Sensei is definitely not making a last-ditch effort. He seems to be carrying out some kind of strategy, but can no one do it? The figure surrounded by fluttering papers frowned slightly. He stared at the battlefield with cold eyes, showing a deep thoughtful look. As Jiraiya's former student, she knew her teacher very well. Teacher Jiraiya has a free and easy personality and never sticks to the rules. He is not the kind of person who is inflexible. If you know that you will die, you will never fight with all your might. What wins the battle does not lie in how hard a person works. Close black lens bracket. When facing a strong opponent, if you think you can win by fighting with all your might, the end result will often be that you will lose your life quickly. Close black lens bracket. Strategy is always the most important part of a battle. Close black lens bracket. If you use this part well, you can still have hope of winning even if you are not as strong as your opponent. Close black lens bracket. This is what the teacher taught me many years ago. In the subsequent interactions, the teacher personally verified this theory more than once. Therefore, even facing the current situation, the teacher would not make the decision to fight to the death. But Pain's ability to read minds, chakra and ninja absorbing abilities. The cooperation between the two can almost be called seamless, with no loopholes at all. Advertisement: the teacher's most relied upon strategy was completely ineffective under this perfect coordination. Or rather, not without its holes. However, except for the teacher, no one present noticed the loophole. Perhaps this is why the teacher persists. Where's the loophole? Conan narrowed his eyes and tried to think, but he had no clue. The thought that, it seems foolproof but there must be loopholes, is getting stronger and stronger in my mind at this moment. Little Jiraiya, clone jutsu, at this moment. While running away, the white-haired ninja looked exhausted, and the voice of Shima Sennin sounded rapidly on his shoulder. The white-haired ninja's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he immediately performed the clone technique. In an instant, an identical figure separated from him like lightning, and his body went straight through the tall building. Although all this happened very quickly, it still could not escape the mind reading of the human world. The hungry Kido responded quickly and rushed directly towards Jiraiya's body. Old man, Shima Sennin shouted loudly. I see, old lady. Fukasaku Sennin responded loudly. The two toad sages, at this moment, looked extremely nervous. Call. The two toad sages, the original body and the clone, separated by a tall building, launched the same attack at the same time. Boom. A large amount of toad oil spit out from Shen Zuoxin's mouth and poured it madly into the gap of the tall building. At the same time, in some kind of tacit understanding, the white-haired ninja immediately realized what the two immortals were going to do, and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked exhausted and wounded just now, but now it seemed as if infinite energy was surging from his body. The whole person's momentum also regained its sharpness in the blink of an eye. Call. The fire-style ninjutsu condensed from the high concentration of chakra is madly sprayed out from the mouth. Sennin Shima immediately assisted with the wind escape technique. With the help of the wind style, the fire style, which was already as fierce as a thunderous explosion, skyrocketed wildly. Like a series of fire dragons, with unstoppable force, they drilled through the two holes created by the clones and penetrated into the bottom of the tall building filled with toad oil. Chapter 274. Counterattack, the crucial second at this moment. Human Dao and Hungry Keto Pain's pupils contracted, and they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. The Hungry Keto's figure flashed and blocked Jiraiya's body. With both hands open, a black hole that could swallow everything appeared between them, madly absorbing the fire-style technique fueled by wind-style ninjutsu. Almost at the same time, there were two Pains who had been watching in the air without taking any action. One of them flashed and left an afterimage in the air. He himself had already appeared near Jiraiya's clone. With a wave of his hand, the enhanced fire style that was about to be poured into the bottom of the tall building was instantly controlled by a powerful gravitational force, forcibly diverted and rushed straight into the air. Boom! The rain curtain in the air encountered a fierce fire and directly evaporated into mist, spreading down from the sky. The cooperation between the two Pains can be said to be flawless. Such coordination is only possible under the control of Nagato's Rinnegan ability. But it's a pity. With the enhanced attack power of Sage Mode and the cooperation of two Toad Sags, Keto is ultimately unable to absorb such a rapid ninjutsu attack in a short period of time. Still, some of the flames successfully reached the interior of the tall building, reacting violently with the toad oil that was poured into it. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Yuyan village seemed to be shaken by thunder, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. As the cracks spread, tall buildings either began to crack or tilt immediately. The area around the reservoir, which had already turned into ruins, was razed to the ground. The tallest building in Yuyan, which was considered as the direct target, exploded from the bottom and turned into countless pieces in the flames. The affected top floor was thrown into the air with the sound of huge rocks collapsing. Little Jiraiya, it's now, Shima Sennin warned loudly. I see. So this is the strategy. Jiraiya's mouth corners curled up slightly, and he was in high spirits. His eyes moved, and his sharp gaze locked onto the four Pains. At this moment, as the tallest building collapsed, Nagato, who was inside it, was briefly shocked, and the connection between him and Peishi was loosened for less than 10 seconds. And this second is the goal of the strategy: brush, brush, brush. The figure of the white-haired ninja approached the Hungry Keto quickly, almost teleporting. He formed seals as fast as lightning and pressed both palms suddenly on the opponent's chest. A gust of wind escape aura, like thousands of sharp blades, burst out from both palms, instantly tearing the Hungry Keto into pieces. Advertisement. After doing all this at an extremely fast speed, the white-haired figure did not stop, and his figure suddenly appeared in midair. At the same time, the connection between Nagato and Pain is being restored. After breaking into pieces and spinning, he flew into the top floor of a building in midair and quickly stabilized his body. Immediately restored shared vision with Pain. Then I discovered that from the perspective of the human world, a fist was being infinitely enlarged. Boom! The head of Renjandao was smashed to pieces by a fist that was filled with strong chakra. So that's how it is. The pupils of the thin figure in the rotating building shrank and the surprise on his face disappeared instantly. At this time, in less than a second, the Konoha invader killed two Pains and turned towards another Pain who was also in midair. However, at this moment, Pain's head slowly turned towards this side. His eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. A strange chakra glow suddenly burst out from his body, and quickly condensed into a ferocious shadow holding a sickle. The sickle slashed down quickly. The white figure paused for a moment, dodged with a burst of chakra, and landed on a large rock. Blocking their connection with the main body only buys less than a second? But it's not bad. We killed two more. The white-haired ninja smiled slightly, quite satisfied with the result. The only pity is, the time to cut off the connection between Nagato and Pain was too short. Even if he tried his best, he could only kill two Pains. There are two more left, but, of the 6 Pains, 4 have now been eliminated. The difficulty of the battle has been greatly reduced. The battle situation seems to be leaning towards me. 2 Lords Pain were killed? 4 in total. How did the Konoha invader do it? Any of his thoughts should have been predicted. Why? Didn't Lord Pain predict his actions in advance like he did before? What went wrong? The debris of the building kept pouring down in all directions. Advertisement. The ninjas from the Hidden Rain village tried their best to stop them, but they could hardly hide their shock. I originally thought that this battle between gods and humans should be a one-sided suppression. Even if the invaders from Konoha defeated the 2 Lords Pain by luck. With the perfect cooperation of the other 2 Lords Pain, his magic energy has been used. What awaits him is only death, but no one would have expected that this seemingly hopeless situation would be broken out of by the Konoha invaders. He actually killed 2 other Lord Pain. This guy is definitely a monster from Konoha. It's just as expected. In the mist, a handsome figure gently put a magic bean into his mouth. On his handsome face, there was a faint smile that seemed to see through everything. One of the features of Jiraiya's Sage Mode is that he can convert the surrounding natural forces into chakra through the 2 Toad Saguaros. Achieve unlimited battery life. However, in the battle just now, the 2 Toad Sages deliberately cut off this connection, leaving Jiraiya looking embarrassed and exhausted under the pursuit of his opponents. This creates the illusion of being completely passive. In this way, the final sharp attack to restore the connection will appear unexpected, and the success rate will be greatly increased. As for why Renjendao didn't understand this strategy, the reason is simple: Jiraiya didn't formulate any strategy at all. Instead, they had a tacit understanding and placed all their trust in the two-toed satyrs. Renjendao thought that he could make the prediction just by reading Jiraiya's mind. Unexpectedly, the role of formulating strategies has become two-toed satyrs. The two-toed sages did not disappoint Jiraiya and quickly came up with a strategy to attack the building where the main body was located. On the surface, it looks like it is directly attacking the main body. In fact, it was just a matter of cutting off the connection between the main body and the puppet. Even if it was only for 1 second, it was enough for Jiraiya to kill the opponent. After all, no matter how you look at it, at that position and angle, the chance of directly killing the main body is much too slim compared to killing the puppet. Only 2 left. Jiraiya, are you trying to complete a counterattack beyond the original plot? I'm looking forward to your performance. Chen, lying on his side in the clouds, smiled slightly. Unpredictable results are more interesting. His interest also became higher. Chapter 275. False Hope. Return. The continuous falling of rocks and various building debris finally stopped. The top part of the building that had been completely lifted up finally fell into the distance. In the misty rain, a thin figure instantly disappeared from the sight of Jiraiya and the two-toed satyrs, without a trace. The white-haired ninja couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as he thought, capturing the entity is not that easy. After all, his good student Nagato possesses the terrifying power of the Rinnegan. If his guess is correct, the original body has all the abilities that these puppets have. If you want to stay out of the battle, it's easy to do. Unless the other 2 pains are killed, it will be difficult to make the real body appear. There are only 2 left, and the difficulty has been reduced a lot. Finally, the situation has been reversed. After a moment of thought, the white-haired ninja looked up at the only 2 remaining figures of pain. With the help of the two-toed sage's ability to transform natural forces into chakra, their bodies recovered quickly. The whole person's momentum surged wildly again. Buzz buzz. The surging chakra not only churned in the body, but also spread out of the body with a strong murderous intent. From the outside, the white-haired ninja was covered in a layer of chakra that emitted a faint azure light. Clothes and long hair are also flying in the fluctuation of chakra. This feeling, the strength of the Konoha invaders, seems to have increased again. He was clearly in a state of dying ago, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. Not only has he recovered, his aura and eyes have become sharper. Can the remaining 2 lords' pain resist? I have a very bad feeling. The rain ninjas felt like they were on a roller coaster throughout the entire battle. At this moment, this roller coaster seemed to reach the top and then suddenly fall to the bottom. It made their hearts rise to their throats, but no one noticed that the graceful figure in the air slowly frowned her willow-like eyebrows. He looked at the confident white-haired figure with a strange look. As the white papers flew around, it was as if a barrier was formed around her body. Even in heavy rain, her body remained dry, even the corners of his clothes were not stained by rain. But at this moment, some kind of violent emotional fluctuation quickly erupted from beneath that expressionless face. So much so that her will became somewhat relaxed, and a few drops of rain slowly flowed across her pretty face. Teacher, you shouldn't provoke him in this way. What's going to happen next will definitely make you completely desperate, right? Advertisement, as she muttered to herself, that feeling of pity flashed across her eyes again. At this time, Pain, who had used his powerful gravitational force to instantly dissolve the combined attack of Jiraiya and the two-toed satyrs, looked at Jiraiya and spoke slowly. Teacher, I admit that I underestimated you just now. Sorry for giving you false hope. False hope? As soon as these words came out, the white-haired ninja's breath suddenly came to a halt, and his eyes shrank rapidly. The handsome figure in the clouds really caught my eye, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Here it comes. The big one is finally coming. After all this time, it turns out that Nagato had always thought that he could kill his former teacher with just a few pains, and he didn't even mobilize the other 2 more terrifying pains. Hell Road. Heavenly Way. Compared to other pains, these 2 pains hardly took any action in the battle. But they are undoubtedly the most terrifying among the 6 pains. What does this mean? Could it be that Lord Pain was not serious at all during the battle? Here it comes. I have a strong feeling that the battle will be reversed again. Is Lord Pain finally going to get serious? The hidden rain ninjas seemed to see new hope again. Just like riding a roller coaster, they felt that the roller coaster carrying their emotions was about to reach the top. The figure flashed, and Pain, who had summoned a terrifying phantom behind him, appeared directly next to Renjendao. He pointed both hands at the damaged human path Pain, and a strange chakra light suddenly burst out from his palms, shining on the human path Pain. Next second, under the light, the damaged road on Earth healed rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Then, he slowly stood up, turned his head to look at Jiraiya, and his pair of samsara eyes once again bloomed with the light of life. The opponent I killed with so much effort actually recovered? I have to admit, my scalp is a bit numb. Boom! The white-haired ninja's eyes suddenly widened as if he had been hit hard. The look of disbelief on his face eventually turned into a bitter smile. Pain, who successfully restored the human world, flashed again and appeared next to the hungry Kido, doing the same thing. Little Jiraiya. The two-toed Sagers were equally stunned. Request flowers. They were the first to react and hurriedly warned loudly. At the same time, cold sweat flowed down his forehead under the rain. Fire style. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired ninja once again released a strong fire style. Your intention has been seen through advertisement. The restored human world spoke softly. Hungry Kido instantly stood in front of fire style, opened his palms again, and absorbed all the flames into his palms. At this moment, Pain, who had the ability to restore his companions, jumped high into the air, and then, like a cannonball, he drilled into the ground of the ruins of the reservoir. Boom! Causing huge waves and shaking ground. That same strange chakra light flashed rapidly under the water. Sniff sniff. The next second, 3 figures appeared. Devildom. Shira Road, Revival. Boom! There were bursts of exclamations from the Rain Ninja. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with incredible eyes. The urge to worship God instantly spread from the top of the head to the knees. Everyone felt their legs go weak. The 4 Lords Pain had clearly been defeated. As a result, one of the remaining 2 Lords Pain actually mastered the ability to resurrect. This is the power of God. No wonder one of the Lord Pain just said that he was giving the Konoha invaders the false hope factory. Lord Pain, who is immortal, cannot be defeated by a human. Lord Pain. Lord Pain. This is the power of God. The Rain Ninjas cheered loudly and waved their arms. Because of fanatical worship, the faces became hideous and distorted. In their eyes, Lord Pain is no longer the incarnation of God. But, the real God, in this tense atmosphere, even the rain became more severe. Like pouring water, it keeps falling from the sky. The white-haired ninja who maintained sage mode, the bitter smile on his face gradually faded. The despair that had never been felt in my life was slowly growing in my heart. It's really infuriating to end in this kind of weather. In comparison, I still prefer the sunny meadow. But unfortunately, there is no way to choose where you will end up. Looking up at the increasingly dark sky, the white-haired ninja murmured. Chapter 276 Jiraiya's final song declaration. Little Jiraiya, don't be discouraged, there may still be hope. Shima Sennin sighed and comforted softly. Even she herself felt that this consolation was somewhat powerless. Jiraiya, don't be discouraged. With us by your side, it won't be easy for these peens to kill you. Fukasaku Sennin said with a smile. The smile was a little bitter. The current situation has truly reached an unsolvable point. 6 Pain. One of them, Pain, has been confirmed to have the ability to read minds. Even if I use reverse telepathy and flee to Mount Myoboku, the other party will catch me as soon as I think of it. The seal may not be finished yet, Pain will definitely strike like lightning. Run away. Try your best, it's all a dead end. My 2 lords, thank you for your hard work. I really don't want you to see such a sad scene. Jiraiya shook his head slowly, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Rice. Little Jiraiya. The 2-toed sags exclaimed and their faces changed drastically, realizing what he was going to do. Bang! A burst of thick smoke erupted from the white-haired ninja, and when the smoke dissipated, the 2-toed sages disappeared without a trace. All the strange changes caused by turning on sage mode also disappeared in this instant. The white-haired ninja returned to his previous appearance again. This will disable sage mode. Are you afraid that those 2 old toads will be sad to see you die? You're still considering other people's feelings before you die. You be ********* D. Cloud. Su Chen, who had already stopped watching the show and whose expression gradually became serious, commented calmly. Haha, you've cancelled that strange mode. Are you ready to die? I worked so hard to kill 4 Lords Pain, but when I turned around, all of them were resurrected. Anyone would feel desperate in this situation, right? Invader from Konoha, your fate is about to come. This is the consequence of attempting to challenge God. Lord Pain is the only God who can surpass this world. Under the rain and fog, figures were waving their arms wildly and shouting loudly. Seeing this scene, the white-haired ninja smiled lightly, his smile full of sarcasm. God? In this world, if identity is determined by strength? Or maybe Nagato is indeed worthy of this identity. Advertisement, but if we say that there is only one God in this world, whether it is him or not would be a big question mark. After all, in Konoha village, there is a guy whose strength is unmeasurable. Speaking of which, what on earth is that guy doing now? It must be that he is constantly hugging girls in the brothel after teaching class 7, right? And that person. Another plump figure emerged in my mind. As this figure appeared, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. How abominable. Before finding her this time, he had clearly made up his mind to express his feelings. In the end, I couldn't say it out loud, so I just told her the reason why she had to return to Konoha. If I had known this would happen, I should have mustered up the courage to speak my mind. But then again, if you dare to say that, she will definitely ruthlessly beat him away, right? Familiar faces. A figure that makes people reluctant to leave. Like a slideshow, it kept flashing through the white-haired ninja's mind. There is warmth. There are regrets. What's more, there is a deep reluctance. Next second, the white-haired ninja suddenly raised his head, a bright smile appeared on his face, he raised his arms and waved them, making an extremely childish pose. I am Toad Sage from Konoha village, how could I be defeated so easily? You who are called God, prepare to be beaten up. Yes, I'm talking about you six, it's more fun if you do it together. Brush. The pose ended with an open palm pointing to the invincible figure of 6 paths in the sky. The white-haired ninja had a smile on his face, and it seemed that every smile was filled with a deep sense of freedom and confidence. This kind of confidence, could it be that he has another trump card? Is there a more powerful ninjutsu than the one just now? It must be fake. The rain ninja who was worshipping the 6 pains was slightly stunned. Everyone looked suspicious. Only the beautiful figure surrounded by white paper in the air had her eyes trembled. The teacher has no other choice, he just wanted to be more relaxed before leaving. After whispering, Conan slowly closed his eyes. Advertisement. Although, she firmly believes that Akatsuki's dream is the only way to save the world. But that doesn't mean she will watch the teacher she once trusted die in front of her and remain indifferent. It was raining heavily. Lightning flashed continuously across the dark sky, illuminating the 6 rain-soaked golems. The 6 puppets were already standing side by side, looking down at the confident figure in midair with no expression on their faces. 6 pairs of samsara eyes radiate strange light. In the rain and fog in the distance, a thin figure sitting cross-legged in the rain slowly opened his eyes. The hesitation on the stern face was replaced by a firm look at this moment. In an instant, 6 paths red cloud and black robe figure swooped down rapidly at the moment when lightning flashed across the sky. The white figure with a gentle smile on his face paused for a moment, then he stood up without hesitation and resolutely faced the 6 pains. His quick movements and decisive attitude make people wonder if he still has a trump card to defeat his opponent. But unfortunately, snap, snap, amidst the thunder, the lights of various ninjutsu flashed. The white figure that was as fast as the wind just now fell heavily into the water, creating waves more than 10 meters high. 3x13x. The white figure finally surfaced, lying on the water with difficulty, with his right hand covering the place where his left arm was originally. There was already nothing there. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wound, quickly dyeing the water below red. Besides, there were at least 20 shocking wounds on his body. The outcome of the confrontation just now was decided. A beautiful figure in the air, 2.7 and the thin figure in the mist in the distance. The name was uttered softly almost at the same time. But that's all. For them, the wishes of Akatsuki and the ideals that are about to be achieved are the most important. In order to achieve the goal, anything and anyone can be sacrificed. Is it over? It seems like it's really over. For a ninja from Konoha to be able to persist to this point is already quite good. Tisk. I saw him so confident just now, and I thought he had more powerful ninjutsu, but it turns out that he was just pretending. Has this invasion finally come to an end? The rain ninjas who were just shouting enthusiastically and shouting loudly for their god. At this moment, it became quiet, even the discussion was subconsciously lowered a bit. Chapter 277, Domineering Appearance, The Power of One Hand. Heavy rain kept falling from the gray sky. The atmosphere at the scene was a little sad for a moment. Even those rain ninjas who had never met Jiraiya before had complicated expressions when they saw the fall of such a rare cage-level powerhouse. Teacher, I am here to see you off. It is my filial piety as a student. It's a pity that you can't see our wish come true. If you could, you would understand that what we did was right. Behind the rain, a thin figure hidden in it slowly opened his mouth. The voice came from Tendo Pain's mouth, 1313. The 6 Pains were staring at a white-haired figure lying in the crimson rain on the water, raising his head with difficulty. That slightly handsome face showed a sarcastic smile. Severely injured, he could no longer speak, but that smile already represents all his thoughts. I understand. Teacher, please leave in peace. Tendo Pain spoke slowly again, as a cold voice sounded. The beast beside him quickly formed seals with his hands. Boom. The white smoke exploded, and the first thing that appeared was a deafening roar. The next second, a huge bull rushed out from the smoke. The sharp horns were aimed at the white-haired ninja on the water and rammed hard. Goodbye, teacher. Conan murmured, closing those bright eyes again. I thought the situation would be reversed, but I didn't expect it to end up in such an embarrassing situation. I really don't want to act so quickly. An inaudible sigh came from the clouds. With a click, in the light of lightning, a handsome figure directly cut through the sky. The speed was so fast that it actually unfolded like a rain curtain. In a flash, the figure quickly stood between the wild bull summoning beast and the white-haired ninja. With one hand in his pocket, he used his other hand to charge at the bull with his horns without even looking at it. Roar. The wild bull spirit beast that fell from the sky was extremely fast, and its impact force was so strong that it reached a terrifying level. However, the moment he hit the palm of this figure, it was like hitting an indestructible mountain. The entire body of the bull twisted wildly under the huge impact force. The deafening roar turned into screams in an instant. With a loud bang and smoke, the bull spirit beast, which could be fatal with one strike, turned into nothingness. What? Advertisement? Who is it? Another intruder. Just now, he seemed to have blocked that summoned beast with one hand, right? His body seems not to have moved at all. This sudden change made the rain ninjas stare with eyes wide open and mouths wide open. At first glance, confused faces can be seen everywhere. After all, after seeing the strength of the shadow-level strongman, they all had preconceived ideas. Under God, the shadow-level strongman is also the strongest. But even a shadow-level expert couldn't perform the operation he just performed. A hand, a psychic beast. What a horrible physical skill this is. At this time, on the water, the white-haired ninja, whose consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, had a look of surprise on his face. He raised his head with difficulty, his blurry vision struggling to focus. A handsome and familiar figure soon caught his eye. Is it you? This is worthy of being my good student, the genjutsu that I used to comfort myself before I died, right? How could you possibly be here? The pupils trembled wildly. The white-haired ninja's face was full of surprise. Chen. The person who appeared in front of him and directly blocked the fatal blow for him was actually Chen. Since taking over Team 7, he rarely left Konoha village. How could he appear here? Did he come here on purpose to save himself? When did this lazy guy change his nature? I actually do something like saving people. Pain Six Paths uttered these two names at the same time. As puppets, their expressions were not rich and it sounded like they were just mechanically repeating a name. The thin figure behind the rain curtain trembled. The Rinnegan flashed wildly, and an intense anger spread wildly on that rather handsome face. Chen. This guy actually appeared in Yuyan. Moreover, he blocked the fatal blow for the teacher. Advertisement he was able to block that summoned beast with one hand. He was so powerful that he could see Madara again. But, as a former member of Akatsuki, he destroyed Akatsuki's plan to collect the tailed beasts not long ago and challenged Akatsuki. All his actions were enough to determine that he was doomed to die. Tisk tisk, being beaten like this by one's own students. I feel ashamed to be friends with you. Eat this, and leave the rest to me. Looking down at the white-haired ninja lying at his feet, Chen flicked a senzu bean into the other's hand. It's really you, but even you should be careful. These 6 puppets. The white-haired ninja breathed a sigh of relief and stuffed the senzu beans into his mouth. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened. He felt that after this tiny thing melted in his body, a strange force suddenly spread throughout his body. The pain in my body was relieved in an instant. The sluggish spirit and gradually blurred vision also became clear. Friendship price, 10,000 taels, don't refuse to pay. Also, don't share information with me, there's no need. Chen smiled mysteriously and emphasized the price of the magic beans. I spent 563 tons of real money to prepare this thing, so of course I can't let people enjoy it for free. 10,000 taels, absolutely worth the money. As for Pain Six Paths. Having read the script, he certainly didn't need to listen to the intelligence specifically. It's natural. He looked a little dazed. When he was in Konoha village, while getting along with Chen, he also vaguely realized that Chen was a very powerful existence. During this crisis of Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, Chen finally showed some of his true strength. Even if it is just the tip of the iceberg, the teacher will judge it as an indispensable existence. But even so, judging from the fact that he just killed the psychic beast with his bare hands, his strength was still seriously underestimated. Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? This question, which had appeared in the white-haired ninja's mind several times before, emerged uncontrollably again at this moment. In midair, the beautiful figure, who had been in a trance for a long time, suddenly bit her lips lightly because of the appearance of this familiar figure. She had rarely shown any expression since her appearance, and her cheeks turned slightly red. I haven't exercised my hands and feet for a long time, so I'll practice with the 6 of you. Don't be polite, you can use your abilities as you like. The handsome figure moved his hands and feet and twisted his neck a few times as a warm-up. He looked at Pain Six Paths from the side with a playful look on his face and said provocatively. 9 Knots Chapter 278 10 Seconds, Battle Between Gods and Monsters. Are you so arrogant as to challenge 6 Lord Pains? I've never seen such an arrogant ninja. This young man, doesn't he know the power of God at all? It's just courting death, but then again, he was able to kill the summoned beast in an instant just now, so his strength should be beyond that of a cage-level warrior, right? A stronger opponent has appeared. Gulp, gulp. It was different from his reaction to seeing Jiraiya's strength. The Rain Ninja looked at this young and handsome figure and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Mainly, this young man's momentum is due to his laziness. It doesn't feel like facing a strong enemy, but more like playing a game without any danger. This irrational reaction is precisely the strangest thing. Chen. Are you in such a hurry to die? In that case, I will send you and your teacher to hell together. Through Shirato's mouth, Nagato instantly lost his composure and yelled. Chen. Hearing this name again, the Rain Ninjas who had felt something was wrong just now widened their eyes almost at the same time. My heartbeat can't help but speed up, they're not unfamiliar with this name. During the Konoha Chunin exam, various events occurred, coupled with the shocking Orochimaru invasion of Konoha. It also made Chen, the key name in solving the crisis, widely known. It is said, he used to be just an unknown ninja, whose reputation was not as good as those famous ninjas in Konoha village. After the Chunin exam, it was like a sudden explosion, and his name quickly became known throughout the ninja world. It is hard to believe that a previously inconspicuous ninja has become the protagonist of the Chunin exam. Chen? Is it really him? You heard it right, this is definitely the name. The strength he just displayed seems to be even stronger than the legend. Is this the most famous ninja in the ninja world right now? The Rain Ninja was completely shocked this time. Everyone looked at the leisurely figure with incredible eyes. Is this Su Chen, younger than expected, and more powerful? Gives people an unfathomable feeling. Brush. At this time, Shirado from Pain's 6 paths finally took action. Chakra threads burst out from his body, like thousands of rays of light, exploding in all directions. Snap, snap. Advertisement. As the chakra thread fell to the ground, the water surface continued to churn, and one mechanical puppet after another quickly climbed out of the water. Some of them held various sharp blades in their hands. Some of them had explosive talismans all over their bodies. Some are in the shape of cages. Some of them exude a black aura, and their main attack is obviously poison. At first glance, they are densely packed. There are hundreds of them. Is this how you want to play? Human wave tactics? Su Chen frowned slightly, and with a casual wave of his hand, the aura bursting out from his palm easily cut off the chakra thread that was shooting towards him. At the same time, hundreds of puppets were already under the control of Shirado, and they were pressing forward with overwhelming force. Jiraiya. Her cheek twitched slightly. When dealing with himself, Pain, who was able to control puppets at a high level, only sent out a few puppets. When they got to Su Chen, they actually dispatched hundreds of them. I was completely underestimated. Thinking of this, Yinmen recognized the chief's identity at a glance. It seems that Su Chen, his students, and Akatsuki did have some connections before. Just as the wave of mechanical puppets was about to engulf the tall and handsome figure, Su Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Next moment, snap, snap, boom boom boom, bang bang bang. All that could be heard was the sound of mechanical puppets being smashed. Each mechanical puppet was shattered in an instant as if it were hit by an invisible force. View from a high place. All that can be seen are traces of the mechanical puppets being smashed, spreading disorderly across the battlefield. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Renjendao, who has the ability to read minds, quickly rotated his 2 Rinnegan, trying to lock onto the figure on the battlefield that was so fast that it almost left no trace. The rolling eyes suddenly stopped. The person behind the scenes widened his eyes. As he was trying to search for that figure, the Shirado puppet army has been turned into parts and sunk into the water. And through the vision of the human world, he couldn't even see Su Chen's movement trajectory clearly. There is no way to use mind-reading ability to predict his actions. Suddenly, a tingling sensation on the scalp spread rapidly across the top of the head. The thin figure hiding in the rain and fog in the distance couldn't help but shiver violently. Almost at the same time, advertisement on the battlefield. A hand slowly came from behind and pressed directly on Renjendao's head. Boom. Everything that happened before their eyes was so fast that the rain ninjas who finally reacted felt as if their hearts were experiencing countless explosions. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 10 seconds. Everything that just happened took only about a second. In 10 seconds, hundreds of mechanical puppets were torn into pieces. Lord Pain, who was good at reading minds, couldn't even lock onto the enemy during this process. And he was also surrounded and held at his vital point. This speed, such power, the man named Su Chen is definitely a real monster. You like snooping into other people's thoughts, right? However, even if you succeed in reading my mind, you still can't keep up with my speed. In my eyes, you are not a god. At most, you are just a doll that brings a little fun. A playful voice sounded behind Renjendao. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen crushed the other person's head and threw it directly into the ruins not far away like a broken toy. God. That's all. Just a toy. Su Chen. Suddenly, the other 4 Pains, except Hell Road, roared at the same time. Let's do it together. As for the Hell Path, its figure flashed and it pounced towards the place where the human path landed. Want to revive him? Let's see if you have the ability to revive yourself. Amidst the leisurely laughter, the figure disappeared again. All the attacks of Tendo and Pain failed. Good. Below, Helda, who was on guard, directly changed his flight path and quickly formed seals with his hands. Wherever the figure went, phantoms emitting faint blue light would frantically crawl out from the water and fly along with the Hell Road. Yes, some kind of soul summoning technique. Being hit by this thing will cause damage to the soul, which cannot be cured. Jiraiya opened his mouth wide and thrust his tongue out again. DJ. As expected, from the very beginning, he was underestimated by all the Pains. In the battle with himself, Pain, who was able to summon Shinigami phantoms, had no intention of using this move at all. What made the white-haired ninja's scalp tingle was, once one touches these soul-like things, no matter how strong a person is, his soul will be damaged. It is said that to deal with this type of moves, powerful sealing techniques must be used. But, during the flight of hell, more soul monsters are still being summoned. There simply is no sealing techniques that can seal so many objects at once. Chapter 279 Rice Cooker. The most outrageous, super strong sealing techniques. Soul summoning. This is much more interesting. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled even more excitedly. In previous battles, he seldom took action. It's not entirely out of laziness. But, with the support of various panels, the level of strength reached is simply not something that ordinary battles can sustain. Whenever he attacks, he will kill instantly. It's totally no fun. In other words, all the famous battle scenes in the past were nothing but rubbish to him, and he was not qualified to take part in them. But the situation this time is completely different. Even if Pain 6 Paths is placed in the entire plot, it is the ceiling of combat power. Only by fighting against such an opponent can you experience some fun. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he moved quickly, and his whole body exuded an elegant and graceful aura. This handsome figure pressed his fingers between his eyebrows, and at the moment when those soul-like summons were about to touch his body, the whole person disappeared on the spot. Escaped? Ran away? Isn't this too decisive? As expected, no matter how strong your physical skills are, you can only flee in panic in front of this kind of moves. The Hidden Rain ninjas all came to their senses from their shock and unanimously agreed that the Konoha ninja named Chen was just an extremely strong physical skill. There is absolutely no way to deal with this kind of summoned creature. The sudden disappearance of the opponent made the 5 Pains look 880 confused in an instant. Especially Hell Road, under Nagato's control, there was a look of annoyance in his eyes. I finally got serious and used my ultimate right away, but the opponent dodged. But the next second, the disappeared figure suddenly reappeared at the original place. The difference is that in his arms he was holding an ordinary rice pot. Everyone present. Question marks kept appearing on everyone's forehead. The pretty figure in the air tilted her head slightly with a look of confusion on her face. Even Jiraiya, who knew Chen best, twitched his cheeks. Rice cooker? Is this guy trying to anger Pain by using the childish act of eating on the battlefield? He can definitely do this kind of thing. Advertisement. This guy's actions are unpredictable. Every move he makes people inexplicably angry. Ha 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 ha. Under the cover of rain, Nagato's thin figure gritted his teeth, with veins bulging on his forehead. This guy, is he really going to eat while dealing with Pain? I have a feeling. His actions have never been predictable, so even if he did something like this, it wouldn't be surprising. Call. Hell Road finally relocked his target and swung his hand violently, and a Shinigami shadow slowly stood up behind him. The shadow, which was over 20 meters tall, appeared and immediately swung a sickle that was powerful enough to shatter souls, suppressing it from the air. The summoned soul creature let out a terrifying roar, and quickly passed through various obstacles, rushing towards the infuriating figure. Are you so eager to die? Then, I will fulfill your wish. A mysterious smile appeared on his handsome face again. Chen was neither anxious nor impatient. He bent down leisurely, found a relatively flat place, and put down the rice cooker. The moment he straightened up, a strange aura burst out of his body, like a surging ocean current gathering in his palms. As this aura appeared, countless lightning flashed in the air at the same time. The Hidden Rain village, which always looked very gloomy in the rain all year round, was now illuminated like daylight. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and 3 words disappeared from Chen's mouth. The strange aura in his palms suddenly burst out, transforming into 2 dragon-shaped auras visible to the naked eye, which madly devoured the soul-type summons at an unavoidable speed. Roar. The summoned creature that was swallowed seemed to be instantly integrated into this breath, and was stretched and twisted. The ferocious faces also turned into distorted expressions filled with fear. The sickle that was about to fall suddenly stopped. The Shinigami Phantom also had the same expression on his face, as if he was stunned by the shock. Good. Even the embodiment of death and fear felt unprecedented fear at this moment. Without waiting for it to react, he collected the dragon aura of the soul-summoned creature and rushed towards it, devouring it completely. Then, these 2 auras, along with countless soul summons that kept screaming, were taken back into the rice pot. With a click, Chen closed it casually, moved instantly, took it back to his apartment, and placed it next to the rice pot that sealed the tailed beast. Chen. Adult? A surprised call came from behind, and the Oiran Mikami looked at Chen with a face full of surprise and affection. Don't make the mistake of thinking that things are done, the fun is just beginning. Advertisement. So, see you later. He stretched out 2 fingers, made a goodbye gesture, and the handsome figure disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the battlefield again. Only the beautiful figure in the apartment was left, biting her lips lightly, with a deep sense of loss on her face. The battlefield of the Hidden Rain village. The lightning-fast scene just now had already made many people's jaws drop to the ground. This was an unexpected situation that almost caused their brains to shut down. Rice cooker? Super sealing techniques? In this world, I am afraid that no one with a normal brain can connect these 2 things together. But this guy named Chen actually used such a bizarre and unbelievable method to seal one of Lord Pain's ultimate moves. This actually has such powerful sealing techniques? And the taijutsu just now. With a gulp, the white-haired ninja Jiraiya swallowed hard and looked at Chen as if he was looking at a stranger he had never met before. As a friend of Chen, he thought that although Chen had many secrets, he knew at least 1/3 of him. Now it seems that I know nothing about the option of true strength. Equally shocked was his student, the one who manipulated everything behind the scenes. Instantly seal all summoned creatures. This kind of sealing ability cannot be enhanced even if the Samsara Eye is developed to its full potential. Chen, you are so strong. Crunch. The sound of gnashing teeth came from the mouth of the thin ninja who always appeared calm. A strong sense of broken defense made his eyes bloodshot and he lost his mind in an instant. As he started training, the remaining Pains once again joined forces to attack. Tiandao Pain suddenly opened his hands and enveloped Su Chen's entire body with the gravity of the samsara eye, trying to control his actions. Although Shirato Pain no longer had any mechanical puppets to use, the chakra threads were as sharp as knives, and they enveloped Su Chen like raindrops from the sky. The animal path danced out a phantom with both hands and formed seals for the spiritualist technique. Chakra threads also burst out from Hell's hands, connecting to other pains, ready to revive them at any time. That's right. At this time, the Hell has completely become auxiliary. A dozen clones exploded from Hungry Kito's body, scattered around the other pains, with their arms open. As a defensive force, always ready to absorb Su Chen's chakra and ninjutsu. Chapter 280. Power Beyond God. Trembling Yuyin. In an instant, Su Chen's body shook, as if he was firmly controlled by an invisible force. With a loud bang, the ground where he was located cracked open. Amid the boiling rain, a huge crab-like spirit beast flew out at high speed, and its two claws fiercely clamped onto Su Chen's body. At the same time, the countless chakra threads of Shira Dao, like a dragnet, were madly tightening around Su Chen. Is that all you can do, Nagato? You've just witnessed my strength, but you're still using such a childish attack method? You'll regret it in the next second. The handsome and strong man who seemed to be in a cage actually had a slight smile on his face. There was a strong hint of sarcasm in that smile. The coordinated attacks of the five pains seemed seamless. If the opponent is a cage-level warrior, he will be crushed in an instant. But it's a pity. What's the point of a shadow-level warrior? With Su Chen's super strong defense, this attack was not even enough to tickle him. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the chi of the besieged figure slowly increased, stirring the surrounding air visibly and causing extremely rapid fluctuations. The crab spirit beast that was sent out by the animal realm seemed to be scalded and subconsciously loosened its claws. At the same time, under the effect of chi, the chakra threads broke inch by inch. The hands of the heavenly Dao in midair, which were used to suppress Su Chen, suddenly began to tremble wildly and uncontrollably. The gravity that was strong enough to lift countless buildings into the air was unable to suppress the tall figure at this moment. After just a few seconds, Shirato's chakra thread completely broke. Under the powerful gravitational suppression of the heavenly Dao, Su Chen seemed to be unaffected. He slapped the crab spirit beast behind him in the face with his backhand. The huge spiritual beast, which was more than 20 meters in length, let out a scream, and its body flew to the side like a piece of rag, directly knocking down two high-rise buildings, and then turned into thick white smoke. The five pains looked stunned for a moment at Nagato's shock. I'll give you this useless move back. He waved his hand again, and the action was almost identical to the one that slapped the crab spirit beast away. A powerful chi immediately bounced back countless chakra threads. The power was so great that the chakra threads that were originally controlled by Shirato seemed to be out of control and entangled towards him. After a strange sound, Shirato was cut into pieces by his own chakra threads. Countless debris poured down with the rain, as if they were completely wiped out. This unpredictable change made everyone's brain go completely blank in an instant. Advertisement, especially the white-haired ninja Jiraiya. I opened my mouth wide a few seconds ago, and I can't close it until now. That pain who could control countless puppets at the same time and put himself in a difficult battle was actually solved with just a wave of his hand. Pain, who was regarded as a god by the Rain Ninja, was like an ant in front of Su Chen, being slaughtered at will. This guy is truly terrifying. Even the white-haired ninja, who was known as Su Chen's friend, couldn't help but shudder in his heart when this thought came to his mind. The second Lord Pain was killed. The scary thing is, he just waved his hand. What kind of ninjutsu is that? I have no clue at all. What a terrifying aura. Incredible taijutsu, super strong sealing techniques that can be used with a rice cooker. That move just now should be considered ninjutsu, right? I have a feeling his ninjutsu is even scarier, looking at the two tall buildings that were razed to the ground. And the original location of Shira Road. The Rain Ninjas only felt their hearts beating wildly. Endless fear weighed heavily on their hearts, making them feel like they couldn't bear the pressure and wanted to bend over and vomit. However, the scene that was enough to shock their souls was not over, but had just begun. Su Chen's cold gaze drifted towards the hungry Kito who had created more than a dozen clones as defensive forces, ready to absorb ninjutsu at any time. Gentle eyes, slightly narrowed. If I remember correctly, your ability is to absorb all chakra and ninjutsu. Try to absorb some of mine. In a relaxed tone, the handsome and powerful man stretched out a finger with one hand and pointed it at one of the evil Kito clones. The target's body stiffened uncontrollably, ready to withstand the ninjutsu attack from a powerful being beyond the cage level. Whoosh! A ray of azure light burst out from that finger, so fast that it seemed like lightning. The speed was so fast that Kito himself had no time to absorb the energy and was instantly pierced through. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Su Chen gently changed the direction of his fingers, and wherever the breath reached, all the hungry Kito clones turned into thick smoke. Asterisk 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 until the last one. At the critical moment, he did not choose to absorb this ninjutsu, but quickly avoided it. The real body? Then I'll treat you better and give you a big one? The words fell. Su Chen placed his hands, knuckles facing up, on his waist. The clothes were suddenly filled with muscles, and the whole person looked like a tall tower. Full of oppressive power. Advertisement, this aura, and the changes in my body. It should be a very scary ninjutsu. Conan's heart was pounding and he bit his lip again. His eyes were uncontrollably fixed on the full muscles. Boom. A violent flash of light instantly illuminated the entire Yuyin. 0. The breath that came with the light swept everything like a hurricane. The rainwater flows back. The water flowing on the ground looks like huge waves. The already shaky buildings that were affected by the battle collapsed one after another. Screams of fear were heard from all over the hidden rain village. And this bright light burst out from Su Chen's palm. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's horrible. Can Lord Pain absorb it? I can't open my eyes. I've never heard of a ninjutsu that emits such a strong light. What kind of person is this guy named Su Chen? Monster. He is absolutely a monster. A monster more terrifying than the power of God. This moment, almost everyone had the same opinion. Pain's power has been judged to be something that only God can possess. However, the Konoha ninja named Su Chen only performed a ninjutsu. It gives people a feeling of fear, a power far beyond that of God. Rumble. Click, click. The heaven and earth are shaking. Nagato, who had been behind the scenes, felt the ground shaking and the surrounding buildings collapsing. His entire expression sank along with his heart. He was locked in the Hungry Kido's perspective, facing Su Chen's terrifying ninjutsu head-on, and he understood the terrifying power of this move more intuitively than anyone else. Right at this moment, the continuously accumulated flashes of light finally turned into a thick beam of light, rushing towards Kido's body. Chapter 281. Hand-to-hand combat of Pain, a man more terrifying than a monster. A dazzling glow burst out from the Hungry Kido. It can be seen that he is mobilizing all his chakras to activate his ninjutsu absorption ability. Good. Faced with this astonishing move, Kido did not choose to absorb chakra and ninjutsu with his hands as usual. Instead, every part of the body, even every cell, is mobilized. As the glow ignited, Su Chen's moves, which were emitting dazzling light, rushed towards him like a torrent. Those strange radiances that seemed to be emitted only by God. Just like a candle flame, it went out immediately. The Hungry Kido's body was crushed into powder almost at the same time. The extremely destructive beam of light rushed directly into the clouds after killing the Hungry Kido. The rain curtain and the dark clouds in the sky were torn into two pieces. Snap, snap. The thunder in the sky seemed to be summoned, and it kept hitting, 927, from the sky. Like giant shining hands, they seemed to uproot the entire hidden rain village. All this happened in less than 2 minutes. Of the 6 paths Pain, only 3 were left in the blink of an eye. The other 3 were either turned into puppet parts or directly dried into powder. Fight, fight, until the afterglow of Kamehameha disappeared in the sky. Everyone present still kept their jaws dropped. Those pairs of glaring eyes seemed like they would fall out of their sockets at any moment. It turns out you have been hiding your strength. No wonder Team 7 was trained so well by you and earned the title of Jonin at such a young age. Compared to your ability, their growth is just the result of your careless teaching, right? The white-haired ninja muttered. I kept blinking my eyes, feeling like I was in a dream. And it's a nightmare. Good. The terrifying attack power just now. Even his good friend felt terrified. The ninjas of Rain Village also had the same feeling. At this moment, their legs felt weak, just like when they faced Pain before. It is not an impulse to pay homage that triggers this reaction. Rather, it is a manifestation of despair under absolute power. The power beyond God is manifested in just one strike. And even Lord Pain, who can absorb chakra and ninjutsu, couldn't resist the ninjutsu just now. Advertisement. The scariest thing is, everyone had a strong feeling. The move Su Chen just used was not at full power. More like a casual understatement. Just imagine, if that one move was used at full power, what kind of terrible consequences would it cause? I'm afraid that the entire hidden rain village will be wiped off the map of the ninja world in an instant. If you say, Lord Pain is the god who can save the ninja world. So, this Konoha village ninja named Su Chen, it is definitely a super powerful monster that can destroy the world. What kind of ninjutsu did you just use? Why can't I absorb it when I'm hungry? Impossible. The ninja world originated from the Sage of 6 Paths. Under the Rinnegan, there is no chakra or ninjutsu that cannot be absorbed. There was no sign of chakra in the move just now. The thin ninja gasped for breath amid the rapidly falling raindrops. A mouthful of steel teeth almost broke secretly. Today's Akatsuki members have gradually become more complete. All you need to do next is to follow the predetermined plan, collect the tailed beasts and Dragon Balls, and you can realize your dream. Result. That guy Su Chen actually showed up. He killed half of the Pains with one move. The entire hidden rain village has become devastated and is on the verge of destruction. It's really so big that it makes people almost lose their minds. But, since the hidden rain village has already reached the brink of destruction, why should we be so cautious and not use that move? Crunch. Nagato gritted his teeth again and raised his bloodshot eyes. It seemed that some kind of decision had finally been made. At this time, on the battlefield, the hunt continues. Good. From the perspective of Jiraiya and others, this is no longer a duel of equal strength. It was more like Su Chen's unilateral hunting of Pain. The first target is Pain, who can use summoning to summon all kinds of strange and bizarre summoning beasts. Advertisement Beastway Pain. As his body was locked onto, the animal path immediately realized that he had become a target, and began to summon various powerful spiritual beasts for defense. However, as the handsome, tall and strong man released a high-speed rotating circular ninjutsu from his hands, the spirit beasts were quickly cut open one by one and turned into thick smoke. The body of the animal was also cut into two parts by this move. The hell road that originally connected the chakra threads to the other panes was too late to revive them. As his sharp eyes fell on Hell Road immediately used his physical skills to summon the soul summon again. But this time, Chen did not give him a chance to perform. A set of 8 lightning-fast punches tore the opponent into pieces. This scene also frightened the rain ninjas out of their wits. This method is too cruel, isn't it? This is definitely a monster. A merciless monster. Is the hidden rain village going to be lost? Will he get so excited about killing people that he might kill us too? Humph, is it necessary to worry about this problem? If he wants to destroy the hidden rain village, no one can escape. There. All the rain ninjas felt their hearts tremble, and the deep despair once again emerged from the depths of their hearts. You're the only one left, aren't you going to use those moves? I've been waiting for a long time, at this time. Throwing away a piece of spare parts, Chen turned to look at the only remaining Tendo Pain. This pain can be said to be the most important one to Nagato, and also the one with the most terrifying abilities. In the battle just now, he didn't do much. The reason is simple. Among the many abilities of the Rinnegan, the most terrifying ability lies in him. The display of any of these abilities could lead to the immediate destruction of the entire Yuyin. Therefore, until this moment, he has been in a wait-and-see state, and even if he takes action, he will only do so to a certain extent. Chen appeared here just for fun, so how could he miss the famous scene that would erupt from Tendo Pain? Chen, if you want to come back, the door of Akatsuki is still open to you. As long as you believe in Akatsuki's ideals, even if you do nothing, Akatsuki will still be willing to accept you. Tendo Pain floated in the air, and Nagato's will was slowly uttered out through his mouth. Just now, Nagato had indeed lost his mind and was ready for a life-and-death battle. However, if there is even the slightest possibility, let Chen return to Akatsuki. Even if he does nothing, it will be the greatest help to Akatsuki. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Is this a sign of fear? If you can't beat someone, you immediately recruit them. But unfortunately, even though I have already officially challenged Akatsuki, I still think it's more fun to be your enemy. Chen smiled wickedly and retorted without hesitation. Advertisement Chapter 282 Daily Ignorance, Heaven's Defense Breaks. In that case, then be prepared to accept the pain that this world is about to endure. Pain Tiandao slowly opened his arms and bathed in the pouring rain. In the light of lightning, it slowly rises to a higher place. In the rain and fog in the distance, that thin figure was far from being so handsome. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and there seemed to be fire burning wildly in his eyes. Tisk, are you going to use those abilities? It's getting more interesting now. Looking up at the rising figure, Chen just smiled slightly. It was as if he had already seen through everything. With his speed, he could easily kill the opponent in seconds while Tendo Pain was showing off. Not even giving the other party a chance to seal. However, this would be too boring. Why not wait until he finishes filling the cup? Even the handsome, tall and strong man turned his gaze away from Tendo Pain, and his slightly gentle eyes instantly locked onto the figure of Nadao who was surrounded by white paper. Feeling that familiar and panicking gaze, Conan's eyes trembled slightly and he felt his heart skip a beat. Finally, did you get his attention? Hey, Conan, long time no see. I think you gained a little weight recently. At this moment, as a cloud of rain and fog flashed by, the figure in sight was obscured. The next second, a teasing voice full of 13 magnetism sounded from the side. Chen? Really? Recently, I feel a little bloated? The originally aloof female ninja suddenly became so flustered that her cheeks turned red, and she answered subconsciously. Next second, her pretty face was slightly surprised. Woman. What were you doing just now? She answered him subconsciously. This guy is now the enemy of Akatsuki and the entire Rain Village. Besides, obviously facing a strong enemy, it is a matter of life and death. Chen, he actually ignored the terrible opponent like Tendo Pain and came to chat with me. Who can do this kind of operation? He was also completely speechless at Chen's completely unreasonable behavior. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and muttered to himself. Is it because you are so strong that you can ignore any opponent and not care about them at all that you would do something that seems unreasonable? At this time, the rain ninjas were already stunned. Advertisement They looked at each other, feeling the question marks floating in each other's eyes. My brain almost crashed again. Just now, the Konoha ninja named Chen ignored Lord Pain and chose to chat with Lord Conan, right? Lord Pain is clearly very imposing, and the oppressive atmosphere of heavy rain and clouds on the eve of the war is rendered very well. Even bystanders like us feel a breathless tension. Result. As the opposing party, the ninja from Konoha village actually walked away. This is so G weird. I've never seen this kind of operation before. 2. Still so reckless, also confused as Nagato who secretly controls Tendo Pain. He was already D off by Chen, so he took a deep breath and almost couldn't recover. His cheeks twitched wildly, and his eyes were filled with rage that instantly burned through his entire body. The whole person almost exploded on the spot. As a member of Akatsuki, Chen had already shown his unconventional character. At that time, it was because, as an Akatsuki, he never did anything himself, and always participated in the mission as a spectator. And every partner who works with him will be defrauded of most of the commission by him in various ways. To the extent that, if he is not kicked out of the organization as soon as possible, the entire Akatsuki will immediately fall apart due to the reasonable distribution problem. The most abominable thing is, it would be fine if this guy didn't contribute to Akatsuki, but he was always very close to Conan. Conan's character was originally cold and serious. Every time I am teased by this guy, my personality breaks down, and I am as shy as a little girl. Every time I see this scene, I get inexplicably angry. After all, Conan is my most trusted companion. I never expected it. The same situation happened again. Chen is a bad guy who never changes. Even in such an important battle, he didn't forget to tease Conan. From 2. Unforgivable, after a roar. Nagato's eyes were bloodshot and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. The Samsara eye emits an even more dazzling scarlet light. Right now, Tendo Pain, who had already risen to a certain height, also had the same reaction from his Samsara eye. Advertisement: a powerful gravitational force burst out from his body, and the rain that was pouring down was instantly drawn to one place, like a water dragon falling from the sky. Moreover, this water dragon, while spinning, constantly attracts rainwater from the ground and debris from buildings. Getting bigger and bigger, the hurricane-like gravitational force caused by this made the entire Yuyan tremble. This kind of ninjutsu can instantly destroy even a ninja army, right? My students have grown to this level, but it just doesn't make me happy at all. The white-haired ninja squatted in a safe place, and the bitter smile on his face became more and more obvious in the wind and rain. This is the power of the Rinnegan. I was not wrong back then. The only thing I saw wrong was that Nagato was not the child of prophecy as expected. Lord Pain. This kind of ninjutsu will put a megacure in danger of destruction, right? What are you still standing there for? Evacuate everyone in Yuyan immediately. Is this the battle between truly powerful people? I have a strong feeling that even if I just watch from the sidelines, I might die without a burial place. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village had no time to be shocked at this moment. They scattered to various parts of Hidden Rain Village and led the people of Hidden Rain Village 433 to leave quickly. In an instant, the entire Hidden Rain Village was in chaos. I was right, it's delicious. However, it would be a waste if we just eat it as a snack. It's better to keep two as backup at this time. Mid-air, Chen floated beside Conan using the air dance technique. The latter had blushing cheeks as she tasted the bean-shaped snacks that Chen brought. I have to say that the taste is indeed very unique, giving people a feeling of being intoxicated as soon as they eat it. But she followed Chen's suggestion and kept two in her pocket. That's right. When you are fatally wounded, take one out and eat it. It will definitely give you an unexpected surprise. Reaching out and ruffling Conan's hair, the handsome tall ninja smiled faintly and slowly flew towards Tendo Pain. This guy really treats people differently. Sell that thing to me for 12,000 taels each. In the blink of an eye, Conan was given a lot of. Jiraiya covered his face and shook his head, looking helpless. It can be seen that Chen and this female student have been together for a long time. However, it doesn't feel like the style of favorable treatment to Juru. It's more like an older brother's concern for his younger sister. Chen, you have shown an unexpected side of yourself again. The white-haired ninja's sighing voice came out slowly. Chapter 283. Killing people and destroying their hearts. The way of heaven has gone completely berserk. Chen, can you? At this moment, Conan called Chen, with a hint of pleading in his slightly trembling eyes. Through the battle just now, she already had a general understanding of Chen's strength. Same. As Nagato's companion, having grown up with him, no one understands Nagato's power better than her. In the comparison between the two, she already had a rough answer in her mind as to which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Normally, I don't allow anyone to try to be more pretentious than I am. However, since it is your request, I will seriously consider it. The handsome and strong man smiled gently and nodded slightly. Then, still in a lazy manner, I slowly floated towards the water dragon that was growing stronger and stronger, making the entire Yuyan me tremble crazily. The female ninja with white paper fluttering around her bit her lips slowly, her cheeks slightly reddening again. A warmth flows slowly in my heart. This man has been taking good care of me since he joined Akatsuki. Any member of Akatsuki thought that he joined the organization just to play a slacking role and did not take Akatsuki's dreams seriously at all, and never carried out any mission seriously. But, only she knew that if this man had not appeared during a mission, she would have died on the way. At that time, he showed incredible strength. It must be kept secret, just as a little secret between us. Close black lens bracket. By the way, you are too indulgent towards Nagato. Don't just listen to him. You should have your own ideas sometimes. Close black lens bracket. Next time you encounter this kind of enemy, if you can't defeat them, just run away. The so-called ninja way is nothing but a shameless lie that others ask you to sacrifice for their own benefit. Just lie on my back and be obedient. Don't look at me with a defensive look. I won't have any evil thoughts about women with less than 36 drops. Close black lens bracket. Scene after scene from that year slowly emerged in the female ninja's mind. Looking at that handsome back that has not changed in all these years, like a god, he slowly floated towards the water dragon that could destroy the world without fear. The female ninja felt mixed emotions. Such power, Lord Pain, do you totally disregard the safety of others? If this continues, the entire Hidden Rain village will be wiped out soon. Run away. This kind of move is not something that defensive ninjutsu can resist. Don't harbor any illusions. Take everyone you can find and leave the Hidden Rain village immediately. Panic-stricken voices continued to be heard from every corner of the Hidden Rain village, accompanied by women's screams and children's cries. More often than not, there were cries of fear from the heart after seeing the water dragon. Even the Jonin of the Hidden Rain village often represent the fighting force of Akatsuki and carry out various extremely dangerous secret missions. Advertisement. I have never seen such a scene before. Su Chen. No matter what the cost, I will bury you here today. There can only be one God in this world, and that God is me who will bring ultimate peace to this world. Feel the pain, feel the fear, feel. In the strong wind that was strong enough to tear apart boulders, Tendo Pain opened his arms and shouted loudly. In the rain in the distance, the skinny ninja hiding in it roared madly. Red eyes. Amid the roar, saliva kept flying out. And the increasingly ferocious face, all displayed. He had originally called himself a god, and had always had compassion on the world with his calm eyes, but now he had completely fallen into madness. God, never allow yourself to be defeated by monsters. How many floors can a bag of rice be carried to? I'm so tired of hearing these cliches. It's been so long, it's almost time to end it. Su Chen frowned slightly. I thought that as things developed and gradually deviated from the original plot, Nagato, who was stronger than in the original plot, would give me a little surprise. However, he didn't expect that the other party didn't hold on for long before his defense was completely broken psychologically. Even his behavior became crazy. This kind of pain is totally uninteresting. It is time for God to fall. Through the sweeping wind, he glanced at Tendo Pain. The tall and handsome figure walked into the water dragon step by step without hesitation. Boom. This was another unexpected scene, which shocked Jiraiya and Conan at the same time. Actually, walked in? Under the influence of huge gravity, the madly spinning water dragon can easily crush the stones into powder. Wherever the water dragon passed, whether it was a tall building or rocks on the ground, they all disappeared instantly. However, after that tall figure walked in, all his clothes were torn to pieces. His messy hair just seemed to be swaying wildly in the wind. Besides, his strong muscles and perfect figure were not affected at all. This guy can't even be described as a monster anymore? Advertisement, and she knew her clothes would tear if she walked in. She did it on purpose to show off her figure, right? Sometimes, this guy always behaves in such a childish way. Jiraiya's forehead was covered with black lines and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, indicating that he was speechless. This showy guy must have done this on purpose. The purpose is to show the perfect body. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at the female student in midair. I could see that beautiful figure, and even through the heavy rain, I could still see the deep red color on her cheeks. Moreover, his eyes were fixed on the figure in the water dragon. His expression was somewhat complicated. There are concerns. Being shy. This is totally unharmed. Also, was it intentional exposure? Even at this point, you still don't recognize this kind of battle at all? UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dragon. The manipulator behind the scenes twisted his body madly and screamed loudly. Bu, De Qian Zhao's eyeballs had turned scarlet and bloodshot, and they looked like they would pop out of their sockets at any time. So annoying. It's really infuriating. This damn guy, even if he has the strength to resist the water dragon, there is no need for him to walk directly into the water dragon, right? This behavior is completely telling myself, your moves are just tickling me. It's not just the strength that was crushed, it is a serious insult and torture targeting the psychological level. So, even more unforgivable, drink. Through the mouth of Tendo Pain, Nagato let out a heart-wrenching roar. The downward force of the water dragon accelerated madly. Boom. The ground began to crack wildly once again, and the cracks were like terrifying giant snakes, devouring the buildings of the Hidden Rain village. Wherever it went, tall buildings collapsed. Amid screams, some unlucky people from the Hidden Rain village fell into the bottomless crack with endless fear and despair on their faces. The entire Hidden Rain village seemed to be split into countless pieces by an invisible knife in an instant. Chapter 284. On par with Sage of Six Paths? The underestimated Su Chen. Boom boom boom. The water dragon, which carries the power to collapse a mountain, has already accumulated endless power under the influence of gravity. At this moment, it kept hitting the naked body. 1 second is equivalent to launching hundreds of attacks. Even the strongest physical warrior in this world cannot withstand the impact of this kind of power and frequency. The entire Hidden Rain village was shattered into pieces by this attack, and the buildings collapsed one after another, which was the best proof. Fight, fight. Under the impact, rain and mud kept churning. The debris from the building was flying everywhere, blocking everyone's view. Buzz. The white-haired ninja, who was originally on the verge of death, has completely recovered after being treated with the senzu beans. At this time, the whole hand formed barriers for defense to avoid being swallowed by the rainwater and various residues that became extremely turbid under the impact of the water dragon. Even though he was a cage-level warrior and used his chakra to the maximum extent for defense, he could only barely keep his body steady. Not to mention those rain ninjas who are slightly weaker in strength. Some of them barely held on with their strongest defensive ninjutsu. Some of them had their defenses shattered, and the whole person disappeared in the sky-shattering and earth-splitting king amidst a series of screams. The entire hidden rain village had completely changed beyond recognition after just a few seconds of the water dragon attack. It's like being swallowed by the might of heaven and may disappear from the entire map at any time. Nagato, is it necessary to go to this extent? If this continues, the entire Yuyan will cease to exist in an instant. Amid the strong wind caused by the water dragon, Conan, half of whose body had turned into white paper, was also struggling to hold on. The pretty face turned even paler. She didn't expect that Nagato would be so impulsive after seeing Chen. Even if I have to drag the entire hidden rain village with me, I will fight him to the death. Chen. You are the biggest obstacle for Akatsuki to realize his dream. You must die. No matter what the cost, you must die here. Nagato's voice, coming from the rather calm-sounding voice of Tendo Pain, had a strange tone that didn't match the emotion. This is the unshakable determination of the manipulator behind the scenes. The information brought by White Zetsu shows that Chen has the power to seal the tailed beast instantly. This has been verified in the battle just now. The information brought by Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame shows. After joining Akatsuki, this guy, BDFF, has always been lazy and a complete paddler, but in fact he has enough fighting power to make people tremble. Advertisement: even a genjutsu master like Uchiha Itachi would be instantly pulled into a fantasy by him. During the Chunin exam, Chen's performance was enough to reveal his determination not to keep a low profile. In addition, a declaration of war against Akatsuki. Looking at the entire ninja world, Chen's threat to Akatsuki is definitely the biggest. So, at all costs, he must disappear. Mid-air, from the perspective of Tendo Pain, the area below was already in chaos. The hidden rain village was almost completely engulfed by the dirty rain. Various buildings kept falling down in the gradually rising water mist. The cracks in the ground continued to spread under the attack of the water dragon. Tiandao Pain's eyes finally calmed down a little. No one can survive such a direct attack, even someone like Chen, eh? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Tendo Pain's eyes suddenly shook wildly. The manipulator behind the scenes also widened his eyes at the same time, and his muscles tensed instantly. My brain went blank for a moment. With the powerful penetrating power of the Samsara Eye, even endless chaos can be seen through at a glance. Under this terrifying vision, one can clearly see a figure shaking rapidly in the rapidly spinning water dragon. The water dragon that could tear apart the mountains washed over him, but it seemed like it was passing through an illusion. It has absolutely no effect on him. What? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Is it some kind of clone? Or, as it seems on the surface, is it completely integrated into the water flow through the vibration of the body? No one can do this, Nagato blurted out with a creaking sound. Hearing this voice, even he was startled. His previously calm voice was not only trembling, but also extremely hoarse. The despair in it was something that even he himself could hear clearly. This was totally out of common sense, enough to make any strong person in this world look incredulous, and made the strong person with the samsara eyes stare with wide eyes. Information. 014002213 Hailu 220552550, that's right. Not an illusion. Advertisement. It is indeed possible to clearly see that figure standing leisurely in the water dragon. Originally, he did not make any movement, but at this moment, he slowly raised his head and blinked his eyes with amusement towards the perspective of the Rinnegan. Then, the body floats slowly upwards against the constant downward pressure of the water. At the same time, the aura on his body exploded, like dazzling sunlight, and the chi, with changed properties enveloped his entire body. The whole body, like a ball of fire, is leisurely tearing through the darkness and flying towards the source of darkness. That ball of light seems to be a person? Is it a move similar to the strong light ninjutsu just now? That guy from Konoha is not dead yet, he is actually taking that attack. Impossible. There is no way a human could have such power. That guy is definitely the most terrifying monster in the ninja world. How is it possible that he possesses such an incredible ability? The rain ninja who struggled to avoid being caught up in the aftermath of the battle. My mind almost collapsed on the spot. Everyone felt weak all over, and felt a bitter despair flowing through their throats. At this moment, all the rain ninjas were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a strong man. Don't say you haven't seen it before. Even the legendary ninja in fantasy is not as domineering as when. Boom boom boom. Using the powerful power of the Rinnegan, he looked at the figure radiating dazzling light, which was approaching upwards. Tendo Pain continued to use his remaining chakra. The water dragon's striking power continues to double. Wherever it swept, the ground continued to collapse. The dazzling figure was blocked by the strong force and slid down several meters. However, the next second, the figure began to climb upwards towards the water dragon at a faster speed than before. Su. Chen, this time you didn't give me a surprise, it was a complete shock. This kind of strength has reached an unimaginable level. The white-haired ninja was so shocked that he couldn't help but complain in a low voice. In the battle just now, Chen's strength was clearly visible. If a judgment is made, it must be in existence far beyond the shadow level. It seems now, the judgment just now was a complete underestimation. Only the legendary sage of 6 paths could have such an experience, right? Chapter 285. Shinra Tensei, Golden Flashes Beneath the Ground? Impossible. Behind the rain curtain, Nagato's pupils shrank rapidly again. The already broken rationality collapsed to the extreme at this moment. Chakra was surging wildly, and the terrible repulsive force continued to press hard. If you say, the water dragon attack just now was equivalent to hundreds of attacks per second. The attack frequency at this moment has increased by 3 times. But what made him despair was that dazzling figure seemed to have infinite power, and its defense continued to increase with the opponent's attack. The rising speed is also several times faster. Like a sharp blade emitting a blinding cold light, it cut the water dragon in half. In the blink of an eye, there was only 30 meters left to Tendo Pain. Ahem. At this moment, due to the excitement, excessive use of the Rinnegan and chakra, the weak ninja, whose body was under endless pressure, coughed up blood. A feeling of powerlessness fills every cell in my body. FD. He calls himself a god and believes he has the power to change the world. At this moment, the dream has just begun, but I have already felt this powerless. The sound of shattered dreams lingers in my mind. The weak ninja's entire body collapsed to the maximum extent, and countless blue veins kept crawling on his body. Now he is no longer prepared to care about the consequences. Just one thought. That is it. If we cannot eliminate Akatsuki's greatest obstacle, the so-called dream will eventually become a complete joke. The power of the Samsara Eye is only this much. I had high hopes for this. The so-called fun is so limited. Under the impact of the water dragon, Chen's body was originally vibrating rapidly and merged into one with the water dragon. When I realized that this kind of impact force could hardly cause any harm to me at the moment. So he directly used Chi to cover his body and forcibly broke through the water dragon. The ability used is nothing more than triple Kaioken. The Kaioken multiplier is different from the one used to kill Nine Tails instantly when he first came to this world. Since his face had just been fused with Goku's, he didn't understand the power of Kaioken. To be on the safe side, he used a Kaioken multiple far beyond what Nine Tails could withstand. Advertisement as a result, just a gentle touch on the head caused Nine Tails to completely lose its fighting power. This gave Minato Namikaze the opportunity to seal Nine Tails. With the gradual understanding of King Kenkai, he only needs to activate it to 3 times the level to resist the repulsive force of Tendo Pain. And it feels extremely relaxing. According to the script, the power of the Rinnegan is very strong. I originally thought that fighting against an opponent who possessed the Rinnegan would be fun. As a result, there was a hint of disdain in the eyes of the handsome and powerful man, and his body continued to accelerate. The next second, it was like a swordfish swimming upstream in the turbulent sea. The figure of a handsome and powerful man quickly approaches Tendo Pain. The palm that was stretched out was like a rope to claim his life, grabbing the opponent's neck. Shinra Tensei. The eyes with the Rinnegan symbol were shaking wildly. 4 words suddenly burst out from Tiandao Pain's mouth. Shinra Tensei. As Chen heard these 4 words, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, as if he finally felt a little bit of interest in his boredom. Boom. An invisible force exploded in the air with a loud noise. Tendo Pain, who was using Shinra Tensei in midair, released a powerful repulsive force that spread in all directions. The water dragon created by gravity and repulsion collapsed instantly. The rain and building debris falling from the sky slammed down to the ground like crazy. The torrential rain was also bounced away at the same time. The dark clouds above his head that were originally flashing with lightning were actually dispersed directly. In this powerful force, Chen's figure was directly suppressed under the water. Lord Pain has a new ninjutsu, but isn't this too scary? It's a dead end. This is the kind of ninjutsu that can't be stopped at all. The Hidden Rain Village is finished. A ninja from the Hidden Rain Village who could clearly see that his god was showing signs of a comeback. I can't be happy no matter what. On the contrary, it was as if the last wave of fear had arrived, and each heart fell directly into the abyss of despair. This kind of large-scale, high lethality ninjutsu will not only destroy the entire Hidden Rain Village. All living beings under ninjutsu will not be able to escape death. Under the gaze of desperate eyes, the overwhelming building debris and heavy rain engulfed everyone's vision. At this time, those who had already escaped from the Hidden Rain Village looked back and their hearts almost collapsed instantly. The Hidden Rain Village has disappeared. It's all the fault of the ninjas from Konoha. If it weren't for them, Pain would never have used this move. Konoha Village, one day, will have to pay the price. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Advertisement. Whether it was the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village or the ordinary survivors, their eyes were filled with deep hatred. Everything God does, even if it means destroying everyone's home, is definitely right. The Konoha ninja who dared to defy the will of God were the instigators of all this. They're the culprits. The Hidden Rain Village is really gone? Conan transformed into paper and flew at high speed under the impact of Shinra Tensei, finally escaping from the range of ninjutsu. After recondensing into a solid body, her pretty face was filled with sadness. Although this place has too many painful memories. But it is the headquarters of Akatsuki after all. It is the origin of Akatsuki's dream, it's a place that can barely be called home. This home no longer exists. Zero, is this another terrifying ability of the Rinnegan? Chen, you are deliberately trying to provoke Nagato to use this move, right? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? A white-haired ninja with cage-level strength, using Earth style to form the strongest defense. Even so, the 20-meter-thick earth ball surrounding him was shattered into pieces by Shinra Tensei. The whole person was knocked unconscious. After coming to my senses, I couldn't help but complain with a black face. This guy Chen definitely has the ability to subdue pain before he uses that move. Even if he wanted to, he could easily bypass pain and catch Nagato, who was controlling everything. But he didn't do that. Instead, it seemed like he was intentionally guiding the other party to use the more terrifying ability of the Rinnegan. It's really infuriating to see someone so strong that he treats this kind of battle as a game and completely disregards the safety of others. The white-haired ninja cursed in his heart, his expression gradually becoming more worried. That's the Samsara Eye. If Chen continues to fight with this attitude, I wonder how many more terrifying abilities the Rinnegan will unleash. At that time, could Chen withstand it? As for now, the figure that was pressed into the shattered ground burst out with an even stronger light. That dazzling white light, at this moment, it actually turned into a golden light? Although I haven't seen Chen himself, but that strong light had penetrated the ground and reflected from the water. A powerful force caused the water surface to boil wildly. It was like being burned by a small sun. Chapter 286 Super Race Mode, Become a God. Boom. The next moment, the originally fragmented ground seemed to be shattered directly by the dazzling golden light. Countless rocks, soil, and even the water surface seemed to evaporate in an instant, turning into tiny particles that could not be seen by the naked eye. Without any obstruction, the golden light burst out in an instant, and the people who were illuminated could not open their eyes. The sky was blocked out by the remains of buildings, thick dark clouds, and surging rain. That ball of light was like a sun, illuminating every corner of the hidden rain village. Even the survivors who had already escaped Yuyan subconsciously stretched out their hands to block their sight. His face was filled with fear. What kind of amazing ninjutsu is this? A strong man from Konoha, who actually grandmasters many powerful ninjutsu. What's scary is, not only had they never seen these ninjutsu, they had never even heard of them. Even if he used the perception ability of 967, he was unable to detect the chakra fluctuations in the moves. But it gives people a feeling that is enough to destroy the world. This is, almost at the same time, the white-haired ninja and the figure surrounded by white paper couldn't help but ask in his heart. This teacher and student have been active in the ninja world for many years and consider themselves to be quite knowledgeable. However, facing Chen, whom they thought they were very familiar with, using this kind of ninjutsu, they were still filled with shock and countless questions. Buzz. In the strong golden light, a slender figure can be vaguely seen rising slowly and calmly. In this holy light, Chen, who was naked, had every bulging muscle on his body, shining with the golden light, exuding perfect lines as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. Besides, even the messy hair that had turned golden and was constantly flying around exuded a sense of powerful strength that could not be ignored. Chen, why don't you die? Go to hell. Akatsuki's dream cannot be stopped by anyone. This ugly and cruel world must be reshuffled. Why don't you understand this? Two voices were heard at the same time from two locations in Yuyan. Tendo Pain roared loudly. Advertisement combined with that expressionless face, it looks extremely weird. And in another place, in his excitement, he even neglected Nagato's hiding state, and his voice was like thunder, piercing through the various chaotic sounds of Yuyan. Where? The white-haired ninja's pupils contracted and he subconsciously looked in the direction where Nagato's voice came from. Hey, Nagato, your whereabouts have been exposed. The figure who used various body techniques and defensive ninjutsu to resist the remaining power of Shinra Tensei had a trembling expression. My whole heart sank subconsciously, facing a monstrous existence like Chen. Nagato's only chance is to avoid being discovered. The shouts just now have exposed his position. Chen only needs to bypass Tendo Pain and attack the main body directly. This battle will be over soon. Nagato, who possesses the terrifying bloodline limit of the Rinnegan, has all the experience of Six Paths Pain. But the Rinnegan is not without its shortcomings. Originally belonging to the Sage of Six Paths, even Nagato, who called himself a god, would have a hard time withstanding the reaction force if he used it for a long time. This is also the main reason why Nagato created Six Paths Pain. Even if six powerful men who once dominated the ninja world were used as puppets to carry the six abilities of the Rinnegan, even Nagato, as the manipulator, finds it difficult to completely offset the side effects of overuse of the Rinnegan. After a series of fierce battles, Nagato's body, which had been hollowed out by the Rinnegan, is now likely to be on the verge of its limit. Even if Chen does not find the main body directly, but only locks the general range, he can use any kind of ninjutsu that has been demonstrated to quickly cause a fatal area attack. This battle, as Nagato exposed his position in a hurry, was equivalent to having a result. And, in the Golden Ball of Light, due to the activation of Super Saiyan mode, not only did his appearance change drastically, but he also looked sharper, colder, and more handsome. A sneer of contempt emanated from his mouth. He turned his angular face to the side, with eyes as sharp as a knife, and glanced at Nagato. The body continued to rise slowly, approaching Tendo Pain. As long as you find the main body, you can end the battle. Of course Chen understood this truth. In fact, before the handsome and cool guy appeared on the scene, it only took a small perception of energy, and it didn't even take a second to lock onto Nagato's body. If you attack the main body directly, you will lose a lot of fun. There is another important point. Advertisement: both Jiraiya and Conan have already been bound as bound objects. With Chen's actions and various cool operations, he gained a lot of bond points. Surprisingly, although the Rain Ninjas kept looking at him with hatred. But in this world, there is no lack of the power of worship. Some unknown Rain Ninjas were also instantly transformed into bound objects. Just from this battle with Yu Yin, he gained nearly 30,000 bond points. In addition, Team 7 is currently on a mission, and the Konoha village is still talking about his ninjas and the bond value provided by Kong Kong because of Chen's performance during the Chunin exam. There are also female ninjas and oirins scattered throughout the ninja world who have had interactions with Chen. The total amount of bond value at this moment has far exceeded 200,000. So, how can the battle be ended so easily now? With the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, Chen, like a god in the golden light, continued to fly slowly. A ball of dazzling golden light kept tearing at the darkness. He was in such a calm state that he didn't take Tendo Pain seriously at all. God. If there is really someone who can be called a god, why do I feel that the Konoha village ninja named Chen is more worthy of this title now? The stunned Yu Yin survivors looked at this bizarre scene that they could not even imagine in their dreams, and finally someone could not help but express their common thoughts. Next second, they fell silent again. No one objected, and no one admitted it. But the anger in his eyes has gradually turned into awe. After all. Anyway. God shouldn't have let out the kind of angry roar that a child just made when he was playing a game and refused to admit defeat. On the contrary, Chen, who is called a monster, has always been extremely calm, and always has a kind of indifference that he has already controlled everything. In comparison, it is clear who is more like God, Wi. At this moment, watching the figure wrapped in golden light continue to approach. Endless chakra waves emanate from Tendo Pain's body. He opened his hands, pointed them at Chen again, and clenched them suddenly. At the same time, he roared out 4 words again. Planetary Devastation. Chapter 287. Planetary Devastation. Super Saiyan power explodes. Planetary Devastation. It represents the perfect combination of the attraction and repulsion of the Samsara Eye. The battlefield, which had originally been much quieter, suddenly began to tremble wildly. Countless building remains, boulders and soil, driven by the powerful force of gravity, rushed from all directions towards the dazzling ball of light. The speed is so fast that it seems as if the person using this ninjutsu has seized the power of creation. Planetary devastation? It's finally here. In the golden light ball, Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. The cold eyes once again emitted a faint light of expectation. Shinra Tensai and planetary devastation, these two skills represent the core abilities of the Rinnegan. Its power, in this world, is infinitely close to that of God. Nagato dares to call himself a god, which only shows his self-confidence and arrogance. These two skills are the important reasons why he is certain to be a god. The appearance of these two skills is one of the famous scenes in the ninja world. Of course Chen didn't want to miss it. The reason why it took so long, in addition to collecting bonds, was also because I was waiting for the planetary devastation to appear. 13. I have to say that if I don't activate the Super Saiyan mode, it would be a bit stressful to face this kind of skill. Using yellow hair mode to welcome planetary devastation is a small respect for the Sage of Six Paths. The handsome and strong man teased himself lightly. After turning on the Super Saiyan mode and possessing incredible speed, he did not choose to dodge. Next second. Boom boom boom. A series of loud noises continued to sound around his body. All kinds of things controlled by the gravity of the Samsara Eyes smashed towards his body madly. The rotating gravity not only attracts countless huge rocks and soil around. It even quickly merged those objects together completely with Chen's body as the center. It was like a spherical cage that was growing bigger and bigger, firmly trapping its ministers with a golden figure. The diameter of the sphere also increased rapidly from more than 10 meters before. 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, and all this happened in less than a minute. At this time, the hidden rain village had already been shattered in the previous battle. The collapsed ground was torn into bottomless holes by the planetary devastation. Also torn apart by gravity are the leaning buildings. The entire hidden rain village was not just razed to the ground. Advertisement: it's full of holes, all traces of human habitation have been completely erased. Fight, fight. The river water that had previously flooded Yuyin continued to flow into those round holes in the ground, making strange and terrifying noises. The hidden rain village has completely disappeared. This kind of ninjutsu. No wonder Nagato dares to call himself a god. Totally unimaginable power. A broken section of a tall building, most of it submerged under the rapidly flowing water. On the exposed pointed corner, a one-armed, white-haired ninja was lying there, panting. Just resisting the gravity of the planetary devastation had almost exhausted his strength. Under this terrifying ninjutsu, he couldn't imagine what state Chen, who was hit head-on, was in. The horrific squeezing of countless boulders and soil. Not to mention being alone. Even a high mountain would probably be crushed to pieces. Although Chen's physical skills are very strong and his defensive ability is amazing. But, is it really possible to defend against this terrible pressure? In the air not far away, countless white papers were folding continuously, reflecting Conan's slender figure again. The pretty face that was folded out first had a complicated expression. As a member of Akatsuki, she shares the same belief as Nagato and does not want Akatsuki's dream to be wiped out. B. That's Chen. She couldn't just watch Chen die under the planetary devastation and remain indifferent as if he were an ordinary enemy. F. In the air, Tendo Pain, who was suspended above the huge sphere, was breathing heavily. He was just a puppet and did not show any expression of exhaustion. However, this constant panting sound meant that the manipulator behind the scenes was about to reach the limit of his physical strength. After just a few seconds, Chen, do you think this is the end? Don't underestimate the power of the Rinnegan, I said. This is not the price to pay. Let the guy who prevents Akatsuki from realizing his dream completely disappear from this world. Right now, after heavy breathing, Tendo Pain roared again, aimed his palms at the sphere of planetary devastation, and swung them downwards fiercely. The repulsive force of the six-paths Samsara Eye instantly acted on the planetary devastation with maximum force. As a result, the shocking sphere fell heavily from the sky like a meteorite from outer space. Advertisement: will this cause the ground outside of Yuyin to break apart? Run. Don't waste your energy. Can't you sense the amount of chakra contained in it? No one within a 20-mile radius can survive. Lord Pain. For your ideals, we are willing to sacrifice. As long as Chen can be killed, it will be worth it even if Yuyin ceases to exist. We must kill that monster, otherwise, he, who is the enemy of Lord Pain, will once again shatter other people's dreams. Street. Outside the range of Yuyin. The survivors were already pale, filled with endless despair, and were fighting madly with their beliefs. Some burst into tears, completely collapsed in despair, and collapsed to the ground. Some of them looked at the godlike figure with shining eyes. Although their trembling bodies and ugly faces showed that they were also suffering from the same fear of death. But the power of faith conceals all this. At a corner of the collapsed building, the shaking in the 100-shoot ninja's eyes suddenly stopped. A wry smile appeared on his face. Even a monster-level guy like Chen didn't change anything in the end? Under such an attack, even if he, a cage-level warrior, was not injured, he would be unable to escape. Chen, you finally got carried away. Nagato, as your teacher, I have to say that you have become crazier than I thought. As a teacher, I still couldn't pluck out this evil flower of yours. The white-haired ninja sighed helplessly and closed his eyes. In my mind, shadows flashed again. It finally stopped at Tsunade's serious and pretty face. I thought that with the appearance of Chen, I would finally have the chance to say those things that I didn't have time to say. It seems that some things are destined to become regrets. At the same time, in the dense darkness of the sphere, a slightly teasing voice slowly sounded. The audience's reaction should be enough, right? It's time to use reversal to harvest more bond value. Amid the relaxed murmurs, a beautiful curve of the corners of the mouth became clearer under the illumination of the golden flash. His handsome face was smiling lightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Then, the powerful figure whose golden light was not extinguished suddenly stretched out his limbs. The golden chi suddenly burst out. Chapter 288 Chen, the most cruel existence in the ninja world. Snap, snap. Boom. Amid the stirring of the golden aura, countless golden lightning bolts were ready to move. It was like a spider web made up of sharp blades, forcibly seeping out from a round sphere with a diameter of more than 200 meters. Wherever the golden lightning passed, countless cracks instantly appeared on the originally solid and integrated sphere. The sphere, shaped like a mountain, was suddenly enveloped by tiny golden lightning, emitting dazzling light. It looked like a golden sun appeared out of nowhere in the sky. And this so-called golden sun was falling from the sky towards the ruins of the Hidden Rain village at an extremely fast speed. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene subconsciously opened their mouths and paused for breath. My eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The strength displayed by Tendo Pain has far exceeded the scope of ninja. The pair of eyes that represent the power of the Sage of Six Paths let everyone directly see what the power of the creator of the ninja world is. That powerful feeling of oppression, the fear and despair that every movement brought to people was beyond imagination. Even a cage-level strongman like Jiraiya subconsciously believed that the strength represented by Nagato could be called the most powerful in the ninja world. Especially the appearance of planetary devastation. The power of the Rinnegan is almost fully reflected in this move. Chen, who was caught by this move, gave people the feeling that he had no way of escaping. But I never expected it. Chen's power is so terrifying. That strange and terrifying golden aura was clearly trying to break the shackles of the planetary devastation. This duel has exceeded everyone's imagination. How could a Konoha ninja named Chen have the power to fight against a god? What kind of existence is that? If he is a monster, then he must be the most terrifying monster in the ninja world. I didn't expect this result. Good, the battle is not over. Everyone already had a prediction in their mind. The powerful golden aura, at the moment it emitted lightning and forcibly broke through the blockade of the planetary devastation, already made people feel an unprecedented power. That is definitely not a power that can be reached by imagination alone. In comparison, although Lord Pain seemed to be in the active position on the surface, he was actually being manipulated by the opponent's power. At this time, in the sphere of planetary devastation, a handsome and powerful man was covered in gold and golden lightning. Crackling. Advertisement. There were continuous and dense explosions. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly again. Just now, he showed off his skills a little bit, and already made many rain ninjas bound as the objects of his bond. And now, it's harvest time. Drink, followed by a thunderous roar. The handsome and powerful man in planetary devastation burst out with the power of Super Saiyan, and his expression also looked extremely angry. After all, the display of Super Saiyan's power has a lot to do with the anger value. Although now, he was enjoying the feeling of the bond value being continuously injected into the system, and even wanted to laugh. But as he combined the power of a Super Saiyan, he also gained control of the emotions that came with it. The anger value instantly reached its peak, almost at the same time. The sphere of planetary devastation exploded with anger and shattered into countless pieces. Golden lightning flashed continuously between the fragments, crushing the originally boulder-like fragments into powder with its powerful force. The planetary devastation exploded into pieces and turned completely into powder in just a few seconds. There was only a naked powerful body wrapped in countless golden lightning. It seems like he can tear this world apart at will, a true, divine work. Snap, snap, fight, fight. The wandering golden lightning produced some kind of interaction effect with the thunder in the sky. Dark clouds covered Yuyan's sky again. The heavy rain, which was dispersed by various forces, fell slowly again. In the sky, golden lightning and azure thunder flashed continuously. It's like the end of the world, in this horrible scene. Everyone fell into deep silence. The white-haired ninja looked up at the shining golden figure. His Adam's apple rolled subconsciously. Is this his power? That golden aura, and the pure aura that eventually turned into golden lightning. Is it another attribute of chakra? For what? Never seen chakra in this form? What's even weirder is, advertisement, this guy Chen actually has the ability to suppress this kind of chakra fluctuation. No one can detect even the slightest trace of chakra. Bloodline limit. Suddenly, these four words popped into the white-haired ninja's mind again. His fairly handsome face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Bloodline limit. It must be so, and he is the most terrifying and powerful one in the ninja world. After all, it is difficult to explain the source of various forces with anything else. Is that so? He has this kind of power, but he rarely shows it. He just likes to live a simple life. Did you decide to show this kind of power for my sake this time? It's shocking, but also heartwarming. Inadvertently, a faint smile with a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth. Although, being treated like this by another man is a bit weird. Chen. Conan was also extremely shocked, looking at the figure floating in countless lightning and golden light. The shock on Conan's pretty face became more and more intense. It has long been discovered that Chen, who never panics under any circumstances and even finds it difficult to show the slightest surprise, is by no means simple. But she still didn't expect that Yin Chen's power had reached such a terrifying level. Same idea as everyone else. At the moment when planetary devastation was forcibly broken through by the golden lightning, she had already predicted the final outcome of this duel. But when Chen's power truly crushed the planetary devastation into powder, she was still, Nanos, shocked beyond words. His cold eyes, with a hint of worry, looked somewhere behind him. The softest part of my heart was gently pricked. Can he, who is most persistent in his dream of Akatsuki, really accept such an unexpected failure so easily? A dark place where the eyes cannot reach. Whoosh whoosh. The thin ninja gasped for breath, and under the influence of the outcome that he could see at a glance, his bloodshot eyes oozed 2 streaks of blood. The face, which had become extremely distorted by unwillingness and anger, was also trembling slightly. Puff. Next second, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his hands, which were tightly gripping the black iron rod, seemed about to loosen. Chen, this is your power, enough to change the entire ninja world. You have this power, but you do nothing. You are the most cruel person in the ninja world. The thin strong man and Tendo Pain roared at the same time. Chapter 289 Genjutsu, the last hope of the Samsara Eye. The cruelest existence. This is the first time I've heard such an evaluation. I really want to know the reason. Chen smiled slightly and rubbed his fingers gently, letting the golden lightning dance between his fingers. The most handsome ninja in Konoha village, the heart-moving Lord Chen. In-depth discussion of the best ninja techniques. This is the kind of pleasant comments I always hear. Only those who try to get something from themselves but fail to get it will give negative comments. Irresponsible guy. This damn guy totally disregards other people's feelings. A selfish person who only cares about his own pleasure and completely ignores the will of fire. Chen just laughed off these comments. After all, People like Sarutobi Hiruzen who are said to have great ambitions are actually hindered by the so-called ninja way, and cannot experience the joy of lying down at all. As for the evaluation of cruel, this is the first time I have heard of it. You have the power to change the entire ninja world, but you choose to do nothing. Even if I join Akatsuki, it's just for fun. Watching the people of this world suffer and endure all kinds of injustice has not changed its will at all. 450. This is your cruelty. Tendo Pain roared loudly. The feeling of powerlessness from the battle just now had caused him to break down emotionally. How great would it be if I had such power? In just a few minutes, you can collect all the tailed beasts. No, with such power, he doesn't even need tools like the tailed beasts. I can accomplish it myself. Akatsuki brings terror to the world and uses terror to derive the desire for peace. On the other hand, Chen, although he possesses this power, he indulges himself in beauty and austerity, dealing with all the bad things in this world in a lazy manner all day long. Let this world continue to degenerate into the swamp of pain. This is the greatest cruelty. Oh, saving the world or something like that, isn't it a dream that only people who call themselves gods should have? As a monster, it's reasonable for me to turn a blind eye to everything. The handsome and strong man smiled and responded slowly. Save the ninja world. Not interested at all. Only boring people would do such boring things. Advertisement is the seemingly strongest person in this world. Why would he do this? Even if I control the whole world, what can I do? It's just a boring art game. It makes me yawn just thinking about it. After all, things that can be done easily have no appeal and are boring. If the price of being a monster is nothing more than being rejected by others, then life is fun. Why do you need to be the so-called god? Is it a sin to have the power to change but not to change? Is this also considered cruel? If so, please call me the cruelest monster. He flicked his fingers lightly, and the golden lightning at his fingertips disappeared into the distance like a dragon. The handsome and strong man added lightly with an indifferent attitude. Can you really watch so many people suffer and remain indifferent? If Akatsuki's dream comes true, it will change the world and eliminate all wars. Why can't you see this? Tendo Pain continued to roar, his whole body shaking violently. Even though he is just a puppet, but it was as if he possessed the emotions of the controller in an instant. A strong murderous intent burst out from the trembling eyes of Samsara. Lie to mouth, huh? It's indeed a very powerful ninjutsu. But it doesn't work on me. To realize your dreams, you have to rely on your own hands. Begging for mercy from your opponents is always the most childish approach. Chen shook his head slowly and subconsciously glanced at the white-haired ninja. I seriously suspect that Jiraiya's first criterion for accepting students is the ability to talk. Naruto won't say anything. He is recognized as the strongest mouth-to-mouth master in the Hokage world. Unexpectedly, Nagato also ran into the long-mouthed escape. But verbal arguments and the like are the most boring. It is better to end this BDBC duel as soon as possible and complete the final harvest of bond value. That's right. Through the battle just now, there are many unknown ninjas who are bound as bond objects. The bond value from is continuously injected into the system. Especially the bond value between Jiraiya and Conan, which is increasing almost every second. Advertisement. What surprised Chen was, although Nagato kept accusing himself of being cruel. During the battle, he was actually bound and became a bonded object. The bond value provided is not lower than that of others, and is even much higher. This is enough to show that he, who believes that only absolute power can change the ninja world, yearns for power far more than ordinary people. Also, the best bond value collection target, is it finally over? Seeing the figure wrapped in golden light in the sky, his aura suddenly surged. The white-haired ninja's pupils contracted slightly and he made an accurate judgment. Next second, brush, Chen's figure directly merged into the golden lightning and rushed towards Tendo Pain at a speed faster than ordinary lightning. The backlash of the Rinnegan caused Nagato's power to decline rapidly during the long battle. Tendo Pain, who had reached his limit, opened his eyes wide and had no power to dodge. Buzz. As that powerful figure appeared before his eyes, the scattered golden lightning emitted a deafening roar. The entire land of the Hidden Rain village trembled again. Under the impact of the breath, Tendo Pain's red cloud and black robe rustled violently in the strong wind, and he seemed unable to keep his body steady. Nagato, you are such a jerk who hides behind a puppet and judges others at will. You are really annoying. However, as the flower of evil cultivated by Jiraiya himself, you have really caused a lot of trouble to your teacher. What happens next is just a small punishment from me, your teacher and friend, for Jiraiya, a guy who is too kind. The handsome and powerful man smiled faintly, and took decisive action, grabbing Tendo Pain's neck like a chicken. Moment. The ripples on Tendo Pain's Rinnegan began to rotate rapidly, emitting a deep blue light of chakra. Genjutsu. The ability of the Samsara Eye is not only repulsion and attraction, but also powerful physical skills. One of the most terrifying abilities is the extreme Genjutsu. Even Uchiha Itachi, who is known as the strongest eye technique master of the Akatsuki organization, cannot resist the powerful Genjutsu of the Rinnegan. The moment when the ripples of the Samsara Eye flickered, Nagato, who had already fallen into despair, now had a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. Chen, you shouldn't look directly into my Samsara Eye at this distance. This will pull you into a nightmare from which you will never wake up. Just when the thin ninja was full of confidence and hope. Puppet Heavenly Path Pain. And the main character Nagato. At the same time, his pupils trembled, as if he felt something extremely terrifying from Su Chen's deep eyes that were so close to him. Chapter 290. Nightmare reappears, despair and watching. Buzz. A powerful mental force suddenly burst out from those deep eyes with a playful look. It seemed to be carrying endless magical power, surging like a raging river. The powerful pupil technique of the Rinnegan instantly transformed it into a lone boat in the sea. After swaying left and right and struggling for a few seconds, it was suddenly pulled into the bottomless abyss. The Samsara Eye immediately lost its original color. The eyes of both Tendo Pain and Nagato fell into a daze. This is absolutely impossible. No one can resist the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye. In the dark corner, the skinny ninja's muscles were tense and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead. He is making his last stand. At the same time, a deep sense of disbelief quickly took shape in my mind. You know, he possesses the Rinnegan, which is known as the ancestor of pupil techniques. Even Sharingan, under the mental power of this eye technique, can only be reduced to a younger brother. However, facing Su Chen's eyes that did not have any bloodline limit characteristics, it was like floating facing a tree. The extremely powerful pupil power collapsed in an instant. And at that moment, it was clearly felt that Su Chen's mental power was quickly pulling him into the ocean of the spiritual world through those eyes that seemed ordinary but exuded endless magic. Boom. Next second. Everything that could be seen with the naked eye shattered directly like shattered ice crystals. Reality shattered immediately. The spiritual power that exudes a clear luster is reconstructing another world at a speed that is almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The gray sky spread over the head in the blink of an eye. Countless raindrops, carrying a sad atmosphere, continued to fall from the sky. Everywhere you look, there are ruins. Far away, screams, explosions from ninjutsu duels, and bodies moving vaguely in the rain and fog. That happened in reality, but it has been Nagato's nightmare until now, waking him up countless times. Is this the beginning of everything? Nagato's eyes widened in shock, fear gathering wildly in his eyes that had not yet awakened. He looked at the sparkling ground hit by the rain, in which was reflected the appearance of a dirty young boy. Her long hair, wet by the rain, was scattered on both sides of her face. Clothes that are used to cover the body and seem to be ill-fitting. Tianfenluolu. Nagato, are we going to die here? Where are mom and dad? Why has the world become like this? Advertisement. A childish, fearful voice sounded in my ears. Nagato's pupils trembled as he looked at the thin body curled up in the rain beside him. It was a girl, looking equally miserable, squatting in the rain, burying her head in her arms, supporting her body with her knees. That small body was shaking violently, obviously enduring unprecedented fear. The messy blue hair looks as beautiful as a flower even in the rain. The woman? Nagato spoke, his voice full of bitterness and disbelief. 18. It's all fake, although, all of this actually happened. But it has turned into an unwanted nightmare, buried deep in the painful heart. Why did I have to let myself relive this nightmare so vividly? Su Chen. You are indeed the cruelest guy in the ninja world. Nagato's small figure subconsciously clenched his fists, and his body shook even more violently in fear and anger. Nagato, don't be afraid, no matter what happens, I will protect you. This is my way of ninja. At this time, another familiar childish voice sounded. The equally small Yahiko quickly came up to the two of them and said with a firm look on his face. Nagato's expression was shocked again and he looked at Yahiko. Yahiko still looks the same as when he was a child, stubborn but strong. Even when I grow up, his dream is to gain two companions of his own. Right now, seeing Yahiko's innocent eyes, yet revealing a deep determination. Nagato seemed to be stabbed in the heart by something, and his face showed deep pain. In front of him, his best friend's face overlapped with that of Tendo Pain, whose expressionless face never left his face. Vitality and death are completely mixed together at this moment. It gave him an indescribable weird feeling. The more intense pain was like an invisible giant hand that grabbed his heart and almost made his heart stop beating and he forgot to breathe. Su Chen, why do you want to let me see Wen in such a cruel way? Advertisement. To me, this is the cruelest side of the ninja world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nagato clenched his hands again, his nails digging into the flesh, as if he would draw blood at any moment. This scene before our eyes is the origin of Akatsuki's dream. All he did was to prevent this so-called false dream from happening again in his life. But unfortunately, that cruel guy Su Chen seemed to see through all his pain. This illusion is like a sharp blade, fiercely cutting the softest part of memories. Humph, cockroaches? Since they are cockroaches from the hidden rain village, they should be crushed to death to prevent them from growing. It's not hard to brush this kind of kid. Don't show that desperate expression. This is war. You weaklings are not worthy of being on the battlefield. 0. If you want to blame someone, blame the world. It's just the way it is. The sounds of killing in the distance stopped. A dozen ninjas who had just won the victory were preparing to move when the three little devils happened to fall into their sight. The ninjas, who had already transformed into evil spirits during the war, had no mercy at all. Those faces, which had abandoned their humanity due to the war and become extremely hideous, were full of cruelty. Seeing these faces, Nagato's heart felt like it was struck by lightning. The whole body was unable to move at once. Even though he knew he was in an illusion, and even because of the resistance of the Rinnegan, he still had some strength left. Still, I was completely stunned by this face that had appeared in my dreams countless times. A dozen faces. It represents a dozen nightmares of eternal torment. It was the first time in his life that he encountered such intense terror that he could not bear it. I, the blue-haired girl, who was also extremely terrified, grabbed the corner of Nagato's clothes and hid behind him. Humph, I won't allow you to hurt my companions. Get out of here, intruder. Yahiko mustered up his courage and picked up a blood-stained kunai from the muddy ground. With a weak body, he mustered up all his courage and stood in front of the dozen nightmare demons. This scene caused Nagato's expression to twist again. Yahiko is still full of fantasy. Even in the most desperate situation, I still try to protect what I cherish most. Chapter 291 The Light of Hope Once Forgotten. Suddenly, a certain touch of emotion left deep in my memory is like a string that is suddenly touched and begins to tremble wildly. You are such a reckless brat. Do you think you can fight against us with just that little toy in your hand? Haha. Stop making me laugh to death. Stop playing around. The third team is still waiting for our support. Get rid of the three little devils and then go to support them immediately. Yes, in a teasing voice. A dozen nightmare envy became twisted and hideous again. A few of them waved their hands, and the cold kunai light approached Nagato and others in the blink of an eye. Although Yahiko has a firm belief in protecting his companions, he is ultimately just an ordinary person who does not know any ninjutsu. He snorted coldly, thinking about using the kunai in his hand to block the cold light. Swish. The fastest kunai passed through the corner of his eye at a speed of 733, splashing blood. Several other cold rays had already passed him and were about to kill the other two little ghosts. At this moment, Yahiko's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of deep worry appeared on his face. And at this moment, ding ding dong. Those sharp cold rays, as fast as lightning, suddenly burst into sparks, then deviated from their original direction, flew to the side, and fell into the mud. After launching the kunai, the nightmares, who did not even consider the option that the kunai would not kill the enemy, suddenly stopped and their pupils contracted. An enemy? It looks like a ninja from the Leaf Village. There are only 3 of them, there's nothing to worry about. Let them all disappear from this land like these little devils. After all, he is a ninja who has been baptized by the cruel flames of war and stood out. Even though these dozen or so ninjas were only at the Chunin level, they gained great confidence because of this. His eyes instantly locked onto 3 figures slowly walking towards him in the rain and fog. Nagato, whose whole body seemed to be paralyzed, was moved again. Like the other 2 little ghosts, he looked at the 3 figures at the same time. The people who came were 2 men and 1 woman. Advertisement. The woman is tall and not slim, but she has a feminine and plump temperament. The other ninja was tall and thin, with long hair hanging down and covering one eye. The other indifferent eye emitted an icy brown light. The most eye-catching one is the third man. She had long white hair, tied wildly into a long ponytail that reached her calves. Compared with the other 2 ninjas, his eyes were particularly bright, and the corners of his mouth were smiling, revealing a kind of incompatible with this cruel world. Optimistic outlook. It seems to be a friendly force, however, killing such a kid casually is unacceptable in any case. The 3 of them stopped, and the white-haired ninja rubbed his chin with his fingers, sweeping a slightly playful look over the faces of a dozen nightmares. HMPH, then there's no need to do that boring thing just now. A little devil like this, even if he doesn't die today, is destined to not survive in this world. The slender, long-haired ninja glanced coldly at Nagato and the others, as if he immediately lost interest in them. HMPH, so you're a ninja from Konoha. I heard you guys have been losing badly recently. Since they are friendly forces, then leave. The little devils who appear on this battlefield will die sooner or later. Letting them die earlier is also a kind act. After more than a dozen nightmares, their expressions became much more relaxed. The 3 little ghosts in front of him are like ants. The ninjas of Konoha village probably wouldn't take their lives too seriously. Besides, these 3 brats are of no value to the ninjas of Konoha village. They certainly wouldn't surround these 3 little devils and fight with their friendly forces. So, brush. A cruel smile reappeared on the face of one of the nightmares, and with a wave of his hand, 3 more cold rays of light came out. However, at this moment, the white-haired ninja, who seemed to be in hesitation, suddenly moved and stood directly in front of the 3 little ghosts. With a wave of his hand, he bounced the kunai away again. Orochimaru glanced coldly at the white-haired ninja and sneered slightly. The female ninja remained expressionless as always. Song was watching all this coldly. What does this mean? Are you willing to save these 3 even if it means offending us? Konoha's ninja, this is a serious provocation. Humph, although we are allies, I cannot bear your condescending attitude. Is it really okay to rashly interfere in other people's affairs? The dozen or so nightmares obviously didn't expect Jiraiya to make a move again, and they all came out to rebuke him. Advertisement. The 3 little ghosts who were rescued were now looking at the tall, white-haired figure blocking their way with surprise. A deep surprise gradually appeared on his face. You know, in this war-torn land, the lives of ordinary people are like morning dew and can be swallowed up by the flames of war at any time. No one will care about them. But this white-haired ninja's attitude towards them was obviously different. For them, he even went so far as to offend the so-called friendly forces. Even the three little ghosts who were rescued felt that it was somewhat unreasonable. War is indeed full of death, but this kind of disregard for life still makes people angry. You are the ones who should leave, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The white-haired ninja smiled calmly, although the atmosphere at this moment has been pushed to the brink of tension. He still tried to talk to the other party. I remember it. I remember everything. The teacher back then was just a face. Nagato's heart was shaken as he looked at the tall figure blocking their way. An inexplicable sense of security arises in my heart. From the moment the flames of war reached this land, distorted faces were everywhere I looked. Both the perpetrator and the victim seemed to have turned into evil spirits. As the war itself, they are the most terrifying existence in this world. But the teacher, although not 4.1, is not scary at all, and always has a slightly childish smile on his face. It seems that even in this worst world, there is still a bright flame of hope in my heart. Remember, everything became clear. The so-called false dream was born from this moment, right? It makes people mistakenly believe that anyone who wants can be like the teacher and have the last hope for this world and the distorted human nature in the war. What if we have to kill these little devils? At this point, it is no longer simply a question of whether to kill the three little ghosts. It is more like the embodiment of potential conflict between the seemingly harmonious but actually alienated allies. Why do this? Too many people have died today. The white-haired ninja sighed slowly, looked at the gray sky, and his eyes gradually became sharp. Chapter 292, Breakthrough, Bond Value bursts 3 minutes later. One by one, the nightmares all fell to the ground, howling in pain. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It seemed impossible to believe that the friendly Konoha ninjas actually defeated them all for 3 unrelated kids. It was obvious that this white-haired ninja was restraining his anger and showing mercy when he took action. Otherwise, none of them will be able to walk out of here alive. Humph, you childish ghost, always doing such meaningless things. Even if we save them now, they will die in the war sooner or later. Orochimaru glanced coldly at the 3 brats and sneered at Jiraiya's behavior. That makes sense. Then you guys go back first, I'll take care of them for a while. I will spit it out when they have the ability to protect themselves. The white-haired ninja hesitated, glanced at the 3 brats, and then made a quick decision. HMPH, boring guy. Orochimaru looked impatient and didn't even bother to persuade him, so he turned around and left. The female ninja hesitated for a moment and followed. As Jiraiya's companions, the 2 of them had long been accustomed to the fact that this thick-skinned guy 13 always made some unexpected decisions. And he understood that once he made a decision, few people could change his mind. Tsunade, tell the teacher that I'll be back soon. I hope he won't be angry about this. The white-haired ninja waved at his companion and gently touched the back of his head with an awkward smile on his face. Although the war has come to an end, Yi Village is not in need of manpower. If I choose not to go back at this time, the teacher will definitely be very angry, right? But he couldn't do anything when faced with 3 little devils who might die in the war at any time. Then, next, it's time for the 4 of us to be alone. I haven't asked you yet if you are interested in becoming my student and embarking on the path of ninja? The white-haired ninja, who was naturally carefree, wiped away all the apology on his face. When he turned around, he smiled warmly again, this moment. The solid and cold fortress within my heart seemed to be broken open by something. Nagato was sweating profusely, and his body began to tremble slightly again. There is a dizzy feeling as if the whole soul has been turned upside down. Remember, advertisement although, this impressive smile is the source of all false dreams. But it is undeniable that in that land full of despair and gloomy air, it was this smile that gave himself and his 2 companions hope to survive. Teacher, teacher, your hair is really long. The 2 companions shouted with joy. Everything in front of Nagato's eyes was distorted again. A new picture appeared in his perspective. The familiar figure with long white hair fell from midair and red blood flowers bloomed continuously from the severed arm. His face was full of disappointment. Look carefully. There was actually a little bit of pride on his face, full of disappointment. The hidden rain village was razed to the ground, lightning roars. The rain is still pouring down. Tendo Pain's body was shaking constantly, and his face was expressionless, making it impossible for people to see any emotion. However, the manipulator behind the scenes was already covered in cold sweat, with his face full of pain and struggle. That's genjutsu. There actually exists a genjutsu that the Rinnegan can't resist. Chen, you guy. Below, the white-haired ninja was once again surprised beyond words. That's the Samsara Eye. Although it is a legendary bloodline limit, the strength of genjutsu is recognized by the entire ninja world. After all, those eyes are considered the source of all ninjutsu and genjutsu. With those eyes, Nagato couldn't resist Suchen's genjutsu attack. Even just a glance can make a person with the Rinnegan fall into genjutsu immediately. Jiraiya no longer knew how to evaluate Suchen's power. All I can say is that if Sage of 6 Paths were still alive, his strength would be no more than this. He could have defeated Nagato in an instant and decided the outcome completely. Why is he still using genjutsu? What on earth is he doing with genjutsu? These 2 questions quickly emerged in the white-haired ninja's mind. In addition to the deep shock on the white-haired ninja's face, there was also a hint of thought. At this time, mid-air, advertisement surrounded by golden aura and constantly moving lightning. The handsome and strong man with bulging muscles squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Just now. As soon as the scene of Genjutsu defeating the terrifying power of the Rinnegan appeared, he gained a lot of bond points. Especially Nagato, who was trapped in an illusion and was forcibly pulled into memories, his bond value contributed so much. On the surface, he has been strengthening the dream of Akatsuki, which conflicts with the bond with Jiraiya. However, emotions cannot deceive people. The appearance of a large amount of bond values means that he was forcibly pulled into the illusion and immersed in memories, and he longed for that time. Is this the breakthrough point for obtaining Nagato's bond value? Then, increase the fire calendar a little bit. The handsome and powerful man quickly determined the breakthrough point and immediately increased his mental input. Good. Defeating the Rinnegan with Genjutsu and shocking others is for the purpose of gaining more bond points. As a character who struggles most violently with his humanity, Nagato is extremely emotional. 220 is also the best target for gaining bond value. Pulling him into the memories is to test how much bond value he can contribute to that kind of memories. But now it seems that even though he kept saying that the time he spent with Jiraiya was a so-called false dream, in fact, it was the best time in his life. Buzz. The strengthened spiritual power once again flowed into the Samsara Eye Minister like a surging river. In a fantasy, the picture shattered wildly once again, and then reassembled. Chen, do you want to torture me in this way? You cruel fellow. Watching the scene in front of him change again, Nagato, who had regained consciousness, roared madly. But the next second, his expression changed, and an angry expression froze on his face. Everything before my eyes has completely changed. The originally gray sky was now filled with white clouds floating freely under the blue sky. In the stream beside the woods, Jiraiya, with a childlike happy smile on his face, is chasing the fish in the stream with Conan. Laughter continued to burst out from the two people's mouths. Hey, Nagato, what are you still standing there for? Don't forget what your teacher taught you. You will lose to me soon. Yahiko's laughter was heard beside me. Sweating profusely, he was dragging a big tree towards the open space next to him. This familiar scene made Nagato fall silent again. Chapter 293 Mental Torture, Nagato's Dream Collapses. He recalled. This is the memory of the teacher who left not long ago and took them to start learning ninjutsu. This white-haired ninja who always had a smile on his face was not doing it on a whim, but was really teaching them ninjutsu seriously. At the same time, teach them the truth of doing this. Different from other strict teachers. The teacher, who has a childish mentality, always treats them as friends. Even if you make a lot of low-level mistakes in the learning process, he will never blame you, but will patiently teach you until the mistakes are corrected. Stick. Under the interference of Chen's powerful mental power, for a few moments, Nagato had the illusion of returning to the past. However, the powerful resistance of the Rinnegan still allowed him to regain his sanity at the critical moment. It is precisely because of this that the pain in my heart becomes more intense. You want to tell me that the teacher has done a lot for us and we shouldn't hurt him, right? If you think like that, you are very naive. Akatsuki's dream will never be abandoned because of a small memory. Next second, the little Nagato clenched his fists tightly again with a sneer on his face full of sarcasm. I won't do such boring things. I just want to see the deepest memory in your heart with my own eyes. I keep saying I've forgotten everything, but the best memory in my heart is still that time. You are such a contradictory guy. At this moment, a relaxed voice sounded beside me. Chen, with his hands in his pockets, was leaning against a big tree, looking at Nagato with a smile. What is the most beautiful memory in your heart? Nagato frowned deeply, and surprise flashed in his eyes again. He also thought that these so-called memories were directly constructed by Chen using Genjutsu. I never expected that Genjutsu only played a guiding role. It was my own heart that brought me back to this memory. The evidence is, Chen didn't know about the past between him and his teacher, and of course he didn't have the conditions to create these memories. These memories are indeed my own act of choice. As soon as he thought about it, Nagato's heart turned red, and his eyes and hands flashed with murderous intent. Damn Chen, he actually snooped into my memory at will. It's damned to the extreme. Tisk tisk tisk, you want to take action? Don't forget, you are now in the illusion I created. You can't do anything here. Advertisement Chen smiled faintly and reminded the other party bluntly. Veins bulged on Nagato's forehead and he stared at Chen fiercely. Finally, a cold snort came out of her arrogant little mouth. He also knew that this memory was guided by his inner thoughts. But every picture, even every speck of dust in the air, was constructed by Chen's mental power. This is Chen's world. In this world, he really couldn't resist. That's right. When faced with things that cannot be changed, just accept them silently. Why bother yourself? Just like your Akatsuki's childish dream, it is doomed to fail. If you accept this earlier, you will feel more relaxed. Chen smiled with satisfaction. He was too lazy to use verbal tactics. Saying these words is just to provoke Nagato. In other people's memories, denying other people's ideals is also a cruel pleasure. Since he is considered the cruelest existence in the ninja world, it might as well be more cruel. Chen, Nagato's face changed drastically and his cheeks twitched. Huge anger instantly controlled his facial expression. It made his face look hideous and distorted, and at this moment, Chen in front of him suddenly disappeared. Then, the picture began to distort. Nagato was instantly pulled into a new scene by that powerful mental force. These scenes were no different from the previous ones, they were all the good times when Jiraiya and he were teacher and student. Outside the illusion, as time passed, a full 5 minutes had passed. Tendo Pain's body was shaking more and more. The manipulator behind the scenes is now in even greater mental torture. The beautiful scenes in the illusion gradually brought Nagato's mind back to the young man who was full of hope for the world because of Jiraiya's appearance. Under the erosion of beauty, the more determined one is in the ideal of Akatsuki, the more painful and contradictory it becomes. And in this painful contradiction, Nagato developed a deep awe for Chen's powerful genjutsu. A large amount of bond value continuously flows into Chen's system. Sensing the other party's change of mind, Chen's mouth corners slightly raised again. Mental torture is another purpose of this genjutsu. Advertisement after all. Jiraiya is still his good friend after all. As Jiraiya's student, Nagato killed him without hesitation, so he must be punished. And the real punishment has just begun from this moment. In a fantasy, all the good memories have slowly flowed away like water. What followed was the separation of teachers and students. As Jiraiya left, the three little ghosts finally determined their goal, which was to change the world. They firmly believe, no matter how bad the world is, people like teachers must exist. They want to fill this world with the brilliance of humanity. With this purpose in mind, they wandered around the ninja world and continued to have adventures. No matter what happens, stick to your bottom line. They all firmly believe that one day, the world will change in their hands, becoming brighter and more hopeful. Then, they founded Akatsuki. The original intention of establishing Akatsuki was to spread hope and light in the form of a mercenary ninja organization. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. In an important operation, the hired Akatsuki was betrayed by his employer, and Yahiko died tragically in the operation. Under Jiraiya's teaching, Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, and because he saw too much ugliness in this world and coupled with the death of Yahiko, he finally exploded completely. It also made him gradually realize that what Jiraiya brought to them was nothing but false hope. Jiao Jiaohao. From that day on, everything about Shao changed completely. This organization, determined to bring light to the ninja world, has determined a new direction. Use terror to suppress the entire ninja world and make everyone submit under absolute power, so as to create true peace. Teacher, your false hope is the cruelest lie in the world. So, don't keep insisting on being childish. There is only one way to change this world, and that is to make it embrace the repression and terror it deserves long ago. For this dream, even you can sacrifice yourself. Mid-air, under the torture of a series of illusions, Tendo Pain, who had completely lost his mind, murmured. Hey, Jiraiya, it's your turn. The handsome and strong man who was holding Tendo Pain's neck turned around and smiled calmly at the people below. The eyes radiated a strange light, and quickly burst out with a powerful spiritual experience. Pull Jiraiya into the illusion. Chapter 294 Changed Memories, an unchangeable world. I felt a powerful mental force suddenly penetrate into my mind. Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. Is this guy Chen using genjutsu on himself? What is this for? He was clearly using genjutsu to deal with Nagato's samsara eye, but he turned around and pulled himself into the genjutsu. Only someone like Chen, who doesn't play by the rules, can perform such an unexpected operation. But, the white-haired ninja was curious about what Chen wanted to do by pulling him into genjutsu. Next second, just as Nagato saw, all the images in front of him shattered into pieces, and then, under the influence of powerful mental force, they were frantically reassembled. A completely new picture suddenly appeared in front of the white-haired ninja. When seeing this picture, the white-haired ninja suddenly showed a look of deep surprise on his face. Unlike the illusion he had expected, what appeared before him was actually the scene of his first meeting with Nagato. Rain kept falling from the sky. Three little ghosts with sad faces, showing the greatest fear of this world, huddled in the corner. It's like an ant that is so fragile that it could be swallowed by the rain at any time. In the real world, Nagato, who was emotionally broken, saw this familiar scene again and couldn't help but feel disgusted. What on earth is this guy Chen doing? Do you want to use an endless loop of genjutsu to completely break your emotions? The evaluation of this guy is indeed not bad at all. This kind of cruel practice can only be done by the most cruel person in the ninja world. At this moment, more than a dozen figures appeared in the illusion. These figures had just won a fierce battle, and their blood was still boiling. The desire to kill continued to flow in their veins, and the urge to brutally kill the enemy did not subside. It's like a drunkard who has finished half of his drink and still wants more. Seeing the three little ghosts at this moment was like seeing a new fine wine. I couldn't suppress the urge to drink it. It's that past. Advertisement. Looking at these three pitiful little ghosts, Jiraiya revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. It was at such a time, such a place, and under such a rain curtain that he, who had received the notice of the end of the war, and his two companions met them here. As for the dozen or so ninjas who were friendly forces, they actually cruelly wanted to kill these three little devils. How could he forget this memory? Sure enough, things were exactly as he remembered. The dozen or so ninjas, whose murderous intent had not yet subsided, decisively attacked the three little ghosts. The expected scene appeared again. As three figures emerged in the distance, the white-haired figure directly used a kunai to shake off the cold light used to kill the three little ghosts. It's a ninja from Konoha village. Hey, ninja from Konoha village, stop interfering. Yes, there is no hope for these little devils to survive. Killing them now would be a mercy. Don't intervene rashly. It's very rude to rashly influence other people's decisions. A dozen nightmares, saying the same words as before. Hey, childish ghost, stop doing unnecessary things. This matter has nothing to do with us. Orochimaru also insisted on his previous thoughts and reminded him coldly. A moment. All eyes were focused on the face of the white-haired ninja who looked much younger than he was now. That makes sense. There's no need to meddle in other people's business. By the way, I suddenly feel like drinking. Let's find a bar and have a good rest as soon as possible. Different from what I remember. This time, Beifa Ninja did not come to the rescue. Instead, he glanced at the three little ghosts indifferently. Then, he followed his two companions and walked away slowly. Is this a rash modification of previous memories? Chen, you still like to mess around. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's face darkened. He didn't know why Chen wanted to modify this shared memory between him and Nagato in Genjutsu. Just for fun, or is there another purpose? At the same time, Nagato, who was in the same illusion, widened his eyes in surprise. He was sure that this was definitely not his original memory. I originally thought that Chen, that irritating guy, was using his looping memory to trap himself in the pain caused by the constant interweaving of beauty and darkness. In the end, his will completely collapsed under the mental torture. Advertisement, but he never expected that he would actually change that memory directly. What is the purpose of doing this? With that guy's stupid personality, it's hard to understand his motives. Leaving it alone. Just as expected. We will kill these three little devils without hesitation. Do you want to avoid disputes as much as possible? That's the right thing to do. After all, we are friendly forces. Amid the cold and merciless mockery, one of the nightmare demons decisively raised his hand. The three kunai turned into three cold rays, instantly ending the wailing of the three little ghosts. Then, these nightmares were like killing a few ants at random, with no mercy at all. They never even looked at the three little ghosts again and turned away. To them, this kind of defenseless life on the battlefield is indeed no different from ants. Jiraiya looked at the scene in front of him, and his originally lonely expression became even more gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly. He also knew that this was just an illusion created by Chen. The past has already happened and has been changed by the law. But even so, there is still a feeling of heartache. After all, these three little devils are his students. He couldn't do it and watch three students being killed by others without doing anything. Chen, you let me see this. What exactly do you want to say? You want to tell me that if he hadn't saved us, we would have turned into dry bones long ago, right? This doesn't change anything. Akatsuki's dream will last forever. No one can shake this will to change the world. In reality, Tendo Pain roared madly, his body shaking violently. The Rinnegan, suppressed by the Genjutsu, kept flickering. The surging chakra kept rising and falling in his body. It seems like the blockade could be broken at any moment. You're right. No matter what happens, some things can never be changed. For example, no matter how great Akatsuki's dream is, no matter what you do, under the rules of the game in this world, nothing can be changed. You know this, but you still continue to have such delusions. You are so stupid. Chen's playful voice instantly pierced through the illusion and reality. It was like a sharp kunai, fiercely hurting the most vulnerable part of Nagato's heart. Chapter 295 The Strongest Loser? Ruined, nothing can be done? Suddenly, all of Nagato's muscles tensed up, and something deep inside his heart made a crisp sound like shattering glass. A feeling of helplessness hidden deep in my heart began to vent wildly like a dam with a breach. Back then you were just a useless person without any ninjutsu. Like Yahiko, you wanted to protect your companions, but you couldn't do it at all. Chen's voice still carried a leisurely and playful tone. However, unlike the previous teasing, these words were like countless silver needles, fiercely stimulating Nagato's already weakened heart. Nagato's face twisted again. The look of pain can no longer be concealed. Of course he couldn't deny that he wanted to protect his companions. He just couldn't say it out loud like Yahiko did. His character determines that he would never say such a thing. But the thoughts in his mind were even stronger than Yahiko's. Of those dozen or so ninjas who suddenly appeared and eventually turned into nightmares that had lingered in his heart for many years and could not be dispelled did bring him great despair at the time. The reason why he couldn't say, "I will protect you," was because, deep down in his heart, he knew better than anyone that facing these dozen nightmares, he had no ability to protect his classmates. Even though you later worked hard to learn ninjutsu and even opened your samsara eye, you thought you had become a strong person. Willn't it be all I can do to watch Yahiko die in front of me? Even if you take revenge, Yahiko won't be able to come back alive. So, this dream is a complete failure. Chen's voice came slowly. Go. When I mentioned this name, a face that always had an optimistic smile slowly emerged in my mind in a trance. Then, it overlapped with the stiff and cold face of Tendo Pain. The skinny ninja began to breathe heavily, and bloodshot eyes were spreading wildly from his Rinnegan with ribbled circles. A pair of eyes that could explode at any time, watching Yahiko die in front of him. But there is nothing I can do, although later, a bloody revenge was carried out. But I have to admit it. The belief of using one's own strength to protect companions has completely failed. Even the various heaven-defying abilities of the Rinnegan could not save it. Also, to change Akatsuki's dream, to collect the tailed beasts to create the ultimate killer weapon, to bring terror to the world, and finally to bring about a deformed peace. Is this your dream later on? But now, it has failed, because from the moment the competition to collect the tailed beasts began, Akatsuki has completely lost the chance to have the tailed beasts. Advertisement Chen reminded the other party of this bluntly. Currently, he has 2 tailed beasts in his hands. Not a lot, but whether it is extracting the tailed beast or sealing the tailed beast, it can be done with ease. To put it simply, as long as a tailed beast appears before him, it cannot escape the fate of being collected. Shao. There is no chance of winning this challenge at all. Nagato had completely failed in this dream. The tailed beasts, those powerful sealing techniques. I have to say, you damn guy, you are not bragging. Has it really failed? Nagato muttered to himself, his whole body shaking violently. Deep despair surrounded this man who called himself God. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the village where he first met his teacher. The feeling of helplessness became even stronger, making him feel powerless even when breathing. The conclusion is, even if you have the Rinnegan, even if your strength is close to that of a god, you are still a complete loser. Throughout your life, you have never succeeded, and you will never succeed. You are no different from the child in the illusion who hates this world. Nagato, it must be hard to accept this reality, right? It seems very cruel, right? But unfortunately, this is the reality. Suchanu's words are as sharp as a knife, and every strike is deadly. The weak? I am actually called a weak person? Nagato's eyes widened, a roar gathered in his throat, and he was about to blurt out a rebuttal. But the next second, there was just an inexplicable gurgling sound coming from his mouth. The whole person was like a deflated ball, collapsing to the ground powerlessly. At the same time, in midair, Chen held Tendo Pain in his hand like a chicken, and it seemed that all his strength was drained away, and his body collapsed limply. What good would it do for a person who has never succeeded in anything, even if he has power close to that of a god? After all, they can only be called weak. 014002213 Filu 220,582,420. These words are indeed a bit cruel, but it seems that Nagato can't refute it. Jiraiya, who was sent out of the illusion space, smiled bitterly and felt a blocked feeling in his heart. He now finally understood why Nagato had become so extreme. Advertisement Countless shattered dreams and countless failures have destroyed the bright heart of a once young man. Even the strongest person can't bear this kind of fate, right? Not to mention, he possesses the Rinnegan, possesses powers approaching that of the Sage of Six Paths. In the end, it still failed again and again. No one can maintain their original state of mind. Fate seems so unfair to Nagato. Thinking of this, the white-haired ninja shook his head slowly with some sadness. By the way, it turns out that the tailed beast that Konoha village lost was sealed by this guy Chen. After taking a deep look at Chen, the white-haired ninja's expression gradually became complicated. 0. Oh, you can't stand this level of mental torture? Sure enough, if you fail too much, you will become too fragile. Just a little brat. Mid-air, the golden light and golden lightning suddenly compressed back into the body of the handsome and tall figure. Chen cancelled the super race mode and commented with a mocking look on his face. Then, he threw Tendo Pain aside as if throwing away garbage. This humanoid puppet, regarded as a god by the Rain Ninja, has been completely destroyed. At the same time, Nagato was also destroyed. Through the perception of spiritual power, it can be clearly detected that the owner behind this pair of samsara eyes has completely lost his fighting spirit and fallen into deep self-doubt. From this moment on, even if Nagato has power beyond the Sage of Six Paths, he will ultimately be useless if he cannot break through the psychological barrier. And this is another cruel method used by Chen. Don't kill people, just destroy their hearts, sometimes even more cruel. Conan, who did not enter the illusion and had no idea what was happening, clearly felt that Nagato's breath was rapidly weakening. Her pretty face changed slightly, and her figure instantly dispersed into countless pieces of paper, flying towards where Nagato was. I wanted to catch up, but it seems you have a wounded child who needs comforting. We'll talk about it next time. Seeing the beautiful figure flying away, Chen smiled faintly and slowly landed beside Jiraiya. Hey, it's embarrassing to be beaten up by your own students, right? Don't tell me you're my friend when you get back. Looking at Jiraiya's shocked face, Chen smiled and said jokingly, do it. Chapter 296. Under the strongest disguise, he is just a child. Jiraiya. It's really embarrassing to be beaten like this by your own students. He had nothing to say. But, is it really okay for Chen to be so straightforward? Nagato's true form. The white-haired ninja's face turned red, and he glanced in the direction where Conan flew, reminding worriedly. Although Nagato was completely defeated this time, his true form never appeared. The terrifying power of the Rinnegan still exists in this land. Akatsuki's terrible dream is still going on. He couldn't bear to watch his students continue down the same path and do nothing. At least, should we persuade Nagato to give up that terrible dream? Some things can be called dreams. And some things are nothing but obsessions that will lead you into deeper darkness. The path chosen by my good students is obviously the second, 980. You said Nagato, he is completely useless. Even if you have the samsara eye, you won't be a threat. Besides, what does it have to do with me? The handsome and strong man raised his eyebrows, not hiding his thoughts at all. He flicked a magic bean with his thumb and put it into his mouth, savoring it slowly. Of course, the battle just now did not cause him any injuries worth mentioning. Even the ultimate move of the Rinnegan, planetary devastation, only left him with minor injuries. Just hungry. But then again, this battle did consume a lot of the energy and impulse that was suppressed in my Dantian. This kind of consumption cannot be maintained for long, and the surging urge to destroy the ninja world to offset the excessive experience will emerge again in a short time. I must rush back as soon as possible to capture Tsunade, otherwise the disaster of the ninja world may come at his will. Has he fallen into self-doubt? You guys can actually do this. I hope he can live well. After hesitating for a moment, the white-haired ninja smiled bitterly again. He never imagined that this infiltration investigation would trigger a series of unexpected events. In the end, Nagato, who possessed a terrifying power that even made himself tremble with fear, would have such an ending. It makes people feel relieved, but also a little sad. Also proves, Nagato is not the so-called child of prophecy. You should take care of yourself first. Girls will dislike you if your arms are cut off. Advertisement, you have completely lost your competitiveness in this area. Chen smiled wickedly. The purpose of coming to save Jiraiya this time is to eliminate the little bit of guilt in my heart. After all, Tsunade is Jiraiya's secret crush. In order to capture Tsunade, she felt that she owed Jiraiya something. I saved his life, and because I saw through his mentality, although the student has fallen into darkness, he is still worth saving. In the end, he chose to destroy Nagato by destroying his heart. It's perfect compensation. Jiraiya, I'm sorry. Next, it's the drama of stealing love. Let's go. There should be many people in Konoha village who are worried about you. This will give them a little shock and surprise. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and the handsome and powerful man had a strange smile. Important ninjas of Konoha village are in danger. All the ninjas in Konoha village were extremely anxious. Bringing Jiraiya back to Konoha village safely at this time will definitely have a huge impact on everyone. The resulting bond value will definitely exceed the previous maximum value. Next second, Chen placed one hand on the white-haired ninja's shoulder and placed the fingers of his other hand lightly on his forehead. By the slightest air fluctuations bounced away the rain curtain. The figures of the two people disappeared right where they were. Wow wow wow. Crack, crack. Amid the flashing thunder, the rain became more and more severe. The hidden rain village, which had been completely wiped out in that thrilling battle, had completely turned into a vast ocean. As the wind blew, the waves surged. The survivors in the high places far away had already collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The pounding hearts finally eased a little. Is everything finally over? What hasn't ended are those shocking scenes, which are like engraved by a knife in their hearts and can never be forgotten. 6 godlike pains were defeated so easily. What kind of existence is that monster named Chen from Konoha village? Damn it. Yuyin was destroyed by him alone. He will have to pay for this with blood sooner or later. However, with such strength, even Lord Pain was brutally killed. There is nothing we can do, right? Looking at the pouring rain, the survivors fell silent again. The expression of hatred on his face could never fade away. However, the awe in his heart for that powerful figure was like a conditioned reflex that could not be suppressed no matter what. Ding. The bound object, the hidden rain village, has been detected. Ding ding ding. Even though the war is over, the sound of bond value being credited continued to echo in Chen's mind. Hidden rain village. Edge, next to the collapsed building. A thin figure, with a dull look in his eyes, knelt in the rain. Let the rain continue to wash over his body. The 2 iron rods used to control Pain's 6 paths were now thrown aside like garbage. Pain's 6 paths possesses unimaginable power, but in front of that damn guy, he was like a child's doll and could not pose any threat to him. Also, all dreams will eventually fail. The power of the Rinnegan has become a joke. The strong man who thought he was a god is like a helpless child at this moment, powerlessly enduring the pain of the blade of past and present failures and the mad stabbing pain. So, even if you have the Rinnegan, you can't change anything at all? Will collecting the tailed beasts and the Dragon Balls that can grant wishes also fail in the end? This is my life. 5.8 inches. The thin strong man muttered to himself, his eyes becoming more and more dull. Just as Chen said, he had completely seen through the disguise of the Rinnegan and the endless power that was bringing him trouble. Under disguise. It was just that ant who was desperately waiting for death in a village where the war was spreading, but could do nothing. Chapter 297 The Determination to Protect, 600 Billion Explosive Talismans. Looking at this companion who was completely defeated from the inside, Conan fell silent and slowly stretched out his soft little hand towards Nagato. No matter what the outcome, he is his companion. Yuyin no longer exists. It's time to find a new place to stay. Do you want to take me away? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The thin and strong man, who had been keeping his head down, letting the rain flow through his long hair and all over his body, suddenly frowned fiercely. Conan was stunned. A hint of confusion flashed across his beautiful light blue eyes. Next second, the tacit understanding from her companions allowed her to immediately activate her perception ability. The pupils slowly contract. How long has he been here? Always in the... But he never made a move. What does that mean? Maybe, I'm just waiting for this moment. Simple conversation. No need for much explanation. The two looked at each other, and their expressions slowly darkened. A dangerous atmosphere descended upon the surroundings again. At this time, outside the hidden rain village, on a huge pointed rock exposed above the waves, the red clouds and black robes were fluttering in the wind, illuminated by the net like lightning. A red one-eyed mask with a swirling pattern conceals an unknown face. Through the only hole in the mask, a pair of deep eyes were looking at the hidden rain village that had disappeared in the war. What a terrifying power. Even the various abilities of the Samsara Eye are easily restrained. Being declared war on by such a person, it will become extremely difficult to collect the tailed beasts or the Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. Afei, what do you think? At the side of your feet, a mass of white mud-shaped object quickly condensed into a human shape. White Zetsu expressed his opinion in a gloating tone. Oh my, this is such a frustrating situation. This Chen is more difficult than expected. Whether it's collecting tailed beasts or fighting for Dragon Balls, he treats it as a game. This is exactly what he does at his most dangerous. The black-robed man called Afei tilted his head and responded in a lighthearted and funny tone. As for my opinion, the leader of Akatsuki is no longer of much value. Advertisement, in other words, his only value now is the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Afei said this in a lighthearted tone. There was a hint of coldness in that eye. Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan and has a childish dream of changing the ninja world, is an important puppet to realize his plan. But unfortunately, Nagato's Pain Six Paths has become garbage fragments. He thought he was a god, but in fact he was being played around by himself. Now, only his eyes were useful. It's time to change the plan. Do you want to take those eyes? You didn't see the power he displayed with those eyes, did you? Even though he has been defeated and lost his confidence, that power has not disappeared. Bai Zetsu blinked, his face full of surprise. Then, that strange white clay-like face showed a cunning smile. Unless you are very confident in your own ability. After pretending to be the weakest one in Akatsuki for so long, are you finally going to show your strength? It makes people look forward to it. The one-eyed mask tilted his head again, not making any comment on this speculation. The body moved. It was like a huge bird flying across the sky, breaking through the heavy rain curtain and heading towards a certain direction, against the backdrop of countless lightning bolts. To take advantage of someone's misfortune is something that only a conspirator like you could do. I'm looking forward to the showdown between the two eye techniques. Even if it means risking your life, you must go and see it with your own eyes. The white clay-like being was talking to itself with a smile. Then he slapped his head as if he had thought of something. I almost forgot that I, who have countless clones, don't know what it feels like to die. Speaking of which, am I the real person or the clone? This is a really troubling question. Amidst the nagging, white Zetsu turned into a puddle of mud, slowly seeping into the rain. Like a ghost in the dark night, it headed towards Nagato at the fastest speed. Lin, wait for me. Soon, I will create a world with you in it. In the huge waves, Afei, who gathered chakra on the soles of his feet, walked as if on flat ground, and whispered to himself. Brush. With a flash of his body, he had already passed through the old site of Yuyin and was approaching the place where the person with the strongest aura was within a radius of 100 miles. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a series of explosive symbols suddenly appeared from behind the rain curtain, instantly enveloping Afei's body completely. Burst. A soft voice sounded behind the rain curtain. Boom. Advertisement. The huge explosion flames directly set off a huge wave of nearly 100 meters, and the continuous rain curtain was completely bounced away. You think you can hide your strength forever, but in fact, I have been collecting information about your strength. I can't trust anyone except Nagato. Your target has always been the door's Samsara Eye, right? I won't let you succeed. The pretty figure opened her mouth slowly, waving her hands quickly as if performing an elegant dance. Amid the explosion, explosive talismans flew in from all directions, covering the sky and the earth like a rain curtain made of paper. As the person who cares about Nagato the most, how could she easily trust a person who always wears a mask? The investigation into Afei has never stopped. There are signs that this guy who looks like a prankster and weak has been deliberately hiding his true strength. O2ON. His target is most likely Nagato's Rinnegan. After receiving the relevant information, Nagato did not take any measures. The reason is simple. He is infinitely close to God and is not afraid of any conspiracy. What's more, Afei is useful. The confidence brought by the power of the Samsara Eye caused him to turn a blind eye to the potential danger of Afei. But she couldn't do it. Always feel. Under that weird and funny mask, there is a face that makes your scalp tingle. For this reason, she was always on guard against Afei's attack on the Samsara Eye. I just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. 600 billion detonating talismans can sustain continuous explosions for 10 minutes. According to your combat capability intelligence, the ninjutsu that can weaken your body should only last for a maximum of 5 minutes, right? Conan continued to speak calmly. The flying explosive symbols instantly covered the entire sky. 600 billion explosion talismans, enough to destroy the Hidden Rain village countless times. For Nagato, this price is nothing, not to mention. The Hidden Rain village had long ceased to exist in the previous war. Next second. Boom boom. The explosive talisman, whose power far exceeded that of the thunder in the sky, poured down like a curtain of rain. In just a moment, the raging flames from the explosion evaporated the huge waves into water vapor. Chapter 298 There is no way back, attack with all your strength. The earth is collapsing. The water flow seemed to be wiped out, and before it could create waves in the explosion, it turned directly into steam. The dazzling explosion of fire tore through the air inch by inch. 600 billion explosive talismans, combined with perception ability, continuously locked onto the dying figure and continued to bombard it. This is real art. Fei, it seems that Ping messed up. Since your skills have been discovered from the beginning, your spatial ninjutsu can no longer be used, right? In the blast, a puddle of white mud was thrown into the air. He was still joking. The existence that possesses the Rinnegan is indeed extraordinary. Not to mention his own strength is so strong that it makes people's scalp tingle. Even his companions who rarely took action could create such an earth-shattering scene when they took action. It seems that it is not that easy for Fei to seize the Samsara Eye. This explosion is of this magnitude. Conan, do you want to exhaust your chakra? However, when facing this kind of opponent, we must be prepared to go all out from the beginning. Behind the explosion, the thin and strong man slowly raised his head again. At this moment, he still looked extremely depressed under Su Chen's mental torture. In my heart, the evaluation of loser is still lingering like a sharp knife. Advertisement. It was not until the explosion sounded that he finally came to his senses. With such an explosive level, even if Fei really mastered the various terrifying ninjutsu shown in the ninjutsu intelligence, it would be difficult. Wait. Suddenly, the thin ninja's pupils contracted and he subconsciously held his breath. After the fierce battle with Su Chen, the Rinnegan, which had become extremely weak, could barely emit a faint light. Next second, his expression changed drastically, and his heart sank suddenly. Yuyan, or rather, the land that has become occupied by the vast ocean and the flames of explosions. The explosions continue. The perception ability keeps locking onto the target. The explosive talisman that moved with the mind was like a thorn in the flesh, bombarding the sense direction continuously. As time passed, it was obvious that the target of the explosive talisman had become extremely weak. 7 minutes. In just 7 minutes, it was clear that the opponent was at the end of his rope. All ninjutsu defense methods have reached their limits. The rapid decline of chakra means that he has been seriously injured. But the figure floating in the air, surrounded by white paper, did not stop attacking. After all, according to the intelligence collected secretly, the opponent's strength is terrifying. All 600 billion explosive talismans must be used on him to make people feel at ease. Advertisement. The bombing continues. The entire sky was completely illuminated by the flickering flames. The flashes of lightning in the dark clouds were eclipsed by the flames of explosions. The ground was covered with steam, and the surface of the water, like the sea, was boiling violently. Just like the entire sea was boiled in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the fire finally stopped. Cry, cry, cry. The beautiful figure in the air kept gasping for breath, and her face gradually turned pale. The continuous attacks consumed not only the expensive explosive talismans. Also, from Li, almost all of her chakras. Good. This is an all-out attack with no retreat. Only in this way can we be sure to kill the strong man named Fei. Is it over? Chakra aura has disappeared? After using the remaining chakra to perceive, Conan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as his chakra was about to run out and his perception was about to disappear, a sudden chakra aura was captured, causing those beautiful eyes to suddenly widen. Chapter 299. Monster that cannot be provoked. We were well prepared, but it's a pity. You don't have the information about all my powers. A cold voice sounded from behind. The air and the rain curtain twisted together, and a figure slowly appeared in the twisted space. He quickly formed seals with both hands and then aimed them at Conan's back. The latter's pupils trembled, and his whole heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cave, extremely cold. Boom. Next second, the pair of hands pressed against her back suddenly released an explosive chakra aura. Before the figure could turn into a piece of paper, it fell limply downwards and disappeared in the water. Almost at the same moment, the original explosion smell completely dissipated. 200. In the sky, the explosive talismans that were bombarding like a violent storm continued to cover the sky. The explosion just now seemed to be just an illusory dream. As expected of Fei, he performed genjutsu 2 minutes after the explosion started? The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed hard to defend against. Even I have been included in it. Advertisement. The white Zetsu, who was flung away by the blast and regained his human form from a puddle of mud, poked his head out of the water and commented with a grin. What a pity. I spent so much money to save so many explosive talismans, but in the end, less than 10,000 of them were effective. It's inexplicably painful to spend money this way. What a loser woman. The strong man named Afei teased lightly. At this moment, he seemed to have become the weakest and funny character in Akatsuki. Only, under the one-eyed mask, the scarlet eyes representing the Mangekyo Sharingan exude a bewitching light. Then the light disappeared. An extremely oppressive figure slowly fell onto the water. Then his figure flashed, with an almost invisible afterimage, and instantly appeared in front of the thin and strong man. It's the Sharingan. You're from the Uchiha family of Konoha. It is said that the people in that family are extremely cruel, but you didn't kill Conan. Were you considering that person? The thin and strong man slowly raised his head and sneered slightly. The light of the samsara eye kept flickering, bded. After the battle with Chen began, he noticed the presence of this uninvited guest. Until the end of the war, a strong murderous intent erupted from him. Advertisement. This made Nagato realize immediately that the other party was going to play the role of the Oriole in the story. Conan fell to the bottom of the water, but was still breathing. Based on the strength that Afei had just demonstrated, he could obviously kill his companion in an instant, but he did not do so. Is it because he is worried about Chen? That man, who treated Conan in the previous battle like an older brother treats his beloved younger sister. That's not entirely wrong. The one-eyed mask did not deny it, but smiled faintly. In the final analysis, no matter you or me, no matter who we are or what we have done, the ultimate goal is to realize our ideals. There is absolutely no need to provoke someone like Chen. As he spoke, he slowly shook his head. He admitted that he did not kill Conan because he was afraid of angering a strong man like Chen. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he was not confident enough to suppress a monster like Chen. It's not worth getting into big trouble like Chen before realizing your dream. Ideal? In your ideal, the Rinnegan seems indispensable. Why not tell me what kind of ideal it is? The Rinnegan continued to flash. The thin and strong man asked seriously.